What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak back at it again for another episode of Deductionist Files, ladies and gentlemen. We got a week-long special of these types of shows. Like I said, doing a bit of testing. You know what I mean? Doing a bit of testing. This whole thing of you don't want complacency. You always want to make sure that what you're doing is actually, progressing towards a goal, progressing towards something. Measurements, all this kind of stuff. Measurements are key. You know what I mean? So, like I said, basically kind of took the best two shows, or what I think at least, my perception of the best two shows, and just testing them off. I might even do another week. It's kind of awkward. Let me get some coffee into me. Kind of awkward because it's going to be this week and then next week, and then I'm going to be taking following week off. So it's going to be this week's going to be the Deductionist Files, the following week's going to be Wheel of Madness, then I'm going to be taking that week off in July, because basic from the 20th to the 25th, I'm not going to be streaming, because basically I kind of want to get into a habit of every 3 months or so, I just take a week off, you know what I mean, make sure I'm not kind of overtapping the battery, so to speak. And then I think when I come back, I might just do a week of just the chat and chill or something like that. So I want to get, I want to test a couple of the shows and just do a week-long thing and just make sure it's not a particular day thing. In terms of the donations and all this kind of stuff, you know what I mean? How you're kind of tracking, is the show doing well, is it not doing well? All this kind of stuff. And again, for those that missed it yesterday, you know what I mean? The Deductionist File is giving us funny moments as well. A lot of people say, "Oh Jesus, I don't like the Deductionist Files because I don't like the Deductionist Files because it's not as funny, Teriak. It's too serious and all this kind of shit." How the fuck is this pose serious, folks? Okay, this pose was was sprung on us out of the blue. It was the most retarded fucking interrogation I've ever seen in my entire life. The dude, like I said, hadn't a fucking hope. Hadn't a hope of getting off, you know what I'm saying? Have you ever watched high IQ people being interrogated? We did see one. It was one where I think the dude had done a test, something like that, and he had something 130, 140 IQ or something like that. I don't know if that's if you classify that as high IQ. But apparently, he was a big brain dude or some shit like that. And like I said, man, these investigators, it's, how do I explain this without sounding gay? It's not emotional, EQ or some shit like that. But it's knowing people, or knowing how people act, or knowing how the mind acts. By deploying certain strategies, by doing that, is how you get them to crack. So it's you can have all the IQ in the world, but your body betrays you. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's not a smarts thing or a book smarts thing and all this kind of shit. It's it's genuinely your body just betraying you. And you can even be a seasoned liar as well. That's the whole thing as well. On yesterday's show, when we had this infamous moment, the chick that was getting interviewed, that was in the same interrogation video, the accomplice to this dude, that gave us this beautiful pose. You know what I mean? That bitch was clearly a habitual liar. You know what I mean? She kind of coasted through life lying and all this kind of stuff. Again, the OnlyFans chick that stabbed her boyfriend was another case where it's again, habitual liar, always skating off the rules and all this kind of stuff. It doesn't help. It doesn't work out in the end. You know what I mean? Simple as. And it's like I said, it's not really an IQ thing. But definitely with this dude was not high IQ. I can tell you that for a fact. We can just tell by the pose. This motherfucker was not high IQ. I guarantee you, even if they ask him, bro, what the fuck are you doing at the moment? He just would have been like, what, you guys never do this pose before? You know what I mean? Unbelievable. We got Dart over on the Ko-Fi. Haven't even started. Yet. We got the Ko-Fi saying, and he says, let's get this started. Let's get retarded in here. Mama. Speaking about getting retarded, let's visit our boy Pepe. Appreciate you, Dart. Thank you very kindly for starting us off for today. I gotta get to the fire down. It's just like I said, it was crazy, you know. It is what it is. With true psychopathic genius killers. Well, here's the thing. Here's like the aspect of that Southern man, you know. If they were true psychopath geniuses and all this kind of shit, would they get caught? You know what I'm saying? Because, again, this kind of sounds like psychopathic for saying this, but just to give you an idea in terms of, like, if you were to get away with murder, you know, you'd make it look like an accident. You know? Like, think of, like, the angels of death phenomenon in hospitals and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Particularly before they got wise to that type of shit. You know? Give them a drug that gives them a heart attack, but it dissipates or metabolizes so quickly in the system that's untraceable. Shit like that, you know? Different things like that. You know, on a cold or a winter's night or whatever. You know, put a shit ton of water on their steps outside their building or some shit like that. All those kind of things. Or you could just do what the FBI does and just like fucking, you know, run them off their bike or some shit like that. You know? Different things like that. So like in terms of that like stereotype or that archetype of like the genius psychopath killer or like the Dexter thing, like those motherfuckers won't get caught. Or he could be like Hillary Clinton. You know what I mean? Stab a bitch like 57 times or something crazy like that. And then say that like, oh, they committed suicide or some shit like that, you know? You're fucking killing me. Hey, this dude was killing me. You know what I mean? I was supposed to read off like a serious script. And this motherfucker striking this pose. It's like, what the fuck is going on here? You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Check it out. We'll get into it. You know what I mean? Because, like, that's what I'm trying to say. It's like, how can we go after a case when there's no kind of like conclusion to it? You know, we can have like ideas, or we can have like, you know, it would basically amount to like it would literally be like a Candace's podcast. You know what I mean? I gotta have a board with all these red lines and like point to this dude, and it's like, yeah, but like you don't have any evidence. You don't have like the concrete evidence to prove it. You know what I mean? It basically would like go into speculation, you know? Which pretty much goes against the whole deductionist files, you know? Smart ones don't get caught. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not even really saying that, because like there's smart people that do get caught, you know? But if you were like that, like ultra genius psychopath kind of thing, you know, you wouldn't get caught. Which again, like where do we go in terms of the conclusion? The conclusion would have to be like speculation or just pure opinion, rather than here's exactly what happened. here's the sentence that they got, and kind of like, deal with the facts per se, like, to try give an analogy, Southern man, it'd be like saying like marry the one that got away. Serial killer interview. I don't know, man. Like, we could do serial killers. Like tomorrow, I could load up like a couple of like serial killer cases, but I don't want to get too too into like the serial killers, and because like anytime we cover a case where it's like a truly fucked up individual, like chat just dies. Chat's just like fuck this, I'm out. You know what I mean? Like the last one we covered with the dude that Dee Dee was the victim. Was it Dee Dee Williams or something like that? Like that was just fuck that. You know what I mean? Or Business. That bitch. Oh my god, man. Holy shit. You know? Kind of like I'm trying to find the balance to it, you know what I mean? Like that's another benefit to doing like the week long special, is that like it gives me kind of like more episodes to kind of like see, okay, this is working or this definitely isn't working, and all this kind of shit. I even went down my way. I got a super grok now as well, because I was getting pissed off that I was telling grok to do things on the free version, that and grok wasn't doing the free things, wasn't doing the things I was telling him to do. Like fuck it. I had to whip out the business card and, say, right, this is for work, this is an expense. So I'm definitely claiming it back on taxes. Don't worry about that, boys. But yeah, I was like, fuck it, I actually have to get Super Grok. Because in terms of like getting all the key facts and like just even getting the script the way I want it, that's the I had to be done. I had to be done. And I also kind of said like I am going to kind of get other benefits to it. In terms of like the study session, that's going to be a key area where it'll benefit. Um, Wheel of Madness as well. It'll help out with that. What else? It's like chat and chill. Is it usually just like chat and chill? Don't really need anything pertaining to grok with that. The film room, same thing. And then Theology Thursdays. But I was saying that like depending on what way the gaming goes and all this kind of shit. But then even with the gaming, I wouldn't need grok as well. So really, like this show would be the main one that like I think I do need it for. And then like Wheel of Madness is not really a necessity. So I'm thinking maybe I jump the gun per se. But it was like I said, it's kind of one of those things that like even like with debates and all this kind of stuff as well. You know, I just like the crazy shit. I get that, but it's like, you don't want to kind of like, let's say if it was constantly like serial killers and all this kind of shit, like that stuff can fuck you up, you know. Kind of like the whole thing of like, going out on like with the boys, like even if you're a carnivore or whatever, but like going out with the boys and maybe like having a couple of drinks, it's a celebration, it's a big event or whatever, you know, like doing that once or twice a year, you know, not necessarily a bad thing, you know, but doing it every weekend or doing it every day, you know, that's when it's like, oh, you know, Super Grok is a fair play in my opinion. Yeah, like I said, it's definitely, I'd say, if you're like debating on the regular, definitely, definitely. Um, and like I said, like having kind of like one of these shows, like the Deductionist File, I think that was kind of one thing that it's like just comparing the like what will happen, like you'll probably see what I mean once we get into it. Um, like definitely like Rock done exactly what I said to do with or Super Grok did. Like the free version did not was it was like it might like attempt kind of like do what I wanted to do. Um, but definitely like now it's doing exactly what I wanted to do and all this kind of shit. Especially with, like cross referencing things, like dates, timelines, all this kind of stuff. Um, and because like essentially you would have kind of like noticed from like the at least like the previous episodes this week, John Tay was like typically filling us in on like the key things, or like key piece of evidence or just different things that happened during the case and all this kind of stuff. Um, that just wasn't mentioned, And one of those things was, for example, in one of the cases, there was like a court reporter that basically fucking caused a mistrial or basically almost prevented justice happening. And you're kind of going like, holy shit, Um, so like I said, I was uncertain about it kind of initially, but I'm glad I done it, I think. Just comparing the outputs from both. You know what I mean? A VK is starting, you should go destroy him. Fuck! Motherfuckers, I started up the stream because I trusted. I was like Vox Populi, Vox Day. Oh my god, man. It is what it is. It is what it is. No, I think I'm just gonna power through. I think I'm gonna power through because fuck it, like I already clicked the button. I already clicked the button. It is what it is. It is what it is, Southern man. Damn it, man! And I was thinking that even if it does launch, I'd get my like little card so then can jump the queue. Been waking up so late. You know what I mean? Now I've done it the opposite way. Now I'm still waking up too early. That's always my problem. I can never like get into the perfect kind of rhythm for it, you know. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Eventually, I know, bro. Just stream it. Nah, because then it fucks with the whole flow. You get what I'm saying? Like I want to keep it purely to the Duchess files, all this kind of thing, That's definitely like something that like that's kind of like a theme or a style of show that I've seen other people do that I haven't kind of like I've kind of like stayed away from, where it's kind of like like easy as his open panel purge. Um, Andrew has like the um TikTok invasions. I've seen other people that kind of like they stream and they go to different things and all this kind of stuff, but I've kind of like I don't really kind of typically do that kind of stuff, but it's definitely something that's the idea is there per se, you know. I know. Welcome in, organizing Sandy. We're just getting into it. Like I said, I like to warm up the first like 30 minutes or so. You know what I mean? Just in case there's any stragglers that are coming by. Um, but just kind of like going through like the kind of main updates and all this kind of stuff. So again, for anyone that's just joined, basically doing a full week of Deductionist Files. Next week will be a full week off the Wheel of Madness as well. I like to do this just to kind of like test things out. Because data. One cannot make bricks without clay, gentlemen. You know what I mean? You always want to make sure that you're testing different things and all this kind of stuff. Because like the last one that I done in terms of it's like in the YouTube you can look back over like the previous like 3 months and kind of like you can look back like how much revenue you made. And again, it's only really half the picture because obviously in terms of what you call it, in terms of like because we have Ko-Fi and PayPal and all this kind of stuff, it's not going to give you the full picture. But even just in terms of like with the revenue and like gifted members and all this kind of stuff, that'll show up in the revenues and all that kind of stuff. Watch time is another thing that can kind of display things. Obviously, like subscribers as well is another key thing to count up in terms of that as well. Now, obviously, raids will affect that and all this stuff. But when you do it over like a 3 month time period, and even when you see like, one show that does, let's say it does fucking amazing, just that one show, you can still like kind of like, okay, right, we'll exclude the top one in that case, and then we just focus on like the second downwards, and we can kind of then say, okay, right, these shows seem to be performing the best and all this kind of stuff. And with the last one from the 3 month time frame, it's like Wheel of Madness is kind of back on top. Seems to be doing what it should be doing, kind of thing. But it's still kind of like a little bit of a mix, which is always good to see. And it seems like the like overall aspect is that like the changes. I don't want to give away the secret sauce, so to speak, but the changes that have made seem to be making an impact. You know what I mean? And then if we do it just based on the previous month, like it was actually a chat and chill that we had. The was our top one, and then Deductionist File was number 2. Then it was a Wheel of Madness, then it was a film room, then it was a study session. So like, to me, that tells me like that's literally like a weekly schedule of shows. Theology Thursday is down. You know what I mean? Theology Thursday isn't doing too well. So like that would be kind of one of the ones where it's like, okay, do we need to adjust course there? But between like Chat and Chill, Deductionist Files, Wheel of Madness, and Film Room, just with those 4 shows, that already is kind of like a bit of a mix going on, and I mean, to be fair, like the Chat and Chill is up there, and that kind of goes against the change that I made, because the one thing about Chat and Chill is that it's kind of like open, it's just like open panel straight from the get go kind of thing. And that's why I'm kind of mixing in the whole thing. Okay, right, the $50 donation, first $50 goal, I should say. Do we turn on the cam as well? Like just so there's like a little bit extra, try and improve upon all this kind of good stuff, But it is kind of like one of those things that, like, when you keep an eye on it, it gives you kind of like interesting data points to kind of look at, But anyways, let's get back to it, ladies and gentlemen, because we're kind of getting up to that 30-minute mark. You know what I'm saying? I'm learning how big words hurt dumb people. Hey, mama. So 1 sec. Welcome in, boys. Welcome in. Let's get her done. So, first case of this evening is called The Case of the Vanished Mother. In the affluent enclave of New Canaan, Connecticut, where historic homes sit back from winding roads lined up with mature trees and meticulously maintained lawns, spring of 2019 carried the familiar rhythms of suburban life in one of the state's most desirable communities. Located roughly an hour from New York City, New Canaan blended old money elegance with modern family routines. Children attending private schools like the New Canaan County School or Country School, parents managing schedules around appointments in Manhattan, and the quiet hum of Range Rovers and suburban navigating tree shade streets. On the morning of May 24th, the air held the freshness of late spring, with temperatures climbing comfortably into the 70s under partly clouded skies. The kind of day that invited outdoor plans or quick errands before the weekend. In one particular residence, A spacious home on a property that reflected the area's upscale character. The day began with the ordinary yet purposeful movements of a household centered around five young children and the responsibilities of a mother navigating a complex personal transition. The neighborhood exuded a sense of established calm. Large properties with driveways leading to attached garages, neighbors who might wave in passing, or share school related updates. The distant sound of birds and occasional traffic from nearby routes. Security cameras on adjacent properties captured the comings and goings with the unremarkable precision of suburban surveillance. Around 8 a.m., the woman who lived there with her children departed briefly, to drop them at school, returning shortly after 8:05 a.m., as recorded on a neighbor's footage. The house settled into its daytime quiet, the kind where appliances hummed, sunlight filtered through windows onto everyday furnishings, and the garage stood as a functional space for vehicles and storage. What unfolded next within those walls would transform this unassuming morning into the starting point of an extensive investigation that drew law enforcement, forensic teams, media, and public attention across the region and beyond. By mid morning, the expected patterns broke. Scheduled medical appointments in New York City went unattended. A nanny arriving around 11:30 a.m. found the home empty in a way that felt immediately off. The woman's vehicle remained in the garage. Yet another family car was absent, and no note or message explained the departure. Attempts to reach her by phone yielded nothing. As the afternoon progressed into evening, friends and family, accustomed to her reliable communication, especially regarding the children, grew concerned. Reports of her being missing surfaced around 7 p.m., prompting initial welfare checks that quickly escalated when authorities entered the property and discovered signs of a violent encounter in the garage area. Blood spatter appeared on the floor, walls, door, and the exterior of one vehicle. Additional traces reached into the kitchen. Scene shifted from routine domestic space to active crime scene, with investigators documenting patterns consistent with a serious assault and cleanup attempts. The surrounding community, typically insulated from such intrusions, saw the arrival of police vehicles, forensic personnel, and protective gear, and the beginning of coordinated searches. Helicopters might have circled overhead in the following days. Canine units worked the grounds and nearby areas, and divers checked bodies of water as the effort expanded beyond the immediate property into surrounding Fairfield County locations and further afield. The woman's phone showed no activity after the early morning hours. Her primary vehicle remained at home, while the secondary one turned up abandoned a few miles away near a local park. In those first hours and days, the focus remained on locating her and understanding the abrupt disruption to what had appeared as a standard morning in a quiet, privileged Connecticut town. As details emerged through official channels and media coverage, the investigation incorporated digital footprints, physical evidence, and witness timelines that painted a picture of deliberate actions following the initial incident. Surveillance from various sources captured movements of a distinctive vehicle associated with the property leaving the area around 10:25 a.m. that day, driven by an individual later identified through investigation. Evening footage from another location showed the same vehicle and an I can't even pronounce this fucking word, accompanying person involved in disposing of multiple garbage bags into public bins in Hartford, approximately an hour's drive away. Contents of those bags, when recovered and examined, included items bearing blood that matched the missing woman, along with clothing and cleaning materials. Additional forensic work at the original residence revealed attempts to address the blood evidence, including on surfaces and fixtures where mixed DNA profiles appeared. The person who became central to subsequent interviews provided accounts of their activities and knowledge on the day in question and in the period immediately surrounding it. In extended recorded sessions with investigators, these statements evolved over multiple encounters, revealing inconsistencies when cross-referenced with surveillance timestamps, phone records, and physical findings. Early descriptions omitted or downplayed certain interactions and observations, while later ones acknowledged specific actions such as assisting with cleaning at a related property after being asked to do so. These interviews, conducted in the weeks and months following the disappearance, formed a key part of the evidentiary record as authorities placed together a sequence of events. The case unfolded against a backdrop of prior legal proceedings involving the missing woman and another party connected to the same household, centered on matters of separation, financial arrangements, and arrangements for the children. These proceedings had been contentious and public in parts, with filings and court appearances creating a documented history of disputes. Investigators considered how such tensions might intersect with the physical evidence recovered from the garage and the subsequent movements captured on video. The searches for the missing woman continued extensively without success in locating her, leading to her being declared legally dead by the court several years later in 2023. The absence of a body added layers of complexity to the investigation, relying insisted on circumstantial and forensic elements to establish what had occurred. Throughout the process, law enforcement coordinated across jurisdictions, analyzing vehicle movements, communication records, and the physical items recovered from multiple dumping sites. The combination of blood evidence matching the missing woman's DNA, documented cleanup efforts, the surveillance of the vehicle and the individuals involved in disposing of materials, and the shifting accounts from interviews created a comprehensive picture that guided charging decisions and eventual court proceedings. The quiet streets of New Canaan and the broader Connecticut landscape became the setting for one of the state's most closely followed missing persons investigations, highlighting how quickly an ordinary morning in an upscale suburban home gave way to a prolonged quest for answers. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is once again afoot. Welcome in, Organized Insanity. Welcome in, Ivan. Pull up a chair, get comfy. Yo, Teriak, no homo, but love you, bro. I'm so glad you streamed this time. Hey, my pleasure, man. My pleasure. But what do we make of it so far, ladies and gentlemen? What do we make of it so far? It's always like my initial things on these things is like when they never get found. It's like, man, heartbreaking, you know? Ahoy, hoy, Reed. Pull up a chair, get comfy. I wake up every night at this time fighting demons. I appreciate it. Hey, mama. While we're here, baby. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Like I said, man, it's on theme as well. Because quite literally, we fight demons in this. And we get to see them too in the interrogation footage. On May 24th, let us outline the case. On May 24th, 2019, a 50-year-old woman residing in New Canaan, Connecticut, was reported missing after failing to attend scheduled appointments after unsuccessful attempts to contact her throughout the day. She had been observed dropping her children at school earlier that morning and returning to her residence shortly after 8 a.m., as captured on a neighbor's security camera. Her primary vehicle remained in the garage of the home, while a secondary family vehicle was later found abandoned several miles away near a local park. Responding authorities discovered blood evidence inside the garage of the residence, including spatter patterns on the floor, walls, door, and exterior of the vehicle parked there. Additional blood traces extended into the kitchen area. Forensic analysis later confirmed that the majority of the blood matched the DNA profile of the missing woman, with one sample from a kitchen fixture showing a mixture involving her profile and that of another individual. The patterns were consistent with a violent encounter and subsequent attempts to address the scene. Surveillance footage from the neighborhood captured the secondary vehicle departing the property around 10:25 a.m. that morning. Additional video from locations in Hartford, Connecticut, approximately 1 hour's drive away, recorded the same vehicle and an accompanying individual disposing of numerous garbage bags into public waste bins during the evening hours. Recovery and examination of those bags revealed items bearing blood that matched the missing woman's DNA profile, along with blood-stained clothing and various cleaning supplies and materials. Phone records and activity data for the missing woman showed no further usage or pings after the early morning hours of May 24th. No financial transactions or other digital footprints appeared after that time. The individual associated with the interviews conducted in the investigation provided multiple statements over several sessions in the following weeks and months. These accounts described activities on the day of the disappearance and in the immediate aftermath, including being asked to assist with cleaning at a related property. When compared against surveillance timestamps, physical evidence, and other records, portions of the statements showed inconsistencies regarding timing, presence at certain locations, and knowledge of specific events. AKA, this motherfucker is lying. Prior to the disappearance, court records documented ongoing legal proceedings between the missing woman and another party connected to the household, involving matters of separation, financial obligations, and arrangements concerning the children. These proceedings had included filings, motions, and court appearances over the preceding years. Investigators incorporated this history into their analysis of potential motives and context surrounding the physical evidence at the residence. The investigation expanded to include searches across multiple properties and areas in Fairfield County and beyond, utilizing ground teams, canines, aerial support, and in later phases, specialized evacuation at certain sites associated with individuals connected to the case. No remains of the missing woman were located despite extensive efforts. In October 2023, the court formally declared her legally dead. The absence of a body required reliance on the accumulated forensic, digital, and circumstantial evidence to reconstruct the events. The extended video interview footage, which we are about to watch with the person central to the investigation, captured evolving descriptions on the timeline of May 24th and the days that followed. These included initial accounts that did not fully align with later admissions regarding specific actions taken at request of another individual and observations made during that period. Cross-referencing these statements with the recovered physical items, vehicle movements, and blood evidence formed a core component of the case development leading to formal charges. You know what I'm saying? Good to have friends around the globe. Hey, my man. You know what I'm saying? Mr. International, as they say. You know? I think they put shit in the water here. Not very many people that can cipher 3 syllables. It is what it is. Like I said, the accompanying. It's a difficult one. Accompanying. You know, it's like that double Y sound, or ing. You know? Yin yang. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Dart as well for the gift of membership. Thank you very kindly, sir. And congratulations to MTN Dude 54. You have the Dart to thank for that one, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, but accompanying. Yeah, that one threw me for a loop. But hey, the rest of it I'm pretty sure I nailed. You know what I'm saying? But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. Okay, so this is from the court trial, and we're going to be going into the interrogation footage. Full interrogation of Michelle Traconis, I guarantee you a lot of you motherfuckers thought that there was like an ex-husband and all this kind of shit. Not so. And that's what I like about the new script as well. It literally kind of keeps you in the dark, which I like, you know. Us Chad nerds will fix it all. Hey, my man. Salute to you, sir. Salute to you. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, this time I'm going to publish the exhibit to the jury. What's the sound?
And also, by the way, like, did we not call a Southern man? But I don't think Southern man was saying, you know, they specifically wanted a case that we didn't know the outcome to. I think like this was the initial one. And then like we're kind of saying, you know, like the smart ones don't get caught and all this kind of shit. So this is one of those ones where we don't know if like if this bitch actually done it. But, you know, who else could it be? You know what I mean? So again, and this is where it's like I got to do my duty of kind of saying we got to reel in the suspicion. We don't have to reel in the suspicion. We have to reel in the what would be like assumptions or speculation is the word I'm looking for. You know, we cannot treat speculation as if it's fact. You know, so we got to keep our wits about us, boys and girls.
Just going to pause it right there. Would you just mind describing the interview room for the members of the jury?
Sure. The interview room, it's generally square. It's probably about 15 by 15 feet. It has two doors. From where the defendant was sitting, there would be a door. There was a door to her left, which went into the major crime office. And then there was a door straight ahead of her, which went to a hallway at Troop G. And the room is equipped with cameras and audio equipment.
And we've got one camera that's sort of facing the end of the table. And that's the angle, that's the predominant angle in this video. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then there's a camera, I guess, in the upper corner of the room, which
In the upper left-hand corner, it shows the door. It's the inset square in the video.
and does this time stamp refresh your memory as to approximately what time you interviewed the defendant?
Yes, we interviewed her approximately 12:49 p.m. on August 13, 2019.
Oh, and who was the other detective assisting you during the interview?
Detective Corey Clabby.
Do the same thing, Michelle. Just closing that just for privacy, okay? Some of the same stuff that earlier first interviews. You're not here under any kind of custody to get any kind of want. You're here with your attorney. You don't. I'm glad you came in. If you need breaks, you're welcome to take breaks. You may need breaks. Your attorney may need breaks. If you want that Coca-Cola I offered you, let me know. You can leave anytime you want. You can take a break anytime you want. I'm glad.
Well, what's the? I kind of liked seeing the cops lose. What the fuck? What the fuck? Bro, it's not just the cops, right? This is all like a team, and this is, like I said, man, the amount of propaganda that's in modern day. Like this whole like defund the police thing that's just rammed down your throat. This is what it does to you, Southern man. You're buying into the leftist propaganda. You know, this is all a team effort to serve who? Justice. You know what I mean? justice is that higher power that cops like are working together as a team with the justice system, you know, with the courts and all this kind of stuff to make sure that it's beyond shadow of a doubt, justice is done, all this kind of thing. Like this is not like a cop thing, you know. And I can understand, you know, like there's some asshole cops out there, particularly like to wake up at the wrong side of the bed in the morning, all this kind of stuff, you know. But trust me, man, you do not want a society without justice, you know. But it also puts me in a unique position where I think I can do anything I want. Yeah, you know, the ego gets the better of you, and then you have no accountability. And without accountability, how are you supposed to improve? You know, it can be a dangerous thing. Precisely. But most just get caught by daddy, their god, the government, cops. I don't. But this is the whole aspect of like morality. You cannot escape your conscience. You do enough immoral shit. And again, like when you're talking about morality, you're talking about that sense of meaning. You know? That's why you'll never escape your conscience. And this is why people eventually snap. It unravels. They cannot escape their own conscience. Like that kind of aspect of meaning. You do enough immoral shit, your life becomes meaningless and you won't even want to live your life. You know what I mean? I'm my own cops. I can make my own justice. Ah, boys. Can't escape your own conscience. Like, and this came up on the Wheel of Madness as well. This aspect of like, can you have forgiveness without justice? Because then doesn't forgiveness just default down to forgetting? Trust me, some things you do that you'll never forget. You know, I'm mostly not immoral, just illegal. We'll see. We'll see. Organizing Sandy.
This is our third conversation. And that honestly is two more conversations than most people have. So it's our feeling that the way it looks now is you may be looking like you're more involved than you actually are. So we're trying to give you an opportunity to kind of explain what's going on and put things in perspective and context. All right.
Okay. What are we gonna be voting on?
Okay. Well, obviously, we're talking about the disappearance house on Laurel project. Okay. And one of the people that we're looking at as being involved in that is was your former living boyfriend. So there's a lot of indications that you should have some knowledge of what's going on. Okay. And there's been, during the first interview, there were some things that you said that we suspected might not be 100% accurate. And subsequent to that, there was a second interview. Subsequent to that, and before this interview, which is number 3, there's a lot of evidence that they were not truthful. So when you are truthful with us, it makes us wonder exactly where you are on the spectrum of involvement. So we think Fotis is close to 100%. We're not sure where you fall, and we want you to clarify where on that line you fall. The way you can do that is you have to be honest with us. You understand that? And we understand this is tough for you. We know this. We know English is not your first language. There are very few people in this room right now. I know the last time we talked, there were several people in the room. It's not going to be a lot of talking over. We're going to give you as much time as you need to think about things. If you don't understand a question, you're more than welcome to ask us to rephrase it or re-ask it. But we need to get to what actually happened. Leading up to and on the 24th of May and following the 24th of May. Okay? And we need you to be 100% forthcoming and honest. So you don't have to help yourself. I just want you to do that. We know there may be some things, Michelle, that you don't honestly know the answer to, and that's acceptable, but we know that there are things that you absolutely should know the answer to, and we need to clarify. We've gone through some of these things already, and like I said, this is just one thing we prepared. So we have literally a topic, an interview one, what you said, interview two, what you said, and another. And this is, I'm just showing you this. I may need to refer to this throughout the interview. I hope I don't, because I hope that you're kind of, sort of being truthful too. Okay, we're not here to cheat. We want information that we know you have. Okay, we're here to listen, so we really need you to tell us, starting from the beginning until you get down, everything. 3 months have gone by just about what we knew when we first met with this, to this, to this, Like I said, we were for the sleep police. This is what we do. It's the first time we've done this. So, just not even getting into our resume, just trust that, and we want to hear it. So, there have been people who have sat in the chair you're sitting in right now in the past, who've done who told similar stories to what you told during the first and second interview, who ended up in prison. We don't want that to happen to you. Okay, so you're giving me an opportunity. This really is an opportunity for you.
One sec, Southern man, right? If someone harm my family, police will not be necessary, but also the cop shouldn't be able to lie or mislead to get a conviction. Do you not see the contradiction here, Southern man? Like, if someone harms my family, I should be able to take justice into my own hands and do whatever the fuck is necessary to get that justice, right? But also, I'm gonna handcuff and limit what a cop can do to get that justice. Do you not see how you have a completely different standard for yourself than you do for law enforcement? To which you'd have to ask yourself, like, do you actually stand for law? Do you actually stand for justice? You know? Why hand it to the cops at all? Because it's as we just like outlined with like Southern Man. Like this whole thing of like what should actually be the outcome. You know? Who decides the outcome? This dude stole from me. So can I just go and blow his head off? You know? Because if we all have that mentality, things are going to get pretty fucking wild, so to speak. This is why we need to have a justice system. Because, yeah, we just blow a dude's head off because he stole. What I'm saying, boys. This is why I do these shows. You know what I mean? When we talk about accountability, responsibility, all this kind of shit. Because like a lot of people, when we have these kind of types of debates, they'll turn around, they'll say, yeah, but the police are corrupt. Yeah, I can get that. But if the police are corrupt, why not fight the corruption? Why fight the whole kind of like concept of having a law enforcement or of having, you know, a justice system? You know? To go in front of your peers and for the truth to be known. Because otherwise, I could just, you know, blow a dude's head off randomly and take a bunch of my shit, put it into his house and say, yeah, he stole this shit from me. See how that works? And because you have the mentality of like, oh, if he stole from me, I get to do whatever the fuck I want. You have no justification to go against that shit. See what I'm saying, boys? This is why, like I said, I do these shows, because this whole thing of to fund the police, it's, I don't know, man. That Marxist propaganda, one hell of a drug.
Right. Are you ready to admit that you weren't 100% truthful with us during the first two interviews? That should be an easy answer.
Yes.
So we're willing to listen. If you want to start from the very beginning.
Just gonna pause it at the timestamp 12:54:44. Did the defendant admit that she wasn't 100% truthful during the first two interviews?
Objection. That's not what it says. He's asking to characterize the answer. It's very clear. It's an ambiguous answer.
Well, the jury heard the video. And so it may not be a judicious use of the court's time to repeat what the jury has heard. Sustained.
Motherfucker.
Detective, after the defendant indicated yes, when you asked her whether she was ready to admit that she had not been 100% truthful, did that impact how you were going to conduct the interview going forward?
Objection misstates the evidence before her answer. So that should be an easy answer. And then she said, yes, okay.
Well,
Not what Mr.
overruled.
Did that impact how you were going to conduct the interview?
Absolutely. We are seeking the truth. We are seeking the truth from her and what happened to Jennifer.
Both how this all became, how it started, how it happened, and what you know. We'll sit here and we'll be quiet.
Well, why don't you start with Wednesday before that would be May 23, when I'm sorry, May 22, when photos went to the camera.
Yes.
Okay, let's just start with Wednesday.
Okay. Usually on Wednesdays, he would go and see his kids in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
And I would take those days, or those Wednesdays, to go out with my daughter Nicole.
Mm-hmm.
That Wednesday, I went with Nicole, Kim Rose, and Lauren, who's daughter. We went to West Hartford to have a sushi at a restaurant in West Hartford.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we met there around 7. The 4 of us. I know I texted, I usually focus would go to Grace Farms
Mm-hmm.
to spend time with the kids, and he had supposed to be a supervisor because he couldn't get along. I texted him and I saw that the text didn't go through.
Okay.
And So I don't remember what I said, like, are you with the kids, are you enjoying it? I don't know, I don't remember exactly, but I wrote something. And I saw that it didn't go through, like it didn't read the message. Not that it didn't read, like it didn't, I don't know how to say it, when you block someone, like you don't see
Okay.
the birds, or I call them the birds. So I put him like a finger. I said, okay,
An emoji.
I don't know. Yes. And then I went out and I never spoke. We had dinner, we finished dinner, we went to Icy Rolls. We were the last ones because Nicole was the last one to order an ice cream. And that probably, if they closed at 9, maybe we were there just before 9, 2 minutes before. And Nicole had her ice cream, and then we went back to the car, they went to their home, and I went to Nicole to Fort Jefferson.
Mhm.
And I arrived, and I think Fotis was already there. And well, obviously I put Nicole to bed, like what I always do. I asked how it was, he said it was good, like always, with the kids, that they were lovely, they said hi. And that was it. And then Thursday, well, I wake up at the same time. No, sorry, Thursdays, a little bit later because Nicole starts school on Thursday at 9 instead of at 8.
Did you have any discussion with Lotus about the fact that he didn't pick up the text? Or that he thought that
I did, but it wasn't right away. It was at some point we did. But it wasn't that night or it wasn't that morning. Well, so I wake up, I take showers, I put usually my like gym clothes. I take Nicole to school. On the way, we stop in Starbucks.
This is Thursday.
Yes, Thursday. Because usually on Thursdays, I don't cook for her in the morning, I don't do breakfast. We just stop in Starbucks. That's like our routine. And then I drop her off. And then I went to the house. I don't know if I went jogging, but I don't remember that. But usually I go back to the house. I go to the supermarket because we were having a dinner that night. Also, Nicole, on Wednesday, she told me that she needed oranges for a juice on Friday to take to the classroom. So I believe I bought the oranges that day. I went to my friend's store to potatoes to grab some rugs because Stefan and Beth, they wanted to see my rugs to see if they wanted to buy rugs. Well, obviously I picked up Nicole in school and we went to the house. Stefan and Beth, they arrived around 5. I showed them the rugs that they were in the office, on Potty's office. Apparently they liked them, I gave them an explanation. I usually have a presentation in my computer with price lists, and I had it there just in case they asked. I was just showing them.
So you sell on Instagram? Rugs you sell on Instagram?
That's
You still sell them on Instagram?
well, I don't sell them on Instagram, but I have them posted.
Okay, both, okay.
I have Expo Patagonia stuff.
Right.
But I mean, it's just to show pictures of the rugs,
Okay.
of this is a business I just started this year. here. The owner of this company of the lot is a friend of mine that prior when I used to live in Argentina. I used to buy him the sheepskins, rods for the ski resort. So I called him in December, and I don't know if this is interesting.
Let's stay on track.
Fine. So then I took them in the house. So we
She's trying to she's trying to grift for the her rug business. You know what I'm saying? Can you blame her though? Can you blame her? One sec. Cops are just another gang. Bro, oh my god, man. This is wild. This is wild. So are you saying that, because like this is the fucked up thing. This is like the paradox when like people get into, oh well, cops are just another gang and all this shit. So do you want gangs on the streets? You know what I mean? Do you want the the whole cartel experience? You got your business. Next thing you know, they walk in and say, it'd be a shame. It'd be a shame if something happened to your shop. You know what I'm saying? Like, defund the police, man. I'm telling you, the socialists have gotten inside so many people's minds. Are you conservative, Southern? Let me know. Are you conservative, you right wing, or you left wing? I'm not gonna lie, I kind of call this, you know. Mr. T, do you think cops should be able to entrap people, like a female cop dressing like a hooker and busting men? 100%, 100%. Like this whole thing of like, I don't do this thing where it's like a cop should always have to be able to tell you the truth and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? I don't like to handcuff cops in terms of like them actually going after the likes of gangs, criminal activity, prostitution. Like if you want to clean up the streets, you have to get these people off the streets. You know what I mean? Look at South America. Zero tolerance on crime. You know? It's a good point, Darts. You know, everybody's saying, defund the police, fuck the cops. Cops are just a bunch of pigs, all this kind of shit. But then when they get into trouble, when they when they get mugged on the streets, or when their house gets broken into and all their shit gets robbed, who are they gonna call? You know? What kind of short-sighted? Short-sighted as fuck, bro. Christian gangs would be okay. So if the cops are Christian, Southern man, you know, I'm not anything, but I guess they would call me Nazi. Hey, join the club, buddy. Join the club. You know, I'm not on either wing of the same bird. Oh, fy favore. Fy favore. So, like again, you got to explain this organized insanity. Like, if they're calling you a Nazi, but you're against the police, you know what I mean? I'm definitely right wing, Christian right wing. So, how are you against the police? How are you against the police? Christians wouldn't lie. Okay, so remember that remember that parable that gets told where you have two women and they're fighting over a baby, and both women are claiming that the baby is theirs, and then the king steps in and the king says, "You know what? We're going to cut the baby in half." And one of the mothers says, "That's a suitable solution for me," and then the other mother says, "Give it to the other woman. I'd rather see the baby alive than to see it with than to see you cut the baby in half." And then the king says, "Give it to the woman." that just said that. The king lied, but he got to the truth. Did he not? You know? We got Darts doing the dad puns. That's a bit of a cop-out. But dumb. And again, to be 100% clear, I'm not saying there's not bad cops out there. I'm not saying that there's not corrupt cops out there. But to say, let's get rid of the whole justice system is batshit crazy, you know? The police arrest people for praying in some countries. Yeah. That's an issue with the laws. This is what I'm saying, so that you don't understand what a cop's duty is. A cop's duty is to enforce the law. They are law enforcement. Simple as. That's a problem with the laws. So, and this is how, again, you fall for the left-wing propaganda, socialist propaganda. Oh, it's the police fault. Defund the police. They're just enforcing the laws that the politicians said. See how the politicians get you angry at the wrong people? You know? Think about it. Think about it. Yeah? If they go cops, fuck yeah. If they aren't, one day we'll see how it goes, I guess. This is what I'm saying. Like, the mentality towards a policing system. Like, both Organized Insanity and Southern Man are kind of like acting as though the cops are just a gang anyway. You know what I mean? But if it's Christian cops, then all of a sudden we recognize, yeah, we want that. You know? They should have a higher standard. Again, we go back to your previous comments, other man. It's like I want to take the laws into my own hands. But these dudes whose job it is to serve the law, you know what I mean? It don't make no motherfucking sense. Like, on the one hand, you're saying the cops are just a gang anyways, so we don't need the cops. But I also want to be able to take justice in my own hands. Justice can never be completed then, you know? Yeah, we just have to disagree on this one. It seems like you got contradictions, Southern Man. I'm not gonna, like, I'm not trying to turn it into a whole derail of this, because we've got to get through the clip. But how you can say that you're conservative or you're Christian, but fuck the police, makes no sense. And not just like fuck the police, but like just even having the police, like the police as a concept. You know, wild. That is wild. You know. Yes, they should have a higher standard. It doesn't make any sense, Organized Insanity. You're saying that they should have a high standard, but you want to be able to take the law into your own hands. That makes no sense. So for yourself, being the arbiter of justice, you have no standards for yourself. But for the cops, you want an impossible standard, which handcuffs them from catching people. So I'm saying, that's why I'm here. That's why I do these shows. This whole defund the police, that shit made me very uncomfortable. There were way too many motherfuckers out there that were saying, well, maybe, you know, these socialists, these godless socialists have a point about the police. That's when I was like, I gotta do this. And we got Bad Cramps saying, present. Welcome in, sir. Pull up a chair. Get comfy.
Walk out of the office to the TV room and I showed them my green one that I had there. Then we went all the way to the room and showed them the one that I had in the master bedroom. Then we went down, I showed them the one that I had in the family room, coffee box. And they were delighted and this, and then, you know, the typical, oh, I would like to have the beige, but in this size, I don't know, we were kind of figuring out which one they wanted.
Yeah,
Then
she's doing the
they were
thing.
telling me not
Doing that thing where she's trying to bog down in irrelevant details. Highly suspicious.
get more later. And then we went to the kitchen and we started getting the food ready. I already had the meat out. Renata was there cleaning the house all day. I think by the time we went to the kitchen, I think Renata left. I'm not 100%, but I think she said goodbye. Well, I take the meat, you know, the meat that I had was frozen, but I took it out during the afternoon. I got it ready, then we started cutting to do the Greek salad and peeling potatoes. And we were in the kitchen, Stefan there, me. At some point, Fotis was present, and at a moment, Fotis, we didn't have enough of meat, so he went supposedly to the supermarket to buy meat. And
What market you went to?
but, I mean, probably Stop and Shop, or the guy I left from,
That's right, okay.
or meat.
Okay. So you thought you had enough meat, but it turned out you didn't, so sometime Phyllis left.
To buy meat.
Right. What time was that?
What time?
About,
If they arrived at 5,
just after 5, right?
oh yeah.
Oh, we know where Phyllis was that night.
So we didn't go to the supermarket.
Well, please, you tell us. Why don't you tell us what you.
Oh, he came with a piece of meat from the supermarket.
So yeah, tell us how you know.
Well, he came back
Okay,
with a piece of meat.
okay,
I opened it and cleaned it up.
okay.
And then right in Hodge and Aaron arrived. I believe 7.
Okay,
Maybe a little bit earlier, I don't know, but it was some time around there.
okay.
And then, oh, we're having wine. I think Fotis offered wine to Hodge and Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 3 of them went outside to cook the meat and the french fries. And it was raining, but not hard rain.
Okay.
So we were deciding to eat inside or outside. We decided to eat outside under the porch. And we put the table outside, me and Beth, Aaron helped. And I believe we ate probably around 8. We cooking down, we sat outside and we ate. And we were hanging on the table, talking, blah, blah, blah. At some point, I go upstairs to put people to bed. I spoke with my sister. I had a long conversation for, I don't remember, maybe 20 minutes, whatever.
Okay.
After they go to bed, I go down and Aaron and Hush were gone. They left. And Stefan and Beth were there and I both.
Mm-hmm.
And we were hanging in the kitchen. They were washing the things from the dinner. And then at some point they,
Okay.
I don't know, it was
So again, let her talk all this bullshit. establish the baseline. All these pointless details and all this kind of shit. She's actually digging her own grave at the moment. She's digging her own grave, believe it or not, boys. She's digging her own grave. Because the fact that she remembers all this shit means she should be able to remember everything that happened on that date. Right? Right, boys? And then, like I said, this is a typical, don't know if we're going to see it probably a bit later. This whole thing of like slowly turn up the heat. Slowly show that the timeline that she's saying don't make no motherfucking sense, bitch.
And we went to watch TV. Oh, me and Fotis. And then at some point, obviously, we were falling asleep. We go upstairs and we go to sleep in the bed. And then Nicole calls me at 12:59. And
How did she call you? On the phone?
yes,
Like on the, you call your phone or did she use the app?
she calls me on her phone.
Does she have WhatsApp?
Yes, I think that was.
Right.
But she calls me, no, it cannot be because I found it in the AT&T logs.
Okay.
So she called me from the regular phone. And
Like a house phone?
no,
So,
it
so-
was from her cell phone.
Is there a house phone in the house? Is there a hard line? There's no hard line going into the house? Is there a hard line going into the office?
I never saw a phone. Now, if they have
So you
that,
guys just use your cell
we
phones?
use the cell phone all the time.
Okay, it's a big house, right? Okay.
It's a 15,000
Big
square
house,
feet.
yeah, okay.
I mean, from one side, we need to call each other from the phone, even though we're inside the house.
Okay.
That's something that we do on a regular basis.
All right, it's 12:59. Cool. All right, so you guys are watching TV. Folks.
And before going to bed, yes.
Okay. So continue from there.
Then I guess we were falling asleep in the couch and we go up to the bedroom. And I was obviously sleeping. Nicole calls me at 12:59 that it was raining hard, and it was. And I go to sleep with her. And then on Friday, the alarm goes on. Usually I have the alarms at 6:40. I go to my bedroom. I take shower to get changed.
Well, I just asked you, so normally the alarm is 6:40. Was it 6:40 that morning?
Yes.
Okay. So your alarm went off at 6:40?
Well, Nicole's alarm also.
Nicole's?
Or I think she has it at 6:35 or 6:30.
Okay.
I think she has it like 10 minutes before me, but I'm not 100%.
Okay.
By 9 for sure it's at 6.
Somewhere around 6:30, 6:40.
Which alarm was it that went off to you then?
Well, hers and mine was in my room.
So what woke you up?
And Nicole's alarm.
So Nicole's alarm wakes you up.
Yeah.
Do you shut it off or does Nicole shut it off? Does it just keep sounding?
No, she did.
Okay.
Because it was on her side. She
And
does
you
that.
get up?
Night table is on her side. She sleeps here, and I usually sleep next to the bathroom.
Okay, so you get up and then what do?
I go to my room. Walk her to
Is
the
your
bathroom.
alarm going off?
My alarm, I think I turned it off. I think my alarm was going on.
So as you walked into the bedroom, was the alarm going off?
I'm not 100%, but I assume that yes, because I have the alarm set up, but I'm not 100%.
Okay,
But I woke up. I mean,
okay.
I wasn't sleeping.
And then what happened so you shut your alarm off in your bedroom? And what happens then?
Well, brush my teeth, get dressed, go downstairs, do the breakfast for me early.
When you shut your alarm off between 6:30 and 6:40 in the morning, this is a very important question, okay? This kind of goes to, well, this is kind of, it goes to whether you're gonna be truthful with this or not. When you shut off your alarm in your bedroom at 6:30 and 6:40 a.m.
I think mine says 6:40.
So, but this is a question,
When you set your alarm, when you turn your alarm off in your bedroom, was focus there? It was not there. You did not take a shower with him. That was a lie. Or a mistake. Or a mistake.
I wanna call it a lie.
Okay. But now you realize that he wasn't there. You have to understand
I
the
know,
perception.
I know, but I tell you, I won't take showers with him. And I told Andy, I will take showers when we have relationship in the morning before the alarm goes on. And we will take showers together because obviously.
Yeah.
Okay,
We get it. You're helping us.
but the truth is, what? What is the truth? Was he there that morning or not?
Well, I didn't see him in the bedroom or in the shower or in the room. I didn't.
Did you see him in the house at all?
I did not see him in the morning in the house.
We got her. We got her, but what did she just do? What fatal mistake did this bitch just do, boys? Get in shot. Get in shot. Oh, she fucked up Gucci. Oh, shit, boys. Did you spot it? Were you paying attention? What did she do? What did she do, boys? I'll give you 10 more seconds to get it in. Oh, man, she fucked up so bad there. And the question I always wonder is, like, do the detectives spot this shit as well? Maybe on, like, when they're watching it back, they might be talking about kind of shit like this. But no, nobody in chat knows what she done. Oh, boys, pay attention again.
In the room. I didn't.
Did you see him in the house at all?
I did not see him in the morning in the house.
Well,
She's stupid. She's stupid, he says. But what did she do, Southern man? What did she do? I repeated it back again. I'll give you another. Give you 10 more seconds to get the things in. What did she do, boys? Nobody in chat's shot. Nah, she didn't shower damage. Also, welcome in, sir. Pull up a chair, get comfy. You know? Nobody in chat saw that. Alright, let's watch it back again.
did you see him in the house at all?
Did you see him in the house at all? Look at her head movements.
I did not see him in the room.
I did not see him, but she's nodding her head up and down. Her body betrays her. He was in the house, motherfuckers. Holy shit, you guys not watch this shit? Holy shit. I know Organized Insanity's drunk. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But that man, come on, guys, wake up. Wake up, boys. That's to be fair to the Americans, though. Like, it is what, like 3 a.m. or something like that for them. So, well, come on. That was a key giveaway.
Did you see him in the house at all?
I did not see him in the morning in the house.
You lying bitch. You lying bitch.
I'm just gonna pause it right there. You a detective, and I'm pausing it at 1:12:38 PM. You and Detective Clabby appear to be engaging her about your previous conversations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could you just indicate for the jury what the defendant told you on June 2nd about Fotis Toulous's whereabouts on the morning of May 24th?
So during that first interview, she indicated she saw Fotostulos. Well, she had shower. Fotostulos was there when she woke up. He entered the shower with her when she was taking a shower, and then she later saw Fotostulos in the four-group office when she returned from bringing her child to school.
And directing your attention now to the June 6th interview. What did the defendant initially say about whether or not Mr. Doulos was home in the morning?
She initially said he was home.
I fucking told yous. Did I not fucking tell yous? Did I not fucking tell yous? The body betrays you. Fucking told yous. It's almost 4. Yeah, fair point. That's my bad. I was doing Central Time, not Eastern Time. It is what it is. Thank you for correcting me. We like to be accountable here. Thank you very much, Damage. But did I not tell yous? The body language told us, boys and girls. You know what I'm saying? This lying bitch. He was not in the house, but she's fucking her head is nodding up and down. I'm too quick.
Saw photos of your eyes.
When he called me, when he said, let's have lunch,
Okay,
that was the time.
so that was at Fort Jefferson Crossing. You were upstairs and you hear him call out.
Yeah, I was in the old room. And he was in the down, you've been in the house, in the stairs. He was down and he says, Oni, let's have lunch. And I came out of
At
the
12 o'clock.
more or less.
Well, what's the window? Are you sure the time? Was there a window
What
that
is that?
the window, the time period?
12 to 1:30.
So sometime between noon and 1:30.
And that's usually a time that we would have lunch together,
Okay.
in our daily basis.
So between 12 and 1:30, Fotis, is that Fort Jefferson calling up to you to have lunch?
Yes, more or less.
So you can't say 100%, you just think it's between that one and a half.
Exactly.
So on that day, you don't know what time?
No, I'm not looking at the watch to see
Okay.
exactly what time
Well,
I
I
eat,
mean-
but normally I eat between those times.
Mhm.
But
Good. Oh, yeah.
Did you, when you got out, just tell, the officers what you did when you got out? And
When I get out,
right, when you took the call that day, all right?
I went downstairs, I cooked breakfast. Usually the breakfast for Nicole can be an omelette, can be a toast with Nutella, it can be strawberries with Nutella. I need the orange juice.
Okay, just tell them what they did and where you got out.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I did the juice and I went to the school and I dropped her off at the school.
And then,
And then I came back to the house. At some point I went up to the office. Kent was there
why did you go to your house?
because I had my computer and I'm not sure I had printed out some Lord and Taylor return. Because I had to return some dresses from the court. And so I went inside to grab my stuff.
That's fine. Kent's there.
Yes.
It's here.
Tell them what happened.
Ken was in the far end. There's a table.
He's left there.
Yes.
It's a big room.
Yes.
Yes.
So if you go in from the inside of the house, it's the door. You have a square glass table, a round glass table that usually that's where Abel sits. A long one here, glass table as well. That's where Andy sits. Toti sits here. And then you walk like a little hallway, and there's another glass table, and there's an office. Not an office.
What does Kent do?
He was here.
He's in the middle of the room at the glass table?
Oh, in the glass table.
Yeah, he's just kind of in the middle of the room, right?
Oh,
It's a big room.
yeah, it's to the wall, to the windows.
What does Ken do?
I don't know what Ken's is doing, but he was there.
Do you see Ken?
Yes,
Does Ken see you?
yes.
Do you and Ken talk?
Hi, good morning.
Do you
When
say
I
that
saw
to Ken? Does
Yes.
Ken respond to you?
Yes,
What does he say?
hello, good morning.
Okay, so you two spoke.
Yes. And then I grabbed my computer. So this phone was there.
What was his cell phone?
Yes,
Was where?
in the desk.
In the bedroom or the office?
Inside the office.
Gonna pause it at 1:17:13 p.m. The defendant just indicated that she saw Mr. Jules' cellular phone in the foregroup office, correct?
That's correct.
I want to direct you back to the June 6, 2019 interview. Did the subject of Mr. Jules' cellular phone come up?
It did.
And what did the defendant say about whether or not she had seen his cell phone in that June 6 interview?
She indicated she had not seen it. She assumed it was with Fotis.
Specifically, because remember, I wasn't there. Okay, so the cell phone that Fotis uses was there
Was there
in the office
in the office.
where Ken was.
Yes,
Yes?
yes.
Okay.
In the desk that is kind of like in the middle glass desk, in that
Okay.
square one.
Do you remember exactly where on the desk it was? Was it plugged in or was it just there?
It was plugged, but it was there.
Okay.
I believe the computer and the cell phone there.
When Fotis goes to bed at night, what does he normally do with his phone? Like me, I leave my phone next to my bed, plugged in the charger overnight. What practice does Fotis use with his phone?
He plugs it in different places, like near the window,
Put it in the bedroom.
in the bedroom, sometimes down in the kitchen, and there's two plugs in the table, in the kitchen area, whatever.
This is his main cell phone, the 865 number, the regular phone number. His main phone number, the one for Fort Roof, the one that
That's
has
the one
each.
I know that he had. You guys are the ones who tell me that he had the
Okay.
number.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're talking about the number of phones. So you're saying that when Fotis goes to bed at night, sometimes his phone is in the kitchen, sometimes
He leaves his phone on there all the
it's
time.
all.
And I think if you talk to his employees, they will tell you, he always loses his phone, his wallet, and
Okay, but the day of the 24th, when you see Ken,
yes,
close his phone,
yes,
it's on the glass table in
Yes.
the office
yes,
where Ken is located.
yes,
When you woke up in the morning
yes,
and went into your bedroom to turn off your alarm,
yes.
do you remember if you saw Fotis' phone in that bedroom?
No, I saw it in the office.
So in the office. Was that the first time that day you saw it in the office, or did you see it
I saw it in the office.
just then? Okay. So when you saw it, sure, you saw it in the office, were you surprised that, I mean, Fotis isn't there, right? But his phone is
thought
there?
it was, but
Fotis,
not.
you
And like already this bitch is not it's not adding up. Because like think about the amount of detail she's able to recall from this event. This is what how many months? It was May, which is April, January, February, March, April, May. So 5th month. This is like 3 months later. So if Dart's still in chat, Dart, what did you do 3 months ago on Wheel of Madness? You know Wheel of Madness, right? 3 months ago when we had that Wheel of Madness show, what did you do? You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't be even able to recall what fucking topics we done. You know what I mean? Like, by that stage, like, you're relying on, like, okay, what is my routine? Like, I can only really tell you what the routine is. let alone the particular topics and all this kind of shit. And if it wasn't streamed, probably going back on stream now to try and act as though you gotta go to memory and all this kind of shit, Darth. I see you, motherfucker. Right? She is being way too specific, as if this story has been rehearsed. So I kept telling you, this bitch is digging herself a hole. And then notice, like, she's even doing the other thing where it's like she's trying to, like, you know, go into, like, meticulous detail about irrelevant facts.
I thought he was because.
This bitch is guilty.
But I didn't see him. I didn't see him.
So was it the fact the phone was there that made you think the photos was also there?
Oh, Kent. I saw Kent. And I thought he was, but obviously he wasn't.
Okay.
And I think, but again, I don't know why I'm 100% sure, but I think it is saying that when I took Nicole to school, the Suburban was there. The black Suburban.
Okay.
That was parked
Okay.
next to the Cherokee.
Okay. Was the Suburban there when you came back from trucking full?
I'm pretty sure yes, but I don't want to say yes and then it wasn't.
All right, so what you're saying, it sounds like, is that if Fotis wasn't there, he wasn't driving the Suburban, right?
If he wasn't.
If Fotis was not in the house, and the Suburban was at the house, then Fotis was not in the Suburban, right?
Now, yes, I think if I think like that, yes, of course he wasn't.
What do you say now? What do you mean now?
If
I'm not
it's
trying
not
to get you to say something massive.
No, because back then, I always thought he was in the house, but thinking, I never saw him, I never heard his voice, so obviously he wasn't, or probably he wasn't in the house.
Okay, let's just go back to the office. Okay, you can see this phone. Did the phone ring?
The phone rang, and it was a call from it said Andreas. And Ken stood up, and I think he was kind of, from what I imagine, coming towards this side of the room. Like, if you're gonna pick up the phone or something like that, I picked up, no one
Wait,
there.
he said that to you?
He said, are you, like, there's a phone ringing, or you're gonna pick something with the phone? Or the call, not the phone, the call. And I picked up the phone. I know Andreas, but I wasn't sure that it was Andreas. And I hear like noise, but I did hear Ella. Ella is hello in English, in Greek. And I said hola, and that was about it. Like, the communication didn't go through.
Did the phone just disconnect?
If you look,
Just gonna pause it at 1:22:41. At any point during your first two interviews of the defendant on June 2nd, 2019 and June 6th, 2019, did she mention that she answered Mr. Dulos' phone?
No.
This is the first time she's mentioning it?
Yes.
Thank you.
but it was quite fast. It wasn't like 3 minutes, like, hello, hello, hello. No, it was actually short.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure it was Andrea's voice.
Okay.
Did you think that the call failed, or do you think that he hung up?
No, I think the call failed. And like the connection was bad.
There was no further phone calls?
No, then I left. Then I went downstairs.
You and Ken didn't have any conversation after that?
No, I left because I had to go. I wanted to go to the supermarket. I had to do things throughout the day. I went downstairs. I cooked I believe I ate an omelet, 100%. I sent some emails I sent an email to Nicole's, called the legal director of the school, because that Tuesday Nicole had fever. She had an activity in school, she got sunburned. And again, I spent that night with her. And I texted her, do you have sunscreen, please, to put on Nicole? And then texted that she left the purse in the house. And I took a picture and I said, is this one? I did.
Yes, no, I'm nodding yes. When you left the office and you went downstairs and you ate the omelet, where was Fotis's phone?
No, I left it in the office.
You left it in the office?
Yes.
You picked it up, you said, you heard a hola, hola, Ayla, you said, hola, call failed, you put it back down,
Yes.
and you left.
And I left. So I was kind of back and forth with her, like I can go, take it the first wherever you want, I'm going that direction, I'm going to the supermarket, I mean, I don't remember, but it was like 3, 4 back and forth. So I ended up grabbing the purse, and I drove to Kent, and not to Kent, to Hodge, to the warehouse. I was talking to my sister on FaceTime for a long time, like for 60 minutes. I made a lot of phone calls in the morning. I don't remember right now, but you guys have my phone.
We do,
I think I called my mom, my dad, Paola, which I called her La Bruja, a friend. Anyway. I drive to the warehouse, I go inside the office, I see a secretary, well, a woman, I don't know if it's a secretary, a blonde woman. I asked for Hodge, and Hodge was sitting to the right, and he stands up, and I gave him the purse. And he said, oh, thank you, we had a nice time, sorry we couldn't say goodbye. And I said, no, I was pretty good to sleep, but we had a nice time, or whatever conversation, and I left. And from there, I believe I went to the supermarket. On the supermarket, I found a robot. I took a picture with the robot in a video and I sent it to Nicole, to my family. I was kind of making like a stupid joke about the robot. I thought, or I had to buy it. And I left and I went back to the house.
Okay. What time do you think you go back to the house?
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what time you go back to the house? 10:30 somewhere?
It could be, I'm not 100%, but it could be.
Okay.
I know I called Pedro at some
Yeah.
point because I was gonna meet with her.
Right.
She was leaving to London that day.
This whole thing about taking the picture with the robot. What do we think, chat? What do we think? Oh, I was out in the supermarket. I couldn't have been doing nothing. Establishing an alibi. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But the fact that she's able to clearly recall like a joke she made about a robot, and that she took a video and took a picture about it, all this kind of shit, sent it to the family while she went to the supermarket to buy cleaning supplies.
She was supposed to give me a check of some rocks that she bought, and I wanted to say goodbye. So I went, we arranged, and she said something like, we'll be here at 11 because I can only be for I'm gonna be for only a short period of time.
Right.
So I probably got there at 11.
Till 9.
Oh, I
Get there
did.
at 11 or 9.
Okay. I probably stayed there like 15 minutes, 20 at the most. I sent an email to me with the descriptions of the items, of the rugs that she wanted. She told me, I'm gonna pay you in cash. I said, no, I'd rather, because she left her checkbook.
Yep.
So she said, I can go to the ATM. I said, no, don't worry, pay me later. I'd rather have a check. Berenice was there. Berenice is her partner. So obviously saw it was Berenice or Carol. No, yes, it was Berenice. And when I left. And I was stopped at the pond to see if Queen was there. Because Hodge said Hodge the night before said Queen's already here. If you need someone to pull you, you can contact him. He's gonna be every morning in the pond.
Right.
So I went to the pond. There was no one there. The water was windy. There was a lot of wind current in the water, so obviously it wasn't a good day for water skiing, and left.
Okay.
And I went back to the house.
Okay.
And I was in the house.
Yeah, you did. You absolutely did. You stayed there till 1:32
Okay.
p.m.
Okay. Then for these comes, we eat.
How long after you arrived back at the house, Michelle, did folks arrive? Do you have any idea?
If I arrive to the house, let's say at 11.
You arrived back at the house at 11:50.
Okay, so probably right after.
Okay.
So, well, at 1, it has to be, he arrived at some point.
He did arrive at some point, yes.
Okay.
It wasn't 12.
So 12:30, 1.
Well, don't guess.
Okay, I know he arrived at some point. I don't
Okay.
know how
Don't
fast.
guess.
Did he just show up, or did you
Yes.
have to go pick him up?
No, I showed up in the house.
So he showed up on his own?
Yes.
How was he, what did he look like, how was he dressed when he showed up? This is him calling you down, right, coming down there and watching
Yes.
you?
He was with I believe he was with a shirt, like.
Like a pullover shirt? Or a button-down shirt? Shirt and tie?
No, not tie. It doesn't-
Okay, so you got a button-down shirt.
Yes.
Okay.
He uses.
Rolls the sleeve.
Does the shirt have a collar?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like
Right,
that.
so it had a collar, but there was no tie, and he had the sleeves rolled up. You
I
take
have never seen him that much with ties on when he goes to court.
And
The annoying thing about this video is I can't see her eyes, right? Because typically when people like go to remember stuff, like they do distinctive things with their eyes, or even like if they close their eyes, it's like to try and put themselves back in that moment. But notice how much like particular details she's able to list off about this day. That is suspect. Like I demonstrated with Dart. I can't even tell you what the fuck we done like 3 months ago on Wheel of Madness. And it's my own fucking show. You know what I mean? But this bitch is able to recall everything she done that day and the previous day. There's only one reason why you're able to recall that. Well, there's two. You either have like photographic memory, which again, that's a fucking rarity, if even. Or number 2, something traumatic happened that day that you were a part of. And the fact that she's going into extravagant detail, right? Such rich, vivid detail. She turns around, you know what I mean? And all of a sudden, be able to recall this. And like, this is another thing as well. Like, guilty conscience doesn't want to sit there like for the whole interview and say, I can't recall shit. You know what I mean? Because instinctively we think, oh, that's suspicious. Nah, motherfucker. It's more suspicious if you go into extravagant detail about everything you fucking done that particular day.
did you know Did you see photos arrive?
No, it was.
So do you know how long he was at Fort Jefferson before he called up to you?
I wasn't, I didn't, when he called me, I was in the cold room.
So his appearance was normal.
I saw him normal.
He wasn't sweating, he wasn't red.
No, and he wasn't with blood. No, he told me.
He wasn't what?
With blood. So you guys told me in the last interview that he was, if he had blood.
Yeah. Why did I ask you? I don't know.
Oh, you asked me, and I said, no, I didn't see him with blood.
We asked questions.
I didn't see him with blood.
Okay.
It's like the detail you gave earlier with the text message, you gave the middle finger and the blocking, like that detail, that's the detail we want, but sometimes we ask questions to see if there's a
But that was
part of.
the thing.
I know, I understand, I'm just giving you an example. All right, well, the detail we like to see, sometimes we ask questions.
So you're not sure when he arrived at the house, when he did,
No.
he was dressed normally? And he didn't look
Pretty
unusual?
much dressed, he doesn't have that much clothes.
Mhm.
And he dressed pretty much the same.
Okay,
That's what I recall.
all right. So he calls you, he says, let's have lunch.
Yes.
And what happens from there?
We have lunch fast.
Fast.
Yeah, because normally lunch, we don't sit for an hour. It's like reheated food. Sometimes we do salads, something fast, something easy. Usually some leftovers.
Do you remember what it was?
It was that we ate pastel de papa.
What is that?
It's meat with mashed potatoes on top. I do that a lot. It's one of the course favorite too.
That's the chef.
That's what they said.
Yeah,
That's the word.
yeah,
Yeah, that's leftovers. And
yeah,
then,
that was that.
and then,
Usually in the afternoons, for lunch, normally, it's, unless it's a salad, it's leftover.
okay, so you guys ate fast. Was there a rush? No.
You eat maybe 15 minutes.
So what happened at the lunch?
After lunch, at some point he calls me. And I wake up.
Yeah.
And
I don't wanna, when you say at some point, it's like
no,
you're skipping over.
I received a call of him at 1:53.
Alright, so what did you do right after lunch? Did you clean the dishes?
I put them in the sink.
You make sure you clean the dishes.
Oh, yeah.
So you clean the dishes,
No,
and
no,
then,
I don't know. I clean the dishes.
Oh, you put it in the
them
sink.
in the sink.
and then what did he do?
Now, note, right? She's able to like list off, then I done this, then I done that. I went there and made orange juice and thing, and I know for a fact that the phone was definitely in the office, even though it's the first time I mentioned this. But then I specifically took that call and all this kind of shit. And then she went the other day. She even remembers taking a fucking photograph with a robot and making a joke about the robot, or taking a video with the robot, sending it to the family, all this kind of shit. Then after lunch, this is all like a blurred section. Like, oh, like we made lunch, it was fast. It was like some sort of fucking, I think, Spanish dish or whatever with mashed potatoes and meat or some crazy shit. I don't know. But then like afterwards, like, oh, then at some point he calls me. Hang on a sec, bitch. That don't make no motherfucking sense. Now all of a sudden, we've blurred the lines now. Now we can't really recall what the fuck's going on. And then typically when she said at some point he calls me, is that she's basically sitting around the house waiting for this dude to call. That's what actually happened. That whole lunch thing is a fugazi. Bunch of bullshit.
I don't know, but I did, because I have the logs. He called me at some point at 1:50 something. I don't remember. But you guys have my.
Please,
Go ahead.
He said.
So again, she knows, she's looked up the times of the calls that she's received. And she knows in terms of the timeline that she has rehearsed, she gets back at what, like 1:25 or some shit like that. Then she has to go on and say this gobbledygook off like, oh, it was like a fast lunch. It was something that I could prepare easy and quick. And then we ate fast within like 15 minutes. And then he calls me. Bull motherfucking shit.
Call that, I don't know if it was that call because he called me again after. He said at some point in one of the calls, he said, I need you to bring cleaning stuff to any mountain because Rania is coming tomorrow with some clients and I want the house to look clean, decent.
I want to kind of stop, just want to make sure you understand.
Perhaps we could
This is
pause
like-
it right now.
I need you to bring some cleaning equipment to a mountain. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? But ladies and gentlemen, speaking about what the fuck, we're going to go on another grift break. Or we're going to go on our first grift break of this evening. I almost forgot to go on it. So I'm going to put down the curtains. If you have any spare coinage, now is the perfect time, ladies and gentlemen. Every little helps. And if you don't have any spare coinage, that is no worries. You can go back, stretch the legs. Sorry, you can get up, stretch the legs. You know what I'm saying? Fresh the waters. Maybe grab a cup of coffee. I'm going to grab another cup of coffee. Or just grab some popcorn. Maybe something strong, perhaps. Okay? If not, then sit back, chillax, and enjoy the music. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be right back.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Terriac's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassie smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole. In a neat locality, something crossed me mind. When I looked behind, no bundle could I find. Upon me stick a wobbling, and while I'm for the road, they said me Connacht brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terria. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. When off Holyhead, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called meself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Erin's Isle, they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, sore I was a hobbling. leprechauns were grifting through the nations. Terrier leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack full of the rat.
Yeehaw! Sugar! Well, I'm a little old leprechaun, 5 foot nothing in green. Got a rainbow for on me and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs. But the gold's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, beer. Drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing all rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's have Leapy Grift 6-9. I got Lucky Charms courses, just $9.99. Millionaire mindset from a fella who's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters, make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a countrified god. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down on my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. Now listen here, sugar, every coin that you send turns a poor little sprite into your rainbow best friend. Ooh, fill it up, right eyes. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 1,000 if you dare. I'll be jigging in diamonds, green glitter in me hair. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't say no. I'm the griftiest leprechaun you'll ever know. Can pee, fill me pot.
Yeehaw, everybody. We're back again, baby. Back at it again. You know what I'm saying? This bitch is, she's making a stand. Not one of these stands, but she's making a stand. You know what I mean? But she's overplayed her hand. You know what I mean? Methinks the lady doth protest too much, folks. You know what I'm saying? She doth protest too much. You know what I mean? Because just to give everyone a summary where we're at before the grip break. She's basically done this whole thing of like I know, I remember everything that happened that 3 months ago on a day where apparently nothing happened. Then this key timing of, oh, we had lunch and it was a quick lunch apparently, winkadinkly, right? Like in the span of what, 20 minutes? I don't know, it's what was it, like 125 or something like that. And yeah, like, so in the space of, yeah, like 15 minutes, she's able to cook lunch or reheat lunch and eat it within 15 minutes. Now, I don't know about you, gentlemen, right? But I'm a fucking, like, quite efficient. Like, I do one meal a day. And on top of that, like, it's literally one pan of food and we're good to go. And within that, it takes me about 20 minutes to cook. And even within that 20 minutes of cooking, like, I'm cleaning while I'm going. Like, I'm not, it's not like I'm on Hell's Kitchen per se. You know what I mean? But within that time frame, I've got everything cooked and cleaned, right? Within 20 minutes, and then I'm eating it. Eating takes me like 5 minutes. I'm quite a quick eater. You know what I mean? And then go back downstairs, clean up the thing. So within half an hour, like I'm finished in terms of the whole like eating process of my day. I'm quite an efficient kind of a guy when it comes to that shit. You know what I mean? The average person, I'd say at least an hour. At least an hour. You know what I mean? They're taking their time when they're cooking. You know? Probably not using as high heat as I'd be. You know? I like to live dangerously. I cook my eggs on high heat. You know what I mean? I just fuck the eggs. I scramble the eggs, fuck it into the pan. You know what I mean? your boy Teriyak's got shit to do. You know what I mean? But he'll be fooling around their phone. Then they have all the dishes they gotta clean afterwards. It's a whole process. You know, the women's be talking about that as well. You know? Start giving the thumbs up and the money bags. Appreciate you. Or is that cross fingers? Can't really tell. But anyways, basically an hour up for your average person. And that's if they cook for themselves. If they're ordering out, bro, at least it probably fucking takes an hour by the time you order it. You know, you do your whole order process. It takes an hour to show up. And then, you know, you're tranching through it. You throw the shit in the bag, maybe an hour and a half. You know what I mean? But apparently with this bitch, within 15, 20 minutes, they've had lunch and she's cleaned up and then she's taking a call. Darling, I don't think you protest too much. And the fact that now all of a sudden the memory's gotten shady. Doesn't really know what she was doing after she ate lunch. The detectives literally had to walk her down the line of, okay, did you clean up after your lunch? Or, yeah, of course, I always clean up after my lunch. Yeah, but then what exactly did you do after that? And all this kind of shit. Don't really know. Which to me would indicate that she was basically waiting around. She went back home to, like, she went to the shops, pick up cleaning goods, all this kind of shit. Maybe pick up some stuff, all this kind of shit back at the house, and just to wait for the call for him to come in and tell her where to go. She's basically waiting to be told where to go. And when you're waiting, you're not doing anything. Which means if you're like this bitch and you have like your routine and all this kind of shit, then the memory ain't going to, like, you're not going to be able to just invent something. She doesn't seem like a creative bitch, you know? So that, to me, is what explains why all of a sudden that weird kind of like blotch there in terms of the memory, all of a sudden the imagination runs dry, so to speak, you know? But her routine runs dry. She was waiting for the call. And then she distinctly remembers that the dude told her to bring some cleaning equipment to a house in a fucking mountain. A house in a fucking mountain. All of a sudden. Fishy as fuck. But let's continue.
This is where, sir.
Yes, Judge, pause at 135:04.
I think there's a problem with the video. Okay, here we go.
With some clients, and I want the house to look clean, decent.
I wanna kind of stop, just wanna make sure you understand that this is like, this is where it starts getting real important. And you know exactly where you were. And just so you know, what you told us the first couple times doesn't match up to this. This is very low. So you put the dishes in the sink.
Yes.
Okay. And Fotis, you don't know what he did. Did he stay at Jefferson or did he leave?
No, he was gonna go to a mountain,
Okay.
but I don't know if he already left, but at some point he calls me.
All right, well, I know you keep trying to get to that, but I want to, during lunch, what are you guys talking about? I know it's a fast lunch, but what are you discussing, having any discussions with anything?
Not that
Not
I
talking about anything, you gotta be talking
No,
about.
of course you talk, but
Okay.
I don't remember like what I talk every day of my life when I have lunch.
All right. Well,
Obviously,
you
one-
do remember a lot of details on some things.
Oh,
So
I
was
do
just-
because I've been with Andy, really focusing to be as much detail as possible.
Okay.
To be able to give you as much information as I remember. But what I talk exactly, I don't have.
So let me ask you directly, was there any mention of Jennifer Doulos during your lunch photos on the 24th?
No, I don't know if that time we spoke about the problem that he didn't answer the phone. That Wednesday, I never
No,
knew.
the Andreas phone. What phone you took? Oh, you're doing the 22nd. Right.
That Wednesday, he told me he went to Christmas.
All right, I'm not,
Okay, man.
okay.
At some point, I don't know what day, I said, why you didn't, but
I mean, I gotta stop you because during the Friday of May 24th, you're eating lunch with Phyllis. Is there any mention of Jennifer? You know what I'm talking about?
And Fuis is wait, am I pronouncing that correctly? Fotis or Foodis? Foodis or Fotis. Alright, so anytime like you see that like Fuis or Fotis or whatever the fuck, that's basically this bitch's like current fella. Or man. Or whatever, right? Jennifer is the woman goes missing, and Foodis and Jennifer are the ones that had the kids together and all this kind of shit. They were like married and shit like that. You know what I mean? Jennifer and Foodis, they break up, they have a whole divorce. That's what we're talking about earlier on in the introduction with the legal case and all this kind of shit. And then Foodis gets with this bitch, right? So like Foodis is the one that's calling her and all this kind of shit.
Jennifer, did you ask him where he was that morning? When you got up that morning, were you expecting to see him?
oh, because sometimes he wakes up and you have his phone. He wakes up at 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning.
Right,
And
Right.
he watches TV, he reads, sorry, this is what and he
And again, this is another thing trying to separate the attention. body automatically all of a sudden, tying your shoelaces or like scratching at something on your legs or whatever, just to interrupt the conversation. It's like a natural instinct essentially, because you're uncomfortable because now that they're talking about Jennifer and Foodis specifically. Like, did he mention that about Jennifer and all this kind of shit? Telling you, man, the body language always gives you away.
Leaves the room because he turns the lights on and it bothers me. Or if he doesn't want to leave, I go to Nicole's room.
See you, Jungle. See you. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. Pull up a chair. Get comfy. Oh, hi. Hi. Hi, guys. You know what I'm saying? Did we get the raid? Did we get the raid? It looks like we did, ladies and gentlemen. Let me play the clips.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you very kindly for coming. Pull up a chair, get comfy, because it's easy, and because we were doing the deductionist files. In order to deduce, one must be logical. One must make observations and deduce from the logics, okay? And who better else to teach us the laws of logic than our boy Speakeasy?
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy,
do you
bro.
want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, shit?
Boom, rickety direct, as they would say. Absolute mic drop moment there. Welcome in, everybody. And we see this. Even like this is what I'm saying. This is how you keep an honest ego. You get your mods to roast you. But welcome in, chat day, saying gays, days, and butchak. You know what I'm saying? Keeping with the lesbian theme. The customary sure up you take. Appreciate you, kind of Shante. And we got Jungle for the $2 saying boom, bam, blap, bada bing, boom, pow. Ended this dude's whole career. You know what I'm saying? Welcome in, sirs. Welcome in. Don't forget to smash a like as well. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like the sub. Appreciate you, Ghost Rider. Thank you very kindly. And again, thank you, Tiny, as well. Just reiterating, smash the like button. It's free, folks, right? Just to give you a quick TLDR summation in this case, this bitch's name, front and center, is Michelle, right? I know it's hard to tell because kind of looks like a whole Ellen Page thing going on, right? But basically, this girl's name's Michelle. She's with a guy called Foodis, or Fotis, right? Heard it being pronounced twice so far in this video, but Foodis or something like that, right? And then there's a woman that went missing called Jennifer. And I think she had like 5 kids with. So like Foodis and Jennifer were together. They were married and all this kind of stuff. They had 5 kids. They got a divorce, huge kind of like legal battle, all this kind of stuff. Then essentially, Foodis gets with Michelle here, right? And then all of a sudden, Jennifer goes missing. Okay, and the body's never found, right? Just for spoilers and all that kind of stuff. The body never gets found, but she was pronounced illegally dead about 3 years ago, right, by the courts, right? Now, so far in terms of this interrogation, Michelle here, is literally going into vivid detail about everything in terms of like that time frame. But there's certain key parts where all of a sudden the memory it blotches out and all this kind of shit. And what we've just heard is she just got a phone call from Foodis telling her she needs to bring a bunch of cleaning supplies to a house in a mountain because apparently he's going to be showing it to some sort of clients or whatever in the next couple of days. Okay? I forgot to tell you something. That's all. That's it. Is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So let's get back. We might not get through the full way of this because, like I said, this is a pretty long one. There's still about an hour and a half left of this case, particularly. So we'll let it play for about another 30 minutes or so, just so you can kind of get a feel of like what I'm talking about in terms of the aspect here. And then from there we'll go on to the next case, because the next case is pretty sure the videos or the audio should be a little bit better at least.
Sometimes he moves to another room to read.
Is that something he always does?
Yes.
He's always done that?
He's,
Or is that more recent?
it was more recent because I don't remember like when I first moved, he was sleeping very, like we were kind of like in synchronized, you know, like we were synchronized with someone.
So now when you say more recent, how recent? When did he wake up at 4 a.m.?
Like for instance, when he came to Vail in March, that he came to visit, he was waking up a lot, and he would tell me that it was because there was 2 hours of difference. So I didn't know if it was that was bothering him.
But you told us in the first interview that recently.
And now she's kind of let the cat out of the bag that the dude's sleeping pattern is now changed. Now he's not getting much sleep and all that stuff. Shout out to Jungle over on the Ko-Fi. My man. With holy shit. Holy shit. Fi favore. Fi favore. Jungle with $1,000 on the Ko-Fi PayPals. I'm going to have to play a couple of premium memes. So first of all, let the madness begin, ladies and gentlemen.
King's like, no more revive. King, you know what happens when you tell them not to do that, right? Wait. What is this?
Wheel?
Wheel. Oh, I know what he's doing. I know what he's doing.
I don't think so.
Let the madness ensue. Gotta let that madness ensue, boys. And because we've just gone past 4th of July, we gotta play a little bit of Uncle Joey Diaz as well.
Get up, cocksuckers, it's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months. Fucking Katrina's cousin Maria, the other one, Puerto Rico, Houston, fucking Florida. Listen, it's been tough up to now. The earthquake in Mexico, the White House, whoever the fuck is going on, but it don't matter. They want to shoot, it's time for us to fucking shoot, cocksuckers. They want to get down and dirty. Don't forget who the fuck we are, you understand me? We're the baddest motherfuckers out there. You send a message to that fucking North Korean. He's gonna be sniffing my dick and sucking my asshole. That's the focus. We're going to North Korea in like a year. It's gonna be an island. It's gonna glow in the dark. You know why? Because we're Americans, cocksuckers. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? Stop with the gun control. They're selling more guns than ever the last 3 days. Stop with the fucking whining. Stop with the Russians on Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Worry about yourself. Keep your eyes open and get the fuck off Snapchat and fucking Twitter, cocksucker. Stay black.
Stay black out there, folks. And, of course, what would be a premium meme if it were not for our boy, Andrew motherfucking Wilson?
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist. Everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
shout out to Andrew Wilson for the mic drop, and shout out to Jungle, absolutely smashing the dono bar. My man. My motherfucking mind. That's why I keep telling y'all, you know? Jungle's like Santa Claus. Comes around and it's like one stream, you know, just pops off. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Thank you very kindly, Jungle. Appreciate you very kindly. To see you, Shanta. You see, this is why like I have this meme. Like half this, like well, more than half this time, it's just for Shantae purely. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Shantae. You know what I mean? You know? And also, yes, thank you for reminding me, Shantae. The panel link should be pinned. Let me know if it's not. Like I said, my mom took Tylenols, all this kind of stuff. But do stick on the topic though. All right, do try to kind of like at least relate it some way to the case that we're talking about here. But again, like I said, this is kind of one of these things, one of these cases where it is like when the body never gets found, it's tragic. Like I said, once we give the outro, you'll kind of like understand that at least some semblance of justice was applied, but particularly in this case for like the detectives and the cops and all this kind of stuff, when the body's not found, like it's very difficult. Now there was key things that we mentioned in terms of like the forensics and all the stuff in the scene. They weren't able to clean up everything. But we see like she was basically the accessory. You know what I mean? So and like she brought the cleaning supplies and all this kind of stuff. So you know it is what it is. We got Ghost Rider coming in with the $2, says couple of bucks for no reason other than support. Appreciate you very kindly. Thank you very kindly, Ghost Rider. And we got Jack of Blades with the gifted membership. You got Homestead Wench. Congratulations to Homestead Wench. You have Jack to thank for that one. Enjoy the emojis. You know what I'm saying? Hey, salutes to you. Salutes to you, Ghost Rider. But yeah, like I don't know how they were able to do what they were able to do in this case. Because when you're in that situation where body never gets found, it's very difficult to prove. But this is why, like I said, you got to shout out to the boys in blues. We're having a whole kind of like discussion back and forth at the beginning of the stream where like Southern Man and fucking Organized Insanity, they were just saying, oh, we don't need cops. I'll take the law into my own hands. The fuck you will, motherfucker. You know? Like things will get fucked. Like that's anarchy. And this is why I keep trying to tell y'all. Like the socialists and communists, at the end of the day, they want anarchy. That's their end goal. So if you're like, oh, like things might be anarchy-wise, but at least it's like right-wing or it's a Christian form of anarchy, that's still playing into communism's hands. You know what I mean? They want you to lose trust and faith in your own institutions. And whatever means or ways they can do that, they'll do it. You know what I mean? They're snakes. And as St. Patrick's taught all us Irish people is you got to chase the snakes out of the fucking country. You know what I mean? Why the fuck was they saying that dumb shit? I don't know, man. Like I said, Shantae, I'm trying to teach these kids. I'm trying, like, because as soon as I seen the defund the police shit, I was like, oh no, we got it. We got to do something. You know what I mean? That's one could say like that was basically like the inspiration to have this show. You know what I mean? Like we have, like for example, we've done like Philosophy Fridays, we've done Theology Thursdays. We have the Wheel of Madness where it's kind of like debate, film review where it's again kind of like debate, kind of like and it gets philosophical, it gets theological at times and things like that. But having like a show for that aspect of justice or like trying to stand up for the boys in blue, you know what I mean? Having respect for law and order. That was basically the inspiration behind this. Because particularly in this case, you guys have no idea how tough some of these jobs are. And like even looking like the whole patrol thing, you know, you get a ticket from a cop and all this kind of shit, and you say, "Oh, like fuck that dude" and all this kind of shit. Like, there's plenty of video out there where the cop walks up to the window and a shotgun goes out the window and he gets blown away. You know what I mean? We all think it's an easy job until we actually have to get up in the morning and actually do it. You know what I mean? So again, respect to the boys in blue. You know? And this is what I'm saying. This is the mentality. This is the black pill mentality. Oh, the nation's going to shit anyways, so I'm going to invent my own. See what I'm saying, man? See what I'm saying? It's like GT. It's like this whole black pill mentality. You know what I mean? He's on drugs. Well, he is. He did say he's been drinking. You know what I mean? So Jante's spidey senses are tingling. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is, folks. But let's get back to the video.
Prior to the 24th of 2019, he had started waking up earlier in the morning.
And there was a guy, I don't know if I told you, that he wanted for this to sell his piece of land in New Hartford. Nick. I told you. Okay, he was calling like at 4:30 in the morning. He did several calls, and that was annoying. Sure. But yes, he was waking up 4 or 5, and for me that was a bother because I don't wake up at that time.
You also weren't in that room that morning, right? You were
No,
in the
I know,
hall.
but I'm saying that in other days,
Right, other days.
and it bothered me, and I would either move to my Nicole's room, or he would go to another place.
Okay.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
do you even know what time you woke up on May 24th? Okay, because you weren't in there with him, right? So you have lunch and you know that he's going to 80 Mountain Spring after lunch? How do you know that?
Because he told me.
Okay. And
He told me.
what's he going to 80 Mountain Spring to do?
He told me that it was because Rania, the realtor, was going the next day with some clients and the house has to be clean.
Right. And did he tell you that at lunchtime?
No, he told me that I was going to, that he was going to 80, and then at some point he calls me saying, bring cleaning supplies for to clean the house.
Okay.
For Rania.
Okay.
That's more or less what I remember. And he called me like at 1:50 something, and he calls me like at 3.
Well, let me just tell you that at 1:33, Fotis is driving to Jefferson, or driving to Mountain Spring. And by 1:36, you guys are both arriving in Mountain Spring.
Okay, so I went with the cleaning stuff.
But you went with him. You guys were both driving into the driveway together, like literally right one right behind
How
the
we
other.
went together?
Do you remember driving over to Mountain Spring?
I remember driving.
And which car were you driving?
I was driving the Cherokee. But can you repeat again?
Well, I don't want to tell you, I'm trying to ask you. No, I'm trying to ask you, when you went over in the Jeep, where was Fotis already there at Mountain Spring?
I recall that, yes, but can you just repeat what you said that I didn't understand?
Hold on a second.
And also bear in mind that apparently they've had lunch and they've cleaned up after lunch and all this kind of shit within 15 minutes. Now they're already driving over to this place. I don't know about you guys, but ain't none of you motherfuckers are cooking lunch, eating lunch, and then cleaning up after lunch within 15 minutes.
So you drive the Jeep over at 1:36 and you arrive. You're saying Fotis was already there? That's not, he's driving in right ahead of you. You're following
So
him.
then I'm following me.
You don't remember that?
No, I don't, but it could happen.
Okay, it did happen. Absolutely did happen. No, I'm just telling
I'm
you.
not saying no.
Okay, so I'm just telling you that it's strange that you wouldn't remember that. But
No, I don't, John.
okay.
I don't.
Okay, no, I can't tell you what you were talking about.
Okay, and I do remember going back to the house at some point and then coming back. Like, I did go back from 80 to the house,
Yes,
and
you
from
did.
Forest Jefferson to the house,
Yes,
because
that's
I
correct.
changed the vacuum for a room.
So when you came over in the Jeep, what did you have with you in the Jeep for cleaning supplies?
I brought bucket, a sponge, garbage bags, disposable, how do you call the gloves, disposable gloves.
Yeah, like,
Latex. Yeah.
latex gloves,
Yeah.
tight gloves, or like the ones that go up your arm?
No, the short ones.
Sure.
I packaged because I use that gloves, when I clean like the cats,
Drop-ins, right?
the
I got a cat.
box, the cat, the dog, when I clean like, when I'm doing like the meat or the chicken.
You wear it.
taking-
Yeah, that's, yeah, you gotta watch out. What color was the bucket?
Our bucket, it's white, plastic white.
Does it have a handle? Is it like a construction bucket, or is it like a bucket you use in the beach?
In the supermarket.
Okay. You remember what color the sponge was?
I believe it's yellow and green.
And do you remember what color the bags were? Were they heavy bags, or?
Just gonna pause it at 143:52. Detective Kimball, in the course of your investigation, did you become aware of certain items that were recovered at Albany Avenue?
Yes, I did.
And would you describe, were any sponges recovered at Albany Avenue?
Yes.
What color were they?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object to this kind of narrative of other police conduct. It's not relevant to what's happening unless there's a.
I disagree.
Bro, I fucking hate lawyers. Oh my god, I hate lawyers. Oh my god. Somebody get Jim so I can just scream at him. These motherfuckers, man. You know? Objection. Objection. He's telling too much truth, Your Honor. Oh, man. Motherfuckers.
The testimony that has already been heard concern sponges, bags, and Detective Kimball has been asked, did you become aware of the recovery of certain items on Albany Avenue? Response is yes, sponges and bags. So the objection is overruled.
Overruled, motherfucker! This is why I could never actually be in a courtroom. Because, like, first of all, I'd just be roasting the fucking, the lawyer that's, like, the defendant. You know what I mean? That's doing all this bullshit thing. And then I'd literally be screaming out, going, that's my man! That's my brother right there! That's what I'm talking about, baby! Overrule that motherfucker! That's what it is, folks. But, good man on the judge. Overrule that bitch. I hear these bullshit objections.
The sponge was yellow and green.
And what color were the garbage bags?
The garbage bags were black.
Were they lightweight? I mean, were they?
Garbage bags.
Or when sometimes they make heavy duty garbage bags, sometimes they make,
Oh,
you know, regular.
Yeah, no, I took like the big garbage ones because I have those on the back and what first countries are. That's where all the.
This is where all this came from. What the colors came from.
No, like the bucket, what came from the kitchen, the sponge, the Windex, the Clorox. I don't know if it was from the Clorox, that's from bathrooms or whatever.
Is it a spray or is it a big gallon Clorox? It's a spray.
The one that says bleach, Clorox. The brand is Clorox, but it's like bleach, all purpose.
Okay. Where was that from?
I haven't, usually the cleaning supplies are divided either in the laundry room or in the kitchen.
That is the weirdest. That I want to be a lawyer, a surgeon, or a waitress at Pizza Hut. Why Pizza Hut particularly? You know what I mean? It's got me like this, Sean. I'm like, Pizza Hut? Where did Pizza Hut come into this? You know? Why not like a waitress at like, you know, a 4-star restaurant? Like Pizza Hut? What the fuck's going on here, Shante? Talk to me. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Like the vacuum in the room, usually they're in the closet part in the mudroom near the stairs. Or sometimes the vacuum is in the laundry, because that's when Renata leaves it.
Okay.
What else did I take? Paper towel. I think that's it.
What were you planning to clean? Like the whole house? The house,
And
right?
I wasn't cleaning up.
Okay.
So I cleaned, what did I clean? Countertop in the living room where the fireplace was, there were like dirt or like balls or something, like I think it was an animal thing. Oh, trouble. Yeah, the house had bats, had owl.
Okay.
That Andy, the guy that used to work for Fotis, was always complaining that I cannot find a guy that hires someone
They were in the house? They would have droppings in the house?
It would have what?
They would, were the owls and bats inside the house and droppings?
The bats were supposed to be in the attic.
Okay.
Then there was a problem with one of the bathrooms that insects would come in, like bees, flies. Then there was an owl. The owl did disappear. I don't know if Andy took it away. Anyway, so I cleaned the kitchen countertop. I went upstairs to the bathrooms and I put the liquid, a lot of things, the bleach, and I just click the handle to the water come down. Then I went at some point to the house and I came back. Exactly, back to Jefferson.
Or before that, what is Fotis doing?
Fotis, I saw him from the window of the bathroom of the master bedroom. At some point he was fixing, he had some, I think they were pink or blue ribbons along the drive of the house. He was very upset always that when Stefan had the open houses, people were stepping in the grass. So he would put like ribbons,
And like, notice the detail she's gone into now. There was an owl, then the owl disappeared, all this kind of shit. And like, Fotis was very particular about particular things that he wanted, all this kind of shit. But there, like, just after lunch, she doesn't even remember when she got the call. Which to me tells you that this bitch was waiting. She was told to wait back at the house or whatever, and then he'd give her the signal, all this kind of stuff. And also, what tells you about the call at 1:50 on the records, she looked back on that thinking that's when she called him to go over to the house. But she misremembered that apparently because she was literally trailing him to get to the house at 1:36. So the reason why she has a call log on her phone is because he rang her from the car. You know what I'm saying? And that's adorable, Shante. That's literally adorable. Can we get some aww in chat, Shante?
People would notice that.
Yes. At some point, I know he went to the basement. In the basement of that house, I don't know if you guys been, it's like and it's unfinished, and it has like construction things.
Okay.
I've been in that basement maybe 2 times.
Okay, so we went to the basement, why?
No, I didn't go that day.
He went, he said at some point.
At
he went.
some point, because I saw that door open,
Okay.
and obviously the door was open is because he was down there. Because that door usually is closed and it has a sign that says, I think it says unfinished basement, not open, or
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I know it used to have a paper. I don't know if it has that paper anymore.
Right.
And that's it. I was inside the house. Sorry.
Okay.
Whatever else you can read that.
No, but at some point I went to the house to grab the broom. But you have my times there.
Right.
And then you came back.
You went to the house
Yeah,
at
I
Fort
went
Jefferson.
to the house for Jefferson.
And how long did you stay there? All right, I wanted to, sorry to interrupt, I got to interrupt for a second. The first time you went to the Mount Spring shop, you were cleaning the kitchen countertops and the bathrooms upstairs? Anything else?
I mean, I don't remember exactly what I cleaned, but I do know what I cleaned. I don't know what I cleaned first.
Sorry.
Okay, but I did tell you the countertops.
Yep.
And,
Now the memory gets a bit foggy.
the toilet.
Toilet bowl. Toilet bowl.
The toilets. Yeah. Of the bathrooms, of the ones on the top.
How many bathrooms are there?
1, 2, 3, 4.
4 bathrooms. Anything else?
I cleaned that part of the living room. I cleaned the outside. There's a terrace in front of the kitchen.
Yeah.
I used the broom and I picked up like leaves and I got
So you swept the terrace?
Yes, because they accumulate on this in the corners.
Okay.
I didn't do that much.
Okay. So when you arrived this first time, Fotis was driving in the Suburban?
When I arrived, when you say that we supposedly were together,
Yes, you were.
I was in the Cherokee, and Fotis was in the Suburban.
Okay. Were there any other cars there?
Yes, the red pickup, a red car.
So when you drove it,
Just going to pause at 15109. The defendant just indicated that the red pickup of L's truck was there. During your June 2nd interview, did the defendant ever indicate to you that Mr. Gumini's truck was at 80 Mountain Spring Road?
No, she did not.
Did she talk about Mr. Gumini's truck during that first interview?
At the very end of the interview, she mentioned that Pavel had a red truck, which was dirty, old, and destroyed.
But she never said it was at 80 Mountain that
She
day.
never said that, no.
How about on June 6th, 2019? Did the defendant ever say to you that Pavel's truck was at 80 Mountain Spring Road?
She did not know.
already at 8, was Pavel there? Okay, where was he? Do you know where he was?
No, supposedly, I mean, I didn't ask, but normally what he does, he's taking care of the house of new people.
Because you don't know specifically where Pavel was, but you did see him at 80 Mountain Spring, but his truck was there.
No, I didn't see, I saw the car.
Okay.
I saw Pavel's.
The red pickup.
The red pickup.
But you didn't see
I saw
Pavel.
Pavel afterwards when he came.
Right, when you first arrived there.
No, I didn't see Pavel.
Do you have any idea why the truck was there? Do you have any idea how it got there? Okay. So you went back at one point to Jefferson. How long do you think you were at 80 Mountain Spring before you went back to Jefferson? Any idea?
I don't know why I think like for maybe an hour, 40 minutes.
Okay, 15 minutes.
Okay.
And now, I said, how long were you at Fort Jefferson when you went back for the vacuum and the broom switch?
It could be then like an hour, but I was there, and then I went back and I stayed longer, but I don't know which time I was longer, if it was the first time or the second time. Because I did clean, part of the house. But I don't know which one I was 15 minutes and which one I was more.
Okay.
But
That's why I was asking.
Oh, okay, I know, but again, that's why I told you, like, I'm not gonna remember. I know I went back at some point and I came back.
Okay.
That I know.
But when you went back to Jefferson, is it true that you only went back to get the vacuum, or to switch the vacuum out, so it wasn't working?
Yes, maybe I stayed there for a little bit longer. Maybe I could have stayed and do some emails.
Was there anything going on in 80 Mount Springs you didn't want to be part of?
Not that I know, not of my knowledge. I went back, and at some point I went back to it with the room.
You did go back to 80.
Exactly.
Wasn't.
Until
If you're just going back, if you're at 80, you're going back to Fort Jefferson to switch out a non-functioning vacuum. And then you're gonna return to 80 Mount Springs. You're at Fort Jefferson a lot longer than we would expect that to be the case.
I probably stayed there for a while. Maybe I was in the computer. I could be, I don't know, maybe I stayed and then I went, I do remember going back
No,
with the room.
you definitely went back.
Okay,
We understand.
with the room and I swiped.
We're not quizzing you on time. We're not quizzing you on, I want you to understand. We're asking you what kinds of things you did, which would account for times that we know are the case. So we're just trying to understand. For instance, another thing is you told us you were washing windows.
No, I never said I was washing windows.
You said you were cleaning windows.
No, I did not. That's a lie.
I'm not lying, we're not lying.
I never said, I said I looked at the window and I saw photos.
We're talking about the previous interview, you said that right here, the things you say now.
Well, no, I didn't.
You're not able to say.
I didn't.
Would you like me to play it for you?
Yes.
Well, that's very interesting because there's another thing that we can play for you. Do you realize that? I'm not sure you.
Detective, I'm just going to stop it at 154:57. You indicated that the defendant had said in her previous interviews that she was washing windows, and she indicated that she hadn't said that. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, did she say that in her previous interviews?
She in fact did not.
Was that a mistake?
Yes.
Okay, where did that information come from?
That information came from Pavel Gumeni, who stated that when he arrived at 80 Mountain Spring Road, Fotis told him that Michelle Troconis had been washing windows.
She corrected you.
She corrected us, yes.
So, you play back the video.
You have to see it from our point of view. Like I said earlier, we know a lot that we did when we finished. You remember in explicit detail a lot of the things I'm gonna call silly, pointless things that were maybe important to you. Like the receipt was in my purse on the counter. But now when we're getting into like the grid, you're not remembering the explicit details that you really need to remember to help yourself.
And this is for everybody that came in the raid, right? Like the whole first fucking like 30 minutes, if not more, of this bitch was like, oh, I remember I got up like somewhere between 6:30 and 6:40, went into the shower, went downstairs, poured myself a glass of orange juice, like all this specific detail. But now all of a sudden when it's like, okay, when did you go back to the house? Oh, I don't remember, but what did you clean? Oh, I'm not really certain, like bathrooms and all this kind of shit. Unbelievable.
Okay.
I don't understand. Could you explain?
You remember a lot of simple details. I went to the picture with the robot. I was going to this person's house. I was at that person's house. But now that we're at a place that's very important, I don't know if I was going for 10 minutes or an hour and a half, but leading up to that, you're very, very good.
Can I tell you how? Because I asked Edu for the chats. I asked my family for the chats. I asked my dad, everybody that I usually talk to, even in court, I ask them for chats, conversations.
So you've been going through all that.
I've been going, and that's how I know, okay, I went to bed at this time, I got my AT&T phone notes, so that's how I know at what time I was talking to whoever I was talking or texting. That's why I remember, but it's not because I have an Iron Man memory. So I'm sorry if I said I was cleaning window.
Well, you definitely said you were.
Okay, I'm
That's
sorry.
why we're asking you why you're not saying that.
But I remember I said I was in the bathroom and I was looking through the window and I saw Fotis, how to say, fix the ribbons of the street.
First time I've heard of that. Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I thought I heard it.
Okay, we may.
Or maybe I mean, I do remember.
I remember hearing about there being grass in between, so on and so forth, but I don't think that came from you. That the grass had been seeded, soil, so they could throw the grass. The grass was being done, like, so they didn't on the road.
I didn't do that, grass.
No, we never, we're not seeing any different options. It becomes confusing. I understand. So the thing that we all didn't hear when it actually happened, but we now have on tape that we can play for you. Do you remember this setting?
As long as we hear the question first, right? You should hear the question.
Oh, we have to play that.
Detective, what are you playing for the defendant at this point?
I'm playing a segment of the second interview that took place at Attorney Bowman's office on the 6th.
And how are you playing it?
Playing it on a laptop computer.
You just back up. So we're talking about, we're trying to get you to talk about Friday the 24th, and whether you saw Fotis or not. And the whole Eagle Mountain Spring activities, which are very important in this case.
Well, I didn't see Fotis yesterday. It's not a piece in your mind.
He does not look good right now, boys. Look at that body language right there, boys. Look at that body language right there. She's not a happy camper. She's a little bit upsetty spaghetti right now because she realized I fucked up. I fucked up. It is what it is. And this is the this is the telltale sign. When you're going into so much vivid fucking detail about all this shit, right? It's clear that you're just regurgitating a script, right? And now all of a sudden when the key piece of details or the key questions for the details are either asked or put in front of you, all of a sudden the memory gets a bit bloggy. You know what I mean? It gets a bit blotchy. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Yeah, I don't know. So I don't attach the same significance to that that you do. Okay, because you're asking her, and look, I'm not here to get into a disagreement with anybody, but I mean, I remember I was there at the time, and you were asking her.
You're asking her about Egypt.
I know. Why don't listen? You know what the stakes are here, right? So I want you to tell them everything you know about 80 Mountain that afternoon. Okay, so I just want you to be clear that it's very important.
Yes.
And I want everybody in this room to know that you understand the importance of it. Okay?
So again, I cleaned part of the house, I didn't clean the whole house. I just cleaned all these pieces that I told you. I cleaned the terrace. At some point, Otis comes in and he asks for paper towel because he spilled something. I told him it's either in the kitchen or upstairs. He probably went pick up the paper towel, clean whatever he wanted to clean. And at some point I'm coming out and he gave me.
Okay, so basically, they went to the house at the like 136 or whatever. They got there, then he leaves. Maybe comes back in and he does this whole thing with the paper towels and all this kind of shit. Needs to probably wipe up some blood and all this kind of shit. But he's probably driving away from the house. Then he calls her and says, make sure you, something along those lines where it's like, make sure you clean this area, clean that area, clean this area, and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? You too, Ghost Rider. Have a good one. Appreciate you stopping by and thank you very kindly for the support, sir. Appreciate you. Also, thanks for the like and the sub as well. Every little helps in terms of the algorithms and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Appreciate you, Kanye. Have a good one, sir. Stay blessed.
The paper towel, and I threw it in that garbage.
He was a paper towel. He used
Yes.
paper towel.
Yes. It was.
What was he using paper towel?
He said that he spilled. I think it was coffee. And in one of the cars. That's what he told me. I'm not sure if that's true or not. The paper towel was dirty.
What color was the paper towel? Or what color was the dirt in the paper towel?
Brown.
Brown.
Yeah.
I'm being honest with you, having a real hard time believing that you don't know what's going on here.
I didn't know what's going on.
Just going to pause it at 2:01:52. Detective, during the June 2nd, 2019 interview, did the defendant ever tell you that Mr. Doulos had given her a paper towel that was brown in color while she was at 80 Mountain Spring Road?
No, she did not.
How about during that June 6, 2019 interview? Did she ever include that detail during that interview?
She did not know.
I didn't see anything.
So he hands you a paper towel and he says he just spilled the coffee stains in one of the cars, but you don't know which car. Was it
No,
the Toyota?
I believe it was in the Tacoma.
Okay, so he spilled coffee in the Tacoma.
He always carries coffee and he makes me buy the coffee things, Dixie, whatever they're calling the supermarket.
I guarantee you that paper towel wasn't brown. It was red.
Where was he standing? Or sort of standing?
Outside
When he hands you this paper towel.
I was getting out of the garage to go towards outside and he was coming, so we met there.
Where was he coming from? Which direction was he coming?
From the garage, from the outside of the house.
Did you walk out? Did you walk up the garage?
I came out from the terrace, the kitchen, and the garage, and there's a door. Have you been in the house or not?
No. I haven't. We have other pictures. I've seen photos of it, I know the general layout.
Yeah. And being out in the garage towards outside the house where the cars were.
Right by the garage.
The cars were actually out here.
Yeah.
That's when we bumped with the wheels. I mean, he says here, and I threw it in the garbage that was in the kitchen.
So where is the?
And the Tacoma was standing here. The
Tacoma.
The Tacoma was here. I believe the Cherokee was here, and the Suburban. And
where
this
is
is the house. And then at some point, Babel arrives. And that's when I see Babel. That I believe it's around almost 5, maybe 4:30. I did also talk on the phone with a lady of the rocks. Yes. And she told me to pick up that they were closing earlier that day because they were slow people. I saw the text that at some point I text with Rex Smith, he's a water skater. I also at some point spoke with my dad because I have calls from my dad.
Okay.
I'm just telling you things that happen, but I'm not exactly in terms of time.
So you left at some point from 80 Mountain Road to go to the road store, in Fargo. Is that correct?
But that was actually like when we were all leaving.
Can we start at the time that I'll go?
Sure.
That's just a very short time before. Go ahead. Go ahead. Talk about what happened when Pavel.
Pavel arrived. Fotis and I, we were like against the car.
Which car?
The Reforma.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Fotis was like behind me, like physical contact. Pavel arrives. I think Fotis or Pavel says I didn't see anything or we weren't doing anything. I think something like a joke.
Maybe physically that you two were.
Now, bear in mind, she's able to remember all this shit, like all this dialogue. And then I made a joke. I was cracking jokes. I was doing this, doing that. But what did you clean? Oh, I can't really remember. The fuck? You know what I mean? This bitch has dug herself a hole to China. You know what I mean? And hey, my man, Carnivore Jack. You know what I'm saying? Jack of Bacon. That's going to be your new name, Jack. Jack of Bacon. You know what I'm saying? About to head to the store soon to pick up some steaks and bacon. My man. My motherfucking man. Make sure you get uncured bacon. If you can. Right? Because apparently they put like sodium nitrates in it and all this kind of shit. That stuff ain't good for you. You know what I'm saying? So if you can, but again, that like I said, worry about the perfecting it over time, all this kind of shit. Main thing is getting the meat in shit. You know what I'm saying? No homo. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to be gay. You know what I mean? Speaking of being gay, here's a clip from Orthodox Gay.
Fuck you, Terriac. I'm not gay, but I'll fuck you to prove a point, little boy.
Why are you gay?
So, I don't know if you're aware of this, but that makes you gay.
Hey, look, it ain't gay to suck dick, all right?
Whoa. I got news for you. That means you're gay.
If you suck dick, that means you're gay. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, Jack, any questions at all, to send me this Discord message. You know what I'm saying? He meant all the homoness. He meant all the homoness. I thought you were talking about hormones there for a second, Shante. I thought you were actually contributing to the conversation. Fuck's sake, Shante. Well, to be fair to Shante, this is what I'm saying. I'm kind of like, this is what women do. They put you in that weird mental position where it's like, Shante tells me not to read her chats. You know what I mean? So, it's, yeah, I only really have myself to blame. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Me neither, but I got sent the clip. And again, shout out to the legend that sent me that clip, because like I said, it is what it is. You know? I do not. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I just need to get my temperatures right. My man. My man. And don't use the fucking... If I hear you using the microwave again, Jack, I swear. I swear. See this? Do you see this, Shante? Where is it? Where is the clip?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop your fucking lying.
Lies. Fake news. CNN stands for Shantae News Network. Okay? When Trump says CNN is fake news, he's talking about Shantae's news network. Unbelievable. Oh, Jack's not even saying nothing. Jack's too scared to say nothing at this point. You know what I mean? He's gotten so roasted by Shantae. He's just like, hey, I'm just putting eyes in chat. I'm just putting eyes in chat, you know? Listen, Shantae, I didn't say nothing. I didn't say nothing. Jack's standing there giving her the Captain Morgan pose. Shantae, I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth, Shantae. This is Jack right now. Jack's doing this pose. Unbelievable. I can't believe you remember that. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah,
I believe Pavel started talking to Fotis about the house you came in. I guess like how was the day or whatever. And at some point, I mean, I have to go because I wanted to go and get my rugs. So I think I said I have to go to get my rugs, and I think we all left pretty much at the same time. I think he turned around because he was parked here, so I think he backed up and he left in the.
He forgot we used the trash.
He lives in the rug.
When you left, okay, where were the cars?
The Tacoma was here. The Cherokee somewhere in here. The Suburban and the Raptor here because he arrived. More or less from what I remember.
So when you leave, what do you say?
I think we all left. I think Pavel leaves first. I'm not sure, but I think Fotis also lives in the Suburban. I live in the Cherokee. Fotis calls me and says, you took the keys for Pavel's car, or you have the keys of Pavel's car.
Right.
No, he called me, like, I think the call was at 5:16.
Where were you when you received that call?
I was either in the house or driving to the house. I mean, I was somewhere in Deerfield, in the road. Deerfield,
No.
in the house. Okay, I was in the house. And then I said, well, I'll need you here. And
Why did you take the keys?
the keys were in the car, in the Cherokee.
Keys were in the Cherokee.
The keys were in the Cherokee because he said, you took the keys. I said, I did. He said, yes, you took the keys for Pavel's car. And I.
That's not true. That's not true.
Oh.
Michelle. That is not true.
I understand that Pavel came here for 10 hours.
Okay, well, so then I took the keys.
And talked to us.
I know.
So how did you take the keys, Michelle? To the Tacoma?
That part.
Just to show a little of the work we've done.
Oh, that threw her off completely. Just seeing the size of the folder. Holy shit. You know? And it's still like that, the size of that folder, that still ain't as big as the amount of receipts that Speakeasy has. I fucking tell you that for a fact. Right? Just seeing we have this big a folder on you, bitch. Like completely, she does not even know what to say right now.
The keys of the Tacoma, they can be either. When I put it in the car. Or if I took the keys, it probably was.
She is rattled.
In the, I don't know, I don't know, there in the car.
You
You ended up with keys.
I ended up with the keys.
There's more to the story also. I mean,
Yeah, there is, right out. This is step one of how the keys came to be in her possession. I want to be clear on how that happened. So do you remember, I want to know this. Do you remember how you got the keys?
No, I don't know where the keys were. I had the keys. I did have the keys. I get outside the house. I give the keys to Fotis. I think Pavel, I don't think, I saw Pavel turning on the motorcycle, the Honda. And because he was going to take the Honda home. And then I think I leave because I wanted to do the rocks, but it was late. And I wasn't going to make it. So I think I leave.
I'm getting confused now. You get a call from Fotis, and he says you took the keys to Tacoma, bring them back. Is that correct?
But I didn't bring them back. I was in the house.
You were in the house?
I said, I come to the house, or I'm here in the house. So they
Bring
had
the keys back to 80 months ago.
no,
No,
no.
are you sure?
I'm sure. I gave him the key in the house. At the hotel. Yes. I did not go back to a. And
So the transfer of the keys took place to Fotis?
Yes,
Where was Pavel?
doing something with the motor.
Pavel was there too.
Yes.
Was there any conversation prior to your leaving 80 Mountain between Fotis and Pavel about Tacoma staying at 80 Mountain Road?
Not that I know.
Not that you heard, not that you're aware of? Fotis didn't want him to take the Raptor for the weekend, that didn't come up, there was no discussion that you witnessed about that?
Not in front of me.
Not in front of you?
And for what I've understood, Pavel took the Tacoma, and that actually I told him, how did he take the motor? How he puts the motor on top of the pickup? He says that he goes to 585 in Deer Creek, and then he backs up in a place that there's a hill, and he puts the motorcycle on. That's what they explained.
Jim, did Fotis ever tell you that Pavel wanted to sell the Tacoma?
Yes.
When did that take place?
That I think he told me that, I think it was on Wednesday in the car wash. Yes, at some point he tells me, I think Pavel wants to sell his car, and he asked me to stay with the Cherokee. And I said, well, I don't care. The only thing that if I want the Cherokee for the weekends to go somewhere far, like a long trip, he said, oh no, that's not going to be a problem. But that conversation was, I believe it was on Wednesday when I went to take him to the car wash.
Do you remember the date of that Wednesday?
29.
So the 29th on Wednesday, you took Fotis.
Just going to pause it at 2:13:21 p.m. Detective Kimball, during your June 2nd, 2019 interview, did the defendant ever say to you that she had gone to a car wash either with or at close in time to Mr. Dulos with the Tacoma?
No, she did not.
How about in that June 6, 2019 interview?
No.
Did the topic of a car wash ever come up during that first interview on June 2nd?
She mentioned the word car wash, but it was out of context. She did not elaborate in any way on the car wash.
Thank
you. Pavel's Tacoma?
No. For this, at some point calls me and says, pick me up.
At this point, she's just rattled, so she's just trying to tell them everything, and you'll see why. You'll see why. Like I said, it once we go through like the details or outlining like what actually happened in the case and all this kind of shit, Shantae's fucking trolling on the Discord while I'm trying to talk. Unbelievable, Shantae. I see you. But like at this point, like she's just giving away so much details that it's pretty clear that Futos killed Jennifer. You know what I mean? Because right after the event, well, first of all, you're telling her to bring all this cleaning equipment. You're getting her to do all this cleaning, and then you're then all of a sudden you're bringing the car to a car wash and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Jungle hooked you up, boy. What do you mean he hooked me up? What you saying? What you talking about, crazy? What you trying to insinuate, boy? You tell me right now, boy. I'll tell you, boy. I say that's damn near preposterous there, boy. Crazy's just like sitting there and go, "Shroom you dick." With your American accent. 1K, baby. 100%, baby. Oh shit, hooked me up. Okay, I get you. Like I said, well, I'd like to thank the show's unofficial
From
sponsors.
doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol. Okay, I got the tisms. I'm able to reason with the tisms, but sometimes my tisms acts up. I'm not able to understand context. Sometimes like I automatically assume they're saying something else, but don't initially understand what the phrase means. So I said like jungle fucked me up. I was like, wait, what? How did jungle fuck me up? You know what I mean? I'ma get your country ass, boy. Well, you set foot in American soil, I'll get you, boy. I'll get you, Turiak, you goddamn leprechaun. And I'll get your pot of gold too, boy. Hook me up to if we all asking. Hey, this is what, hey, Shante. It is what it is. It is what it is. I didn't do nothing. Okay? I didn't do nothing. Also, join the Discord as well. Shout out to Shante. Thank you very kindly for posting the link. You know what I'm saying? Gotta have the memes. You know what I'm saying?
At the car wash in the parking lot. And so I went to pick him up, and then we went to meet with Andy. So we drove in.
Okay. A little more detail, okay? Because we're really kind of jumping ahead and chasing. Because there was Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, or all days.
Yeah, I believe Ballet took the Tacoma, because actually that night we were in the Raptor. And the next day, Fotis took the Suburban, supposedly to see the kids, and I had the Cherokee. And the Sunday the same. He had the Suburban because he was gonna supposedly pick up the kids in New York, and I had the Cherokee. So I believe Pavel did take the Tacoma that Friday.
Yeah.
Okay. With the motorcycle.
Yeah. So the day of the car wash, you're home and you get a phone call from Fotis to come meet you.
Yes, he said to me, come and pick me up at I drop off the car in school, I go back to the house, I get to change. And he said, he either told me I have to drop the car in the car wash, and pick me up in the parking lot, which I did, I picked him up. We came here and then
Okay.
Well,
exactly what you did.
I went to pick him up, he came, I changed seats, and he drove the Yukon.
Yeah.
We had the Yukon, the rental.
Now, your understanding of him taking the Tacoma to get washed was for what reason?
He told me that Pavel wanted to sell the car, and that, I mean, the whole, what I understood was the whole philosophy was that Pavel was going to stay with the Cherokee for a while until he gets a different car. And I said, I don't mind. I don't want him staying with the Cherokee as long as if I go on a weekend somewhere, I can have the Cherokee because it's easier to drive.
And on what day was that explained to you, that Pavel was gonna have the charity?
Wednesday,
Wednesday,
when he went to the car wash.
so the day of car wash.
Car wash.
God damn it, Shante. Am I the only one that's following along with this shit? I've got to give updates. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Basically, like, she's giving all these details, and all these details are mapping out as, like, the dude that she's with, the food toy guy, right? And there's a reason why we're not doing interrogation footage of him. Is because at this point, like, she's giving away too much detail. Alright? She had her kind of little, like, recited thing, and this is what she's going to talk about, but that was all like the lead up beforehand. But then when they talk about the actual day and then talk about the after parts, she thinks that, okay, if I learn up all and research all this kind of shit of what happened beforehand, and maybe just the thing that leading up before I was cleaning the houses, then she had like that blank spot where it's like she's not really sure what happened or what she was cleaning. And then afterwards, she's again able to go into detail about she's cracking jokes, she's seeing an owl and all this kind of shit. And then afterwards, she's giving away too much information at this point. Talking about the car wash, talking about, like, basically she's just trying to be as truthful as she possibly can because she thinks that some of this information is just irrelevant. You know what I mean? But it's not irrelevant. Why are you cleaning the car? Why is there this whole thing about you switching cars and then you having to pick him up because he's doing things with the car and all this kind of shit as well? Because if you had a dead body in that car, you want to clean it and dispose of it, sell it on as quick as possible. You know what I mean?
So, all right, so he calls you, says, pick me up. Is that right?
That's why I'm here, Shante. That's why I'm here.
Somebody called me like at 9:11, and I called, or vice versa. I called him at 9:11, he calls me at 9:13. But we end up on 44, there's a car wash. In that car wash, in the parking lot, I pick him up. Obviously, I changed seats. He drove to come down here.
Yeah, that's the first day you meet with Attorney Boyd.
Yes. And I don't know what time I arrived here, but.
Okay, so
and then on the way back, I received a phone call from the car wash at 1:39 saying that the car was ready. I didn't give them my phone number because I didn't go and talk to them. It was faulty. Okay. And then as driving back, I'm not 100%. We either after the meeting with Andy, we drove back to Farmington. Stops in the bank. Then I'm not sure if I picked up Nicole in the school. I don't know. This part I'm not right. And then back to the car wash that I dropped him off to pick up the car, and then I drove back home, or I went to pick up Nicole. That's, but I mean, the car, it was the car. I mean.
So where were you? When did Fotis leave that morning? When did Fotis leave? He drove out of Jefferson with Tacoma, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know when he left the house that morning?
No, but I think it was like around 9. I believe. I'm not.
Where were you when he left? You still at the house?
I was in the house, but I probably went out right after him to pick up him.
When you say you probably went right after him, Michelle.
I think I went after him to pick
Well,
up.
after him could be a minute after him, a second after him, or an hour after him.
No, it wasn't an hour.
Okay.
It was
So
close to going after him, like immediately.
Immediately after him?
Yes.
So were you following you out of the driveway? Or did you leave a few minutes after he left?
I think it was immediately, like right after him.
Okay, so were you following him out of the driveway, or was it a few minutes after he left that you
No,
left?
it can be farther.
Right. And when he dropped the car You were in the parking lot, right? Yeah. Okay, so he dropped the car off. So how do you need to have a phone call from him to come pick him up? Because you're with him, dropping off the car.
I wasn't with him. He was in another car, and I was in another.
You were in the parking lot.
We spoke, and probably we spoke about, okay, I'm gonna drop off the car, go and drive to Andy. We had two calls. What did we talk? I don't know, but obviously I did drop him off. I'm not saying I didn't drop him off. Not drop him, I mean, I was in the car.
You told us that he had to call you to come pick him up, but actually you were in the parking lot of Russell Speeders when he's dropping off the Tacoma, making arrangements to have it detailed, correct?
I didn't say any of that. I was in the parking lot. Okay, I was in the parking lot. I never talked to the
I understand that.
Okay,
But
so.
when he goes into Russell Speeders
Yes,
to drop off the Tacoma,
yes,
to get it detailed,
yes.
you were in the parking lot of Russell Speeders. Is that correct?
Yes, I was in the
Okay,
parking
so
lot.
once he leaves, he drops, he comes out of Russell Speeders.
He told me where are you?
Shut him up. He comes out of the office, he's paid for the detail. Does he get into your car?
He gets into the car, yes.
Okay. So I understand why he needs to call you and tell you to come pick him up.
No,
Because he's in your
no,
phone.
maybe it's where are you? He's standing in the parking lot, or like looking for me in the parking
So
lot.
all I know is what you tell us.
I know.
Come and pick me up, so that's why I'm asking.
Where am I?
Is this a good time to take a break, Judge?
10 more minutes.
Yes, sir.
Where are you?
Well, we're gonna take a break from it because, like I said, we basically kind of like covered up the main kind of points of this, where this whole thing of like, if you ever have someone who's like they're extremely detailed and specific and all this kind of stuff in terms of the memory, first of all, that should trigger that something important happened that day, or that they've recited a script essentially. And then all of a sudden, when they have like a memory gap in the middle of all this like precise detail that they're giving you, that goes to tell you that motherfucker's a goddamn liar, right? And like this whole thing of the like, if you're ever getting questioned on this stuff, don't be afraid to say I don't know, I'm not certain, all this kind of shit. Because like I was demonstrating with Dart, what the fuck did we talk about 3 months ago in Wheel of Madness? I don't even have a clue, and I'm the fucking host of the show. You know what I mean? So again, let's wrap up this one, go on a slightly early grift break, and then get stuck into the next one. But like I said, this was a difficult one for the detectives, as you can see. And like Shanti was saying, it's like I don't even have a clue what the fuck we're talking about and all this kind of shit. You have to, specifically in ones where it's like the body disappears and it never recovers and all this kind of shit, and you're dealing with like a minimum information problem essentially. You have to make sure that you're like all these kind of quote unquote irrelevant details. Oh, they went to the car wash. Ultimately, is what helps you build the case on the stuff. Which again this is an important case to highlight because it goes to show you that it's not handed to the cops on a silver platter. You know what I mean? That like putting in all this work, meticulous detail. This is why it's like data. You cannot make bricks without clay. Oftentimes it's the small details, which is what cracks the puzzle for them as well. But, ladies and gentlemen, the case of Jennifer Farber Doulos centered on her disappearance from her New Canaan, Connecticut home on May 24, 2019, and the subsequent determination through evidence that she had been murdered there, with her body disposed of in a manner that has prevented its recovery to this day. Michelle Troconis, who was in the interrogation, who was in a relationship with Jennifer's estranged husband, Fotis Doulos, at the time, was convicted in March 2024 of conspiracy to commit murder, multiple counts of tampering with physical evidence, and hindering prosecution in the second degree. He received a sentence of 20 years in prison, suspended after serving 14 and a half years, followed by 5 years of probation. Fotis Doulos, identified as the primary actor in the attack, faced charges including capital murder and murder before taking his own life in January 2020 while out on bond. So like I said, it's one of those things that it's not complete justice, but some form of justice was applied to the situation. But this is why I was alluding towards the end, where it's like she's giving away too much information. You know what I mean? Dude cracked and took his own life. Good riddance, I'd say. The sequence of events began with Jennifer, a 50-year-old mother of 5, following her usual morning routine. She dropped her children at the New Canaan Country School around 8 a.m. and returned home by 8:05 a.m., as confirmed by a neighbor's security camera. She had appointments scheduled in New York City later that morning, which she did not attend. Her Range Rover remained in the garage while her Chevrolet Suburban was missing. A nanny arriving at 11:30 a.m. found the home unoccupied and contacted friends and family when efforts to reach Jennifer failed. By evening, she was formally reported missing, prompting police response. Upon entering the property, investigators immediately noted extensive blood evidence in the garage. Spatter appeared on the concrete floor, the walls, the garage door, and the exterior of the Range Rover. Traces extended into the kitchen. DNA analysis established that the blood predominantly matched Jennifer's profile. One sample from the kitchen faucet, however, contained a mixture of Jennifer's and Fotis Doulos' DNA. This distribution and volume indicated a violent assault had occurred, followed by attempts to clean or contain the scene. Tire marks consisted with a bicycle were also noted outside, suggesting how an individual might have approached without immediate alerting neighbors or triggering obvious alarm. Surveillance from the neighborhood captured the Suburban leaving property around 10:25 a.m., driven by Fotis Doulos, according to investigative conclusions. The vehicle was later found abandoned near Waveney Park, over 3 miles from the home. That same evening, around 7:30 p.m., video from Hartford showed Fotis and Michelle Draconis together disposing of approximately 30 garbage bags into public bins across multiple locations. When authorities recovered and examined the bags, they contained clothing and items heavily stained with blood matching Jennifer's DNA, along with cleaning supplies, gloves, and other materials used in an apparent cleanup effort. Fotis' DNA was identified on the interior of one glove and on a bag. Phone records for Jennifer showed no activity after the early morning hours. No credit card used or other digital traces appeared. The investigation quickly focused on Fotis Doulos due to the contentious divorce and custody proceedings that had been ongoing since 2017. Jennifer had moved to the New Canaan rental with the children, and court orders had granted her sole physical custody with supervised visitation for Fotis. Filings had included allegations of threats, financial disputes, and violations of court orders. Fotis faced significant financial pressures, including lawsuits from Jennifer's family over unpaid loans following her father's death. Michelle Draconis' involvement emerged through surveillance placing her with Fotis during the garbage disposal and through her own statements during multiple police interviews. In the extended interrogation footage, she initially provided accounts that minimized or omitted key details about her activity on May 24th and the following period. She described being asked by Fotis to come to a property and assist with cleaning, which she characterized as helping with a mess after an argument or incident. Over the course of the interview, she acknowledged lying about her observations, including whether she had seen Fotis at the shared home that morning and the extent of her knowledge regarding events of Jennifer's residence. She maintained that she had no direct knowledge of what happened to Jennifer or where her body might be, framing her actions as those of a supportive girlfriend responding to a request for help without full awareness of circumstances. Cross-referencing her statements against the objective evidence revealed multiple points of deception. The timing of the Suburban's departure from Jennifer's home, the presence of blood evidence requiring extensive cleanup, and the coordinated effort to dispose of incriminating items in a distant city contradicted claims of limited involvement or ignorance. Draconis had moved into Fotis' Farmington home after Jennifer's departure from the marital residence, and her presence during the disposal activities indicated active participation in the cover-up phase. Prosecutors argued at trial that this constituted conspiracy, an agreement to commit murder, combined with overt acts such as the cleanup and evidence disposal, along with direct tampering by altering the crime scene and hindering prosecution by impeding the investigation through false statements. The motive, as established through the evidence and context, centered on ending the protracted and acrimonious divorce and custody battle. Jennifer's filings had expressed fear of retaliation, and the proceedings had consumed significant resources on both sides. For Fotis, eliminating Jennifer offered a path to sole control over the children and resolution of financial entanglements. For Troconis, her role reflected complicity born from loyalty to Fotis, a desire to protect their relationship and shared living situation, and a willingness to participate in the aftermath despite the clear indicators of violence. Her admissions in the interrogation about cleaning at his direction, combined with the surveillance of their joint disposal efforts, demonstrated a level of coordination that went beyond innocent assistance. The absence of Jennifer's body added a layer of complexity that required the prosecution to build a case entirely of circumstantial, forensic, and digital evidence. This included the blood spatter analysis indicating the location and nature of the attack in the garage, the DNA matches confirming the victim's identity in the evidence, the vehicle tracking through the surveillance, the recovery of the dumped materials with matching blood and cleaning residue, and the pattern of inconsistent statements from Troconis across interviews conducted in June and August of 2019. Additional context came from prior incidents, including a shallow grave site discovered on property associated with Fotis' attorney Kent Mawhinney, though no body was found there either. Mawhinney himself faced conspiracy charges and was later convicted and sentenced to 11 months. Fotis Dulas was arrested on January 2020 on charges including capital murder and murder. Released on a $6 million bond, he failed to appear for hearing days later and was found unresponsive at his Farmington home from carbon monoxide poisoning via a hose connected from a vehicle exhaust into the garage. He was transported for treatment but died on January as the surviving defendant. Early 2024 featured extensive presentation of the interrogation video, surveillance footage, forensic reports, and witness testimony regarding the divorce proceedings and the immediate aftermath of the disappearance. Her defense maintained that she had been deceived by Fotis, acted without knowledge of the murder itself, and only assisted with what she believed was a domestic cleanup. Prosecutors countered with the volume of evidence showing her direct participation in the cover-up and the implausibility of her claimed ignorance given the blood evidence and the coordinated disposal. The jury deliberated and returned guilty verdicts on all 6 counts on March 1st, 2024. Troconis was visibly emotional upon hearing the verdicts. At sentencing on May 31st, 2024, the court imposed the 20-year sentence with the suspension after 14 and a half years, reflecting the gravity of the conspiracy and cover-up charges while accounting for her lack of prior criminal history and other factors. Prosecutors emphasized the impact on Jennifer's family, particularly the 5 children who lost their mother and later their father, and argued for accountability given the calculated nature of the actions. Troconis addressed the court, expressing aspects of her perspective on the events, though the sentence stood as imposed. Multiple angles emerged from the full record. From an investigative standpoint, the case demonstrates the power of integrated evidence, surveillance providing visual timelines, DNA anchoring the physical reality, and inconsistent statements revealing the consciousness of guilt. The lack of a body tested the limits of circumstantial proof, but did not prevent conviction, offering precedent for similar cases where disposal prevents recovery. Psychologically, Troconis' progression through the interviews from initial minimalization to partial admissions illustrates common patterns in cover-up scenarios where individuals attempt to distance themselves while inadvertently confirming involvement through contradictions. Legally, the convictions underscore the reach of conspiracy doctrine, where agreement and subsequent acts suffice even without direct participation in the fatal act itself. The tampering charges address the specific efforts to destroy or conceal evidence at the scene and through off-site disposal. Hindering prosecution captured the false statements that delayed and complicated the investigation. These elements combine to hold Draconis accountable for a role enabling the crime's concealment and impeding justice. From a societal perspective, the case highlights the dangers of inherent high-conflict divorces involving custody disputes where financial pressures, emotional stakes, and access to resources can escalate to violence. Jennifer's documented fears in court filings proved tragically prescient. The involvement of a third party like Draconis raises questions about enabling behaviors and abusive or controlling dynamics, even when the third party positions himself as supportive rather than instigating. The media attention and public fascination with the missing mom narrative also reflect broader cultural engagement with true crime stories involving affluent families and dramatic disappearances, sometimes at the expense of focusing on the human cost to the surviving children and extended family. Nuances include the bi-directional allegations in the divorce proceedings. Both sides labeled themselves against the other, yet the physical evidence overwhelmingly pointed to an attack on Jennifer at her home by Fotis. Draconis' background as a Venezuelan native with prior relationship and child added layers to her integration into Fotis' life and her motivations for assisting. Financial collapse of Fotis' real estate business and the lawsuits from Jennifer's prominent family created additional stressors that may have intensified the perceived need to resolve the situation permanently. Edge considerations encompass what the outcome might have been had Jennifer's body been recovered. Additional charges or different forensic details could have emerged, but the existing evidence proved sufficient for the convictions obtained. The involvement of the family attorney, Mawini, in related charges illustrates how networks around a central figure can become entangled in cover-up activities. Draconis' post-conviction status, including any appeals or parole eligibility after the minimum term, continues to evolve with the correctional system. In sum, the evidence established that Fotis Dulos attacked and killed Jennifer Dulos in the garage of her New Canaan home on May 24, 2019, loaded her body and cleanup materials into Suburban, and later, with Michelle Draconis' active assistance, disposed of incriminating evidence in Hartford. Draconis' conspiracy conviction rested on her agreement to participate in the cover-up and her overt acts of cleaning and joint disposal, compounded by deceptive statements during the investigation. The case stands as a detailed example of how forensic science, digital surveillance, and persistent cross-referencing of statements can reconstruct events even when the ultimate physical proof, the body, remains unfound. It also serves as a somber illustration of the destructive potential within fractured family structures and the legal system's capacity to impose accountability on those who enable and conceal such acts. The full scope drawn from the court records, financial reports, surveillance archives, interrogation transcripts, and trial proceedings provides a complete accounting of the crime, perpetrators, the motives rooted in personal and financial conflict, and the consequences delivered through the verdict and sentencing. Ladies and gentlemen, hopefully, like I said, you enjoy that case, but we're going to go on a grift break. Let me put up the curtain. If you got any spare shekels, now's the perfect time. If not, it's the perfect time to stretch your legs, refill the drinks. And if you already have your drinks and you got no spare shekels, then enjoy the music. I shall be right back. We've got another disappearing case to fill you in with when we get back. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the music.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Yeah, I'm feeling good. rainbows and gleaming, you know how I feel. Clover patch scheming, you know how I feel. Little green man dreaming, you know how I feel. He's a grifting leprechaun and I'm helping with his gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Kettle, you know how I feel. Jig on the pebble, you know how I feel. Shillelagh and treble, you know how I feel. He's a sly little trickster, but his heart's made of gold. Feeling good, stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Freedom is mine and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And that leprechaun's pot is overflowing with gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Fish in the sea, running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Me and my grifting leprechaun. We're feeling good. Yeah, we're feeling good.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Teriak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassie smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah. I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll all among the quality. Me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind. No bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling. And while I'm for the road, they said me cannot brogue. Wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, wet full of the rock. From there I got away, me spirits never failing. Landed on the quay, just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terria. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. Went off holy head, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, went full of the rock. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil. Temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah, me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, sore I was a hobbling. With the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. Now with me little leprechauns, we're grifting through the nations. Terriac leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock.
Yeehaw! Sugar! Well, I'm a little old leprechaun, 5 foot nothing in green. Got a rainbow for on me and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs. But the gold's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, beer. Drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor Sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing all rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's have Leafy Grift 6 9. I got Lucky Charms courses, just $9.99. Millionaire mindset from a fella who's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters, make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a country five god. leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. Now listen here, sugar, every coin that you send turns a poor little sprite into your rainbow best friend. Ooh, fill it up, right eyes. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 1,000 if you dare. I'll be jigging in diamonds, green glitter in me hair. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't say no. I'm the griftiest leprechaun you'll ever know. Kin Pee, fill me full.
Yay-haw! As they say down the country. Down the country, folks. Shout out to Abby for the $20. Appreciate you, Connie. Let me give you a shredding clip for that one. Appreciate you, Connie, Abby, and for all the support. Bit of good news. The bank finally got their shit together and they they unfroze my fucking PayPal monies. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm going to be doing the transfers under a certain amount from now on. Just might actually start doing it monthly, just so I don't have to go through that fucking headache again. I had to fucking prove everything. I was like, yeah, here's my YouTube account. Here's why the names are different. Like, you know, spoiler alert to everybody, like Teriyak's not my actual real name and all this kind of shit. Man, it was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And I was kind of looking at them going like, your job is a bank. Your job is literally to transfer money, you motherfuckers. Give me my monies. You know, unbelievable. Unfucking believable. It is what it is. Appreciate you, Abby. Another thing as well that I've noticed, right? And this is just kind of like general piece of advice to any carnivores, but just in general, in terms of like if you're typically kind of like a healthy individual, or you're kind of conscious of your health and all this kind of stuff, be wary of people that are like, especially, you know, like any videos that you see and it's like, oh, you got to make sure you get like this, like, you know, mineral or vitamin, all this kind of shit. Because oftentimes they're trying to sell you. Like that's how they do their business and all this kind of shit. Now, don't get me wrong, there are good channels out there and paying attention to your health and make sure you're getting your vitamins and nutrients and all this kind of shit. But one thing that I've realized is that like with carnivore, like the whole like daily values thing, you can't really follow that. Because I was watching a video like off a guy who's like, he does sell his own products and all this kind of stuff, but he's generally like on point with all the advice that he's given, right? But there's like some things that like he follows like the daily recommended values for like the minerals and the vitamins, and this is something that I've called into question because like he was talking about like magnesium and why magnesium is important and you need to get enough magnesium and people don't get enough magnesium and all this kind of shit. But did they calculate out your daily recommended value of magnesium on the American standard diet with all that fiber and all that carbs? Because on carnivore, like I started taking magnesium and it's just been, I won't even tell you what's been going on, but it's bad. Well, okay, I'll give you a bit of detail. It's just like, basically, I'm 100%, not 100% certain, but I'm fairly confident that by taking that magnesium, I'm overdoing the magnesium. You know what I mean? It's too much, too much. You know what I mean? So basically, I think I kind of like over amped myself in terms of making sure that I was getting all this kind of shit. So basically, like threw out like the stuff that I've been using. Like there was also like fish oil stuff that I was taking just to make sure I was getting enough omega-3 and all this kind of stuff. But I've just basically thrown all that shit out because I'm just like, man, fuck it. Like, because a lot of the carnivores, especially Dr. Shafee, says, no, you don't need any of that shit. You know, like if you're eating carnivore, you're eating good meat. Like you should be grand. Like you don't need to do all this extra shit. You know. And again, shout out to Suda Master Chef as well because he was right about the iodine. That was definitely kind of one thing that I was lacking. So again, 4 eggs a day keeps the doctor away, as they say. You know. So appreciate you all again. Appreciate you, Abby. Appreciate you, Jungle as well. And obviously Darth and Ghost Rider, Jack, Audius. Appreciate you. Love you for the support and all the stuff because since you're making the dream a reality, as they say, you know. No way in fuck did she think it was just a domestic dispute cleaning up a huge mess and tons of blood. Exactly, Shantae. Exactly. But like we kind of read towards the end, it could be a thing where she felt as though she was forced into it because this was the dude that she left Venezuela for, and we all know Venezuela was a socialist shithole. She's like, oh fuck, I'm in it now, and she has a kid and all this kind of stuff. So I can kind of understand why she went along with it, but we ain't gonna buy that shit. Tell you that for a fact. What is the Irishman doing? I was on a break. God damn, that's better. Love me a sea shanty. Hey, that's Irish folk, baby. That ain't no sea shanty. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Well, I met at the start. No, we're 2/3 of the way through. But here's what I'm gonna do for you, Blue. You're my boy, Blue. You're my boy. Okay. I'm gonna put a poll in. Okay. So I've started the poll there. Wait, can I not show comments when I'm doing the poll? One second, let me. Okay, it comes up and all this kind of stuff. So we're gonna do a poll. Do you want an extra case today? Okay. Because like I said, we absolutely smashed the dono goal. Massive shout out to Jungle and all the and all the people that donate and all this kind of stuff. So because he smashed the goal, I'm giving you the option. Do you just want and especially yesterday as well, I think we've done like 245 or 250 or something like that. So I felt as though might as well offer it to the folks. So if you just want to do an extra case today, we extend the show a little bit. Press 1 in chat, and it can be done in any of the chats. So, but I don't think it's counting the Rumble one because the Rumble ones don't come up. So if you're on Twitch or if you're on the YouTubes, if you type 1 into the chat or 2 into the chat, that's how you vote. So let me know, ladies and gentlemen, as they say. If you're like, nah, I got shit to do, Leprechaun, then vote 2. But if you're enjoying the content, you want to keep her going, put your ones in chat, as they say. We have Crazy saying, we do not say yeehaw. Pretty sure you do. You know, I'm a leprechaun. I got the top hat. So if leprechauns got top hats, then I'm pretty sure you say yeehaw. You know what I'm saying? Stereotypes exist for a reason, Crazy. You know what I'm saying? And again, shout outs to Abby for the donations. And we got Panch, we got Blue in chat. Welcome in, boys. His real name is Trevor, by the way. Fake news. Was it over 10K? Maybe. In the US, you move more 10K, you get looked at. Makes sense. You know. It was, like I said, I wasn't doing it monthly. Like I was basically like since the start of the year. And then I hadn't even tested the PayPal. Like, does it actually transfer? It was probably actually a little bit over. Like half a year. Now that I think about it. But again, that's why they done all their checks and all this kind of shit. Like I said, man, it literally felt like I was there, you know, in an interrogation almost. I was like, I plead the fifth. You know what I mean? You lie about your name. Unbelievable, Shante. What, do you honestly think that Teriyaki was an Irish name? Unbelievable. What, do it look like an Oshin? You know what I mean? What, do it look like a Podrick? You know? A Seamus? What do you take me for? What do you take me for? Oh no, internet people are not honest. Shocked. Shocker. Shocker. Don't you try guessing his name. Don't you dare, boy. Welcome in, Gerard. Pull up a chair, get comfy. I can guess it's not Trevor. Precisely. When I had my tech company, I did 9,900. I had to make many more invoices because of the 10K thing. Yeah, man, it's. I think I'm just gonna go to monthly and just avoid all that headache and just kind of do it towards the end of the month, and then just like I said, there's another thing with the PayPal thing. And I checked. This isn't just through PayPal, but it's like through the Ko-fi. Sometimes it keeps it as dollars. You know what I mean? But like there's other payments that come in dollars, like the email is dollars, but it goes through as euro. You know what I mean? So it's like what the PayPal will do is it will have two different currencies, and it fucks the fucking invoice up that I do at the end of each month. Like the little balance sheet that I do at the end of the month to double check and then put it into the my spreadsheet and all this kind of shit. So like that's annoying as fuck. I need to make sure that I do that before the end of the month, but also not do it too early that I have another stream before the end of the month, if you get me, and then that fucks the balance up again. You know what I mean? But like Jungle's one, for example, like came in as like $1,000 in terms of the email, but then when I checked the PayPal, that converted automatically into euro. So I don't know what's going on with the PayPal things, or if there's a way to like automatically just convert it into euro, but it is what it is. But it's also the Ko-fi. You know what I mean? Like if it, like some of the payments that come in through like in the email when it says like dollars on the Ko-fi, some of those ones will end up as euros, some of them will end up as dollars. So it is what it is. That sucks, Teriyaki. Glad it's sorted now. 100%. Like I said, I got the good news there. Had an L call with Prince. You know what I mean? And he was like, yeah, it's all cleared up now. And then he tried to do the whole Gambit thing where he was like, oh, but can we interest you in a service where we talk you through your pension plan? I was like, these motherfuckers. Nah, I take my investments and my pension into my own responsibilities, okay? You know? And then that's why I was like, I'm looking at Bitcoin, looking at gold and all this kind of stuff. And he was like, oh, okay. And as soon as he said that, he backed off. As soon as I mentioned Bitcoin and gold, he was like, okay, yeah, no, don't worry about that. You know what I mean? He thought I was one of those, he thought I was a schmuck. You know what I'm saying? He thought I was one of those schmucks that he thought I could get him in this pension scheme. Because, like I said, you look at the German pension scheme. It's a fucking Ponzi scheme, man, I'm telling you, you know? His name is Fionn. Fionn McCool. Fionn McCool, boys, you know? Shout out to Abby for knowing that name, you know? Or are you saying Finian? Because Finian's Finnean with a photo over the E. I got mine, you Abby. I got mine, you. I've been trying it's Steven or Spencer at this point. Jameis would be racist. Unbelievable. My name is Teriyaki, okay? It is Teriyaki, motherfuckers, okay? His name is Asshole. Unbelievable. This one's just for you, crazy.
You're a cunt.
See what I do? I'm such a nice guy, crazy. I give you your own clip. Ain't it beautiful? Crazy, what? Nah, I mean this is the fun. Me and Crazy just rip the fuck out of each other. I do the southern accent. He calls me a fucking leprechaun and an asshole. It's a beautiful symbiotic relationship or synergetic relationship. I think synergetic. I think is the word I'm looking for. He's an asshole from Materville, Tennessee. Yeehaw! Oh god, I love you guys. That's that's a description, not a name. Valid point. That's a valid point. That is valid, you know? You gotta make sure we keep it correct, you know? You may be overdoing it, Teriak. Wait. Overdoing what? Let me know. Let me know. Because like I said, I think chat's on fire. Chat is on fire tonight. Popping off with the comments, you know? I fell asleep hours ago. I'm starting to think some of you never sleep. Maybe. I have been accused of being a vampire. Well, no, even vampires sleep. What am I talking about? How long is the next case? Next case is at least an hour long in terms of interrogation. Plus, like I said, the scripts are clearly longer today as well. Like I said, I treated myself to Super Grok. You know what I mean? So, like I said, the scripts are actually going to be done correct. Because when I was using the free version of Grok, it was fucking it up. I was telling it specifically, like, dude, this, at least this amount of words. And then it would give me like a short paragraph. And I was like, are you for fucking real? You know what I mean? But Sample Turn of Chaos and Crazy are in there saying, give us more cases. Give us more cases, Detective Teriak. Detective Yak. You know what I'm saying? We do not. We do not. We're whatever mythical beings that don't sleep, you know? Leprechauns don't sleep, apparently. You know, it is what it is. Ireland is hours ahead of the US for those that live in US. Oh, you mean... Oh, okay, I get you now, Happy, I get you. Like I said, man, like, because there could be people that are waking up, people who wake up early, like wake up on like farmers' hours kind of thing. Wake up early in the morning at 6. Yeah, because it's what, be about 7 a.m. right now on the East Coast. So, fuck me. Hey, it is. One yeehaw. I don't know if that counts actually, Patreon. I think you have to do like a separate comment, just one. I think Easy mentioned that where it's like if you don't do a, if you do like any other text apart from just one, it won't work. Maybe I'm not sure. How is it said? How was what said? Let me know. We got Abby's in on it as well. 5-6 hour difference depending on time of year. True that. Seamus, shame us, shame all of us. Hey, what can I say? You look like a Christopher. Unbelievable. Well, it does have Christ in the name, you know. I guess that's a compliment. I guess it's a compliment. But I've never really met a lot of like, you know, virtuous Christophers, you know. I suppose Christopher Columbus. What am I talking about? You know, Percy. An interesting one, Percy, you know. I invest in chickens and rabbits. Oh man. I invest in 9mm. It works with all currencies. Oh man. The chickens lay Bitcoin. It is what it is. And I told you, the Leprechaun Guild got together. We sold a pot of gold, and it's all in Bitcoin now, boys. Boom or bust, baby. Boom or bust. All toxic relationship. Can't disagree. You know. Overdoing the sleep. You sleep too damn much. Unbelievable. Sleep is like one of the most cherished thing, one of the most underrated things you can get, Shante. I'm telling you. Daddy's gonna beat your ass if it's over in an hour. Hey, I don't want to get beat. We got Pachun coming in with the one as well. So I think it looks like we're gonna get an extra case today. You know, nobody says Detective Yak. Not a thing. Listen, haters are gonna hate.
Haters gonna hate. And ain'ters gonna ain't.
That is not an actual thing people say.
Don't be a Seth Rogen, Jariah. Okay? Don't let your dreams be memes. Okay? Bring them into reality, baby. Overdoing it on all those supplements. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I've basically gotten rid of all of it now, and I'm just kind of going to say, unless I'm literally feeling... Because the one thing that kind of... the one thing that put me onto the iodine was... Pseudo MasterChef. Shout out to Pseudo MasterChef for this. He was the one that kept talking about the iodine. Then I looked up and he was like, your thyroids might be a bit swollen. And ever since I started putting the eggs in, I've noticed like the thyroids have like reduced significantly. So I was like, okay, definitely in terms of that. So then I was kind of looking into it more. And like with the AI, I was like, the AI was basically like, well, phytonutrients. Like, okay, fuck the phytonutrients. Talk to me about minerals and vitamins. And they were basically like vitamin C and magnesium are like the two areas like that. I have no vitamin C, but your body can naturally produce the vitamin C. And I'm already well aware of that in terms of the carnivore. So it was only the magnesium that was coming up. So I was like, okay, I'll try out the magnesium. And yeah, overdoing it. I'm pretty sure you guys, because I don't want to talk about it because it's a bit vulgar. But you can look up like what happens when you take too much magnesium. It's not pretty, Yeehaw, 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 yeehaw. Got me the most fucked up sleep schedule. Hey, it is what is. It is what is. All Christophers are awesome. I can't disagree with that. Can't disagree with that. If I keep saying names, will you tell me if it's right? No. I'm just going to say no to every single one of them. It is what it is. And handsome. Ah, see, it was a compliment. It was a compliment. Thank you very much, Blue. Blue, you wouldn't happen to be a Christopher, would you? We got him. We got him. We got him, boys. He's a Gary for sure. Do I look like a Gary? Unbelievable. That just ruined my damn day.
My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable, John. Jariah says, oh Lord, I'm Seth Rogen. How fall I've fallen. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Don't worry, bro. I got you. I got you. It looks like an Elvis, if I'm being honest. Got him going on the vitamins. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay, don't worry, folks. We're going to get into it. Okay? Elvis works. Hey. Eat your vitamins and say your prayers. Hey, my man. That sounds like a threat. Eat your vitamins and say your prayers, boy. You're going to hell. Declan, Finn, Liam. Nope. My name is Teriak, okay? That's all these are getting out of me. A lot of people think that, like, my actual name is Terry. Which I find hilarious. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Review, bro, shoot. Shoot out. It is what it is. It is what it is. Forget my name. I don't want you knowing it no more. Hey. Listen, Frenchie. Okay? Enough of that guff. Okay? Enough of that attitude. Okay? Okay? Je ne sais quoi. Pourquoi? Je m'appelle Philippe. It is what it is. It is what it is. But ladies and gentlemen, let me end the poll. I was just trying to buy time for the poll. But we have an can I make this bigger? No. Gee, man, these motherfuckers need to get their shit together. Why can't I make the poll bigger? This is annoying. And now I can't even put it back to where it was. So, folks, the poll is finished. We have a resounding yes. We want more cases, Teriak. So we are going to extend the show. Wherever we end up, we shall end up. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me set the mood into the next case. This one is called The Case of the Christmas Eve Disappearance. The air in Modesto, California carried the crisp chill of late December 2002 as Christmas lights twinkled along the quiet residential streets of the LA Loma neighborhood. Peterson home sat on a tree-lined block where families prepared for the holidays with wreaths on doors and wrapped gifts stacked inside. Temperatures dipped into the 40s at night, and a light fog sometimes rolled in from the nearby San Joaquin Valley, muting the streetlights and giving the evenings a hushed, expectant quality. Neighbors walked their dogs in the early mornings or evenings, exchanging waves and holiday greetings. Community felt close-knit, with people looking out for one another during the festive season when schools were on break and many took time off work. On the morning of December 24th, The day began like any other holiday eve in the area. The sun rose over the flat landscape, casting pale light across neatly kept lawns and driveways where cars sat ready for last-minute errands. Lacey Peterson, 8 months pregnant with her first child, boy they planned to name Connor, stepped out with the family dog, a golden retriever named Mackenzie. She was a familiar sight in the neighborhood, often seen walking the dog or tending to her garden. Neighbors later recall seeing her that morning, her pregnancy visible, moving at a steady pace along the sidewalks. The dog returned home alone later that day, its leash still attached, prompting initial confusion that quickly turned into worry. The husband of the missing woman told police he had left early that morning to go fishing alone in the San Francisco Bay, roughly 90 miles away. He said he had driven his new 14-foot aluminum boat on a trailer behind his truck, launched it at a marina in Berkeley, and spent the day on the water before returning home in the evening. He described the trip as a spontaneous decision to test the boat he had recently purchased. When he arrived home around 4:30 p.m., the house was quiet. The dog was inside with wet paws, and there was no sign of his wife. He said he assumed she had gone to visit her mother or run errands for Christmas. He made some calls, including to her cell phone, but received no answer. As the evening progressed and she did not return, he began checking with family and friends. By Christmas Day, concern had spread through the family and into the wider community. The husband reported her missing to the police that afternoon. Officers arrived at the home, took initial statements, and began preliminary search of the residence and surrounding area. The dog was found with mud on its paws, and a search of the home revealed no obvious signs of struggle or forced entry. Police noted the husband's account of the fishing trip and began checking marinas and launch points around the bay. As word spread through Modesto, volunteers quickly organized. Hundreds of people, many of them strangers, moved by the story of a pregnant woman vanishing on Christmas Eve, joined searches of parks, fields, and waterways near the home. Flyers with her photo appeared on lampposts and in store windows. Local media began covering the story, and national outlets soon picked it up as the days passed without leads. The search effort grew massive. Police set up a command post, brought in divers, dogs, and helicopters. The husband participated in some searches and appeared in early media interviews, describing his wife as a wonderful person and expressing hope for her safe return. He mentioned the fishing trip again and said he had no idea what could have happened. As the investigation expanded, detectives examined phone records, credit card receipts, and the husband's activities on December 24th. They learned he had driven to the Bay Area that day, but began to question the details of his timeline and the purpose of the trip. The new boat, purchased just weeks earlier in November, became a point of interest. Concrete residue was later found in the boat and on items in the husband's warehouse workspace, where he had access to cement and materials from his job at a fertilizer company. Weeks turned into months with no sign of Lacey. Community held vigils and continued searching even as the initial media frenzy ebbed and flowed. Then, in mid-April 2003, a couple walking their dog along the shoreline in the San Francisco Bay near Richmond discovered a partial human torso and other remains. Further searches recovered more of the body, including the head and limbs, along with the remains of the unborn child. Holy shit. Oh my god, man. That one, yeah, that sentence knocked me off track. Holy shit. The bodies had been weighed down with homemade cement anchors, one still attached to the torso with duct tape. The location was roughly where the husband had said he fished on December 24th. Autopsy results showed the cause of death for Lacey was consistent with homicide, though the exact method was difficult to determine due to the condition of the remains after months in the water. The unborn child had developed to full term and showed signs of having been born or expelled during the mother's death. Holy shit. The discovery shifted the investigation dramatically. Police focused intensely on the husband as the primary person of interest. They examined his boat more closely, finding concrete residue and other traces. They searched his warehouse and home again, recovering items like cement bags, a soldering iron, and materials consistent with making anchors. Phone records revealed numerous calls to a woman named Amber Frey in the weeks before and after December 24th. Frey, a single mother, had met the husband in early November 2002 through mutual friends and had begun a romantic relationship with him. What a piece of shit. She was unaware he was married until police contacted her in late December. Frey agreed to wear a wire and recorded conversations captured the husband making statements about his missing wife and his activities. In one key interview, detectives confronted the husband with inconsistencies in his story about the fishing trip, boat's condition, and his whereabouts. He maintained he'd gone fishing alone and knew nothing about what had happened to his wife. As evidence mounted, including the affair, the concrete anchors, and cell phone pings placing him in areas near the bay on the day in question, his account came under increasing pressure. He gave media interviews in which he appeared composed but offered few new details. Police also noted that the house had been cleaned thoroughly in the days after the disappearance, with certain items like a rug and sections of flooring replaced or removed. The husband was arrested on April 18, 2003 in La Jolla, California, where he had been staying with family. He was found with his hair dyed and in possession of camping gear, maps, and a large amount of cash. He had grown a beard and altered his appearance. Charged with two counts of murder, one for his wife and one for the unborn child, the case proceeded to trial in 2004 in San Mateo County after a change of venue due to intense publicity in Modesto. Prosecution presented a theory of premeditated murder driven by the desire to escape the marriage and pursue the new relationship. They detailed the purchase of the boat, the making of cement anchors in the warehouse using materials from work, the drive to the bay, and the dumping of the body. They highlighted phone records showing the husband was not where he claimed to be at certain times, the affair with Frey, and statements he made to her after the disappearance. The defense argued there was no direct evidence linking him to the killing, that the bodies could have drifted to the location, and that someone else could have been responsible. The trial lasted several months and featured dozens of witnesses, including Amber Frey, who testified about the relationship and the recorded calls. Forensic experts discussed the concrete anchors, the condition of the boat, and the autopsy findings. The jury deliberated for several days before returning guilty verdicts on both counts of first-degree murder in November 2004. In the penalty phase, they recommended the death penalty, which the judge imposed in 2005. Hallelujah. This is going to be a good one, boys. This is going to be a good one. The case had drawn massive media attention with daily coverage, courtroom sketches, and public fascination with the details of the affair, the boat, and the search efforts. Appeals followed over the years. In 2020, a California appeals court overturned the death sentence. Oh my God, man! Oh my God! If I haven't said this before, sincerely, from the bottom of my heart, fuck California, man. Holy shit. Oh my God. Just as I was about to celebrate the justice. Oh my. Motherfuckers. Citing issues with the jury selection process and potential bias from pre-trial publicity, though the murder convictions were upheld. Case returned for resentencing, and in subsequent proceedings, the sentence was adjusted to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As of the latest records, Scott Peterson remains incarcerated in California, continuing to maintain his innocence through legal channels, while the convictions stand based on the evidence presented at trial. Yeah, man. The investigation and trial reveal layers of planning and deception. The husband had told multiple people different versions of his activities on December 24th. He had purchased the boat in November, shortly after meeting Frey, and had experimented with making cement anchors in his workplace using 5-gallon buckets and materials readily available at his job. Cell phone records showed he made calls from areas near the bay and had not been at the locations he described to police and family. Concrete anchors recovered with the body matched the type and composition of those he could have made. The thorough cleaning of the home and vehicle in the days after the disappearance was presented as an attempt to remove evidence. The affair provided a clear motive for wanting to end the marriage and start fresh, especially with the child on the way that would have complicated any separation. Public reaction to the case was intense and divided. Many in Modesto and beyond were moved by the image of a pregnant woman vanishing on Christmas Eve and the massive volunteer search efforts. Others followed the trial closely, debating the strength of the circumstantial evidence and the husband's demeanor in interviews. The case became a staple of true crime discussions, spawning books, documentaries, and podcasts, like this one, that examined every detail from multiple perspectives. It highlighted the power of digital and forensic evidence, such as phone records and concrete analysis, in building a case without confession or eyewitnesses. It also raised questions about how media coverage can influence investigations and trials, and how changing stories from a person of interest can erode credibility when confronted with physical facts. The discovery of the bodies in the exact area the husband claimed to have fished provided a powerful link that the defense struggled to explain away. The condition of the remains, with the anchors still attached in one instance, pointed to a deliberate attempt to weigh the body down and conceal it in the deep waters of the bay. Timing aligned with the husband's unexplained absence and the sudden cleaning of the home. The affair, revealed through Frey's cooperation, showed the husband had been living a double life in the weeks leading up to the disappearance, telling Frey he was recently divorced or single while planning a future with her. Recorded calls captured him expressing concern about the investigation and making statements that prosecutors argued showed consciousness of guilt. Throughout the years since the verdict, the case had continued to generate discussion about the nature of circumstantial evidence, the challenges of proving premeditation in the absence of a body initially, and the impact of high-profile trials on the families involved. The Peterson family has spoken about the loss and the ongoing legal battles. The case stands as an example of how investigators can build a detailed picture from seemingly small pieces. A new boat, cement residue, phone calls, and a changing alibi. It also demonstrated the value of persistence in searches, as the body surfaced months later in a location that had been part of the original investigative focus. The Modesto community, once united in hope during the searches, was left to grapple with the outcome and the realization that the violence had occurred close to home during what should have been a joyful holiday season. The cold December days of 2002, the fog over the bay, and the determined searches by volunteers remain vivid in the memories of those who lived through it. The evidence, when cross-referenced across multiple police reports, forensic analysis, witness testimony, and trial records, formed a coherent narrative that the jury ultimately accepted as proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is once again afoot. Holy shit, man. That's unbelievable. We were so close. We were so close. We had him. We had him. And they fucking overturned it. You know? Let me catch up with chat real quick. Yeah. Sounds like Scott Peterson. Yeah. It should be legal to beat someone with a... I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. Head on torso. Yeah. Like I said. And then the line about the baby, man. Holy shit. Is the chat lively enough, or do I need to cause controversy? It's pretty lively, not gonna lie. They don't execute in California anyways. No, like they can't like this is before they got rid of it. But they got rid of the death penalty. He was supposed to get the death penalty. But then they got rid of the death penalty, and then they went back on this case and argued, no, we should have got life in prison rather than death penalty. All because of an agenda. They don't want any death penalties in California, even the ones that were convicted while death penalty was legal. These motherfuckers, man. These motherfuckers. You know? Even when he got death, we all knew he wouldn't be put to death. That's how California is. Unbelievable. Wild. Exactly. And welcome back, Jack. Pull up a chair. You're just in time, sir. You're just in time. Defense everyone who makes concrete anchors that would sink in a body who hasn't. It is what it is. It is what it is. She is hot as fuck here too. It is what it is, man. I can't even survive 80 degrees Fahrenheit, bro. I'm like sweating like a motherfucker, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Exactly right. Double finger guns. Hard to disagree. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. I need to just take a minute to smoke and get like kind of prepare myself for what we're going to read in terms of the outline, because that was only the introduction, folks. 80s like perfect. Unbelievable. See, this is the thing. Jante, you're clearly white, and Jack, you're white, okay? I transcend white. I'm pasty, okay? 80 degrees to me is like this is heat. This is oof, you know? '86 is the high today. See what I'm saying? Even Jack is sweating. Jack's one of the pasty bros. You know what I mean? Pasty lives matter, folks. You know what I mean? I can barely survive. But again, I don't have any air conditioning units. You know what I mean? Typically, the problem with Ireland is it's too cold. You know what I mean? But I've acclimated to like the coldness. I embrace the coldness. Just why probably people call me a vampire so much. It was about 100 all last week. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. What's that in Celsius? 37. God damn, man. It's like African weather. We hit 95 yesterday. God damn, man. God damn. I'm Scottish. I'm Scottish. Who you calling pasty? Yeah, blackguard. Humidity counts for a lot. 80 dry heat, you can find shade. 100% humidity, though. It is what it is. Wait, your balls stick to your tits? What kind of fucking physiology do you have, Jiraiya? What the fuck is going on here?
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
You know? Nah, but yeah. Like, you're clearly wrong, Jiraiya, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. You know what I mean? Stay hydrated. That's the one thing about Ireland, though. It is humid as fuck. Because it's like basically like an island. And Dublin is literally a coastal city. So, maybe it's the humidity. Maybe it's the humidity. Because anytime I did go on holidays to like Spain and all that kind of stuff, and we weren't near a coastal city, I was able to hack the heat better. Still wasn't optimal, you know. Also, would say it's because I'm not acclimated to it as well. You know, that could be a factor too. We'll see. We'll see, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see. You know, humidity is bad here too, real bad. Fair point. Fair point. Yeah, that's your thing as well, especially if there's clouds. Clouds will like keep the heat in, you know? You're far from a coast. Oof. I live in Minnesota, so mid 70s is my limit. Fair point, fair point. You know? Oof. God damn. Gotta stay safe in those conditions. Gotta stay safe. But let us outline the case. The victim was last seen by neighbors walking her dog on the morning of December 24th, 2002, in a residential neighborhood in Modesto, California. The dog returned home later that day with its leash attached and mud on its paws. Primary person of interest who lived in the same home reported to police that afternoon that the victim had not returned and stated he had spent all day fishing alone in the San Francisco Bay using a recently purchased boat. He said he launched the boat at a marina in the Berkeley area and returned home in the evening to find his house empty except for the dog. Police took an initial missing persons report and conducted a search of the residence. No signs of forced entry or obvious struggle were found inside the home. Primary person of interest participated in early searches and gave statements to media describing the victim positively and expressing hope for her return. As days passed without leads, the search expanded to include hundreds of volunteers, law enforcement from multiple agencies, divers, and air support. Flyers and media appeals were issued. Primary person of interest continued to describe his fishing trip and said he had no knowledge of what happened to the victim. Phone records obtained by investigators show the primary person of interest had made and received numerous calls to and from a woman he had met in early November 2002. This individual later cooperated with police and provided recorded conversations in which the primary person of interest discussed the victim's disappearance and his activities. Credit card and other records confirmed the purchase of the boat in November 2002. Examination of the boat and a warehouse workspace were used by the primary person of interest revealed concrete residue and materials consistent with the production of anchors using 5-gallon buckets and cement. In mid-April 2003, human remains were discovered along the shorelines of the San Francisco Bay near Richmond. Additional searches recovered more remains, including the torso of an unborn child at full term. The bodies had been weighed down with homemade cement anchors, one still attached with duct tape. The location was consistent with the area the primary person of interest had described for his fishing trip on December 24th. Autopsy findings indicated homicide as the manner of death, with the condition of the remains limiting determination of the exact cause. The primary person of interest was arrested on April 18th, 2003 in Southern California after altering his appearance by dyeing his hair and growing a beard. He was found with camping equipment, maps, and a significant amount of cash. During the subsequent interviews, he maintained he had gone fishing alone on December 24th and had no involvement in the victim's disappearance. Investigators cross-referenced his statements against phone records, cell site location data, the condition of the boat, concrete anchors recovered with the bodies, and the recorded conversations. Cleaning of the home and vehicle in the days after the disappearance, including replacement of certain flooring and rugs, were also noted. The case proceeded to trial with the prosecution presenting evidence of planning, including the boat purchase shortly after meeting the woman involved in the recorded calls, production of anchors matching those found with the bodies, and inconsistencies in the timeline provided by the primary person of interest. The defense challenged the circumstantial nature of the evidence and argued the bodies could have drifted to the discovery location and that no direct link existed to the primary person of interest. The jury returned guilty verdicts on 2 counts of first-degree murder. Penalty phase resulted in a death sentence, later adjusted through appeals to life without parole, while the convictions remained in place. I'm telling you, man, we need to make the death penalty great again. Why doesn't Europe use AC as much as the US? Seen videos where people complain about not having AC. In some places they do. Like for example, like in Spain, Portugal, southern Spain, southern Portugal, they would definitely have it. Greece, Italy, like those countries, it would be a common thing. But in the likes of Britain, Ireland, Germany, and like Scandinavia, like we only really get like 2 weeks of like proper sun. You know what I mean? Like this heat is like an anomaly for the rest of the year. So it's kind of like you might as well just kind of bear through it for like the 2 weeks and then you'll be grand kind of thing. But also, as you've seen in Britain, it's basically illegal to own an AC with all these like, carbon tax and climate change fucking hysteria and bullshit and all that kind of stuff as well, They took our guns and now they're taking our ACs. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, Abby. It is what it is, I'm gonna be in Texas for the first time later this month. Hell yeah, brother. Gotta get yourself the VK Live, baby. The Bacon and VK Live. Gonna be the hottest events of the year, boy. Dublin is 23 right now. I wish. What can I say, man? We're pasty. We're pasty over here, I think yesterday was 26, It is what it is. Spain is for sure 100%. 100%. EU bullshit 110%, I'm smuggling ACs over to Europe. That was easy to his ACs. It is what it is. It is what it is. Me gusta hecho estua musica. Buongiorno. Sì. Ratio. I've been to the US once. I was there in Boston City. For I think like 4 days or something like that. Decent enough spot, but again, like we just don't like the Irish thing where it's like we just basically went to Irish pubs and drank, do dive bars too for the cheap drinks. That's usually the thing with Irish holidays. Like we literally go to the place just to fucking chillax, Por favore, vi favore, signore. You skip my comments? Okay, Jack. Okay. Okay, everybody. Jack's going to be having a conversation with Halffoot on Discord. Just want to let everybody know Jack's going to be talking to Halffoot on Discord, okay? Just so everyone knows, in case anybody wants to have a conversation with Jack and Halffoot on Discord. Hopefully he's have a good time. Hey, what you mean? I did highlight it. This one? Talk to me, Jack. Talk to me. Oh my god, he's blushing. He's blushing now. Was it the Texas comment? Jack's like this right now.
I'm scared to death. I'm frightened and I don't know what to do. I'm confused and I want to go home.
Okay. So this one, Indeed Blue? Or do you mean this? Okay, he probably means this one. Oh yeah, if you could. Actually, I'm going to read this in a girl's voice just to piss you off, Jack. Oh yeah, if you could, would you live in America? And what is your thoughts on Conor McGregor? His fight this weekend? Jack says there's this motherfucker. This motherfucking leprechaun. See you, Mr. Leprechaun. Just take the piss. It's a difficult one, Jack. Because like clearly America is the greatest nation, right? the world has ever seen. So it would be a privilege to live in America for me, you know? But the nationalist part of me is like, I ain't fucking giving up these lands to these globalist motherfuckers. You know what I mean? I ain't giving these motherfuckers an inch. So I'm kind of torn on it. Like if President Trump came to me and he was like, listen, we're going to give you the honor. We need more leprechauns. We have a leprechaun shortage in America. You know what I mean? If there's something like that, you know, it'd be hard to say no. But like I said, man, it's like I wanna fucking slap the fucking taste out of these globalist fucking mouths. I want them to be fucking embarrassed to even say half the retarded shit that they say, you know? That's where I'm at with it, you know? And particularly like I mentioned, like what the actual like plot is do with these motherfuckers. I want to make sure I've got like ringside seats to that shit if that is the actual plan, you know? So we'll have to wait and see. A hill I will die on, you know? Or at least I'm willing to. 100%, Jack. 100%, you know? See, Shante is throwing the shade, you know? It sounded just like Jack. Let's be nice, Shante. Let's be nice. Come on.
Well, let's be nice.
Yeah.
Let's be nice. We don't have to go there. I mean, you're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it. I mean, good Lord.
Good Lord, Shante. Give him a break. Give him a break. That was nice. See, Shantae's lethal. You got to keep your eye on Shante. She's lethal. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Unbelievable, Jack. Am I right? Women. Am I right, Jack? Unbelievable. Let's get to the video because we're going to be doing an extra case after this, folks. All right? So here is the interrogation footage of this motherfucker. All right? This piece of shit. I should have got the death penalty, but he evaded it because California are a bunch of pussies.
Pretty much got all I'm going to do. Let's just go over what we already talked about so I can make some notes. See if you remember something that maybe you don't know you remember. So, today, just tell me about the morning.
Okay. I don't know what time we got up, probably, Lacey got up and went and, she had some cereal for breakfast. She eats right when she wakes up, otherwise she gets sick because she's pregnant. I laid around in bed longer. I got up at, 8 o'clock probably or so. Showered. We were watching her favorite show, Martha Stewart. Watched a little bit of that.
You didn't watch the whole thing, though?
No.
You remember what part you saw? I mean, I don't know what...
Some cookie deal. I don't know. Cookies of some sort. They're talking about what to do with meringue.
And I can't remember. Your house, you had the converted garage area. Is that your TV room like?
Yeah.
Is that where you were then? Okay, did you eat any breakfast?
Yeah, well, cereal.
Again, so tempted. And how would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast this morning? You know? But again, this is this is like literally the day after the wife went missing. So, and a couple of people pegged it in chat as well, like this whole thing of like, he's nonchalant. You should be worried. But this is the whole thing of, again, like trying to play it cool, you know, trying to, like we've seen with the previous case where it's like she has like fucking superhuman levels of like memory retention. in terms of what would have been just a normal day. You know what I mean? This is the other aspect that you see as well, where they're far too cool for the situation they're in. Like, your wife is missing. Do you not love this woman? Why are you all like nonchalant and shit? You know? Legs spread out, leaning back in the chair. It ain't adding up.
Okay, and then what? When did you realize you were gonna go fishing?
Oh, that was a morning decision. It's either go play golf at the club or go fishing.
Okay.
Seemed too cold to go play golf at the club, so just decided to 9:30 or whatever than that. Just told her what she was going to do for the day, and
Okay, so she told you what she was gonna do for the day?
yeah.
And what was that?
She's gonna finish cleaning up. Like I said, she's mopping the kitchen floor. Take the dog for a walk, and then she's going to the store to buy for Christmas morning breakfast tomorrow. And that was going to be involved prep. So that was just prepping the breakfast, and she's going to make gingerbread cookies for tonight.
What was she mopping?
The tile in the entryway area.
The entry of your front door or the entry of your little interior converted?
Not the front door, but that back door that we came in.
Right, where the mop was outside of it?
No.
Where your dogs? The one out to your backyard?
Okay, you have the converted garage,
Yeah.
right? Then you have the kitchen,
Yeah.
then you have a room with 2 chairs in it.
Right.
That room in the kitchen. I don't know how far she plans to go. She had me put the bucket by the front door for her.
So she asked you to put the mop bucket by the front door?
Yeah, 'cause she's, much pregnant, not gonna pick it up or anything, so I filled it up for her. Put it in a central office.
How did you move it back after or when you come home, or how did it get outside? Yeah. So you put it out there?
Dog and cat ran in. Yeah, she wasn't about to lift anything heavy.
So when you left, do you remember what she was wearing?
Black pants, white long sleeve top.
The kind of buttons or?
No, just like a long sleeve t-shirt kind of thing, but didn't say anything on it or.
Jacket or shoes?
No.
No shoes? Do you notice her jacket was there? Or did she wear it, like if she went walking at 10 o'clock or 9:30?
She just steals my stuff.
She uses your stuff?
Yeah, doesn't return to stuff, so I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. She could have had hers or mine or nothing, I don't know.
How about shoes? Does she have a certain kind of shoes that she walks in or?
Yeah, I use a pair of white tennis shoes.
Did you remember if they were there or not?
Vouchers, and I looked for them in their normal place, which is outside of our wet bar. They were not there, but we didn't look further, so they could be in the house. They weren't where they're normally left. You saw mine where those were, is where they normally keep.
Okay, so then about 9:30 you left. And you drove your 4-door truck. And you went over to your shop?
Right.
And what did you do over there?
I assembled my mortiser. And then the mortiser is, it's a woodworking tool to make tables. Maybe you saw it on the trailer there. About yay big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got that, so I assembled it. Checked my email. Sent one email. Then hooked the boat up and, yeah.
Who'd you send the email to?
To Eric Van Enos, my boss. The happy holiday email. He left me a message on my phone this morning.
Eric Van Enos?
Mm-hmm.
I spell Enos.
INNIS.
You know his phone number?
Sure.
Did you tell him about this yet?
No.
Get the 559 in?
No, this is going to be a number in Portugal.
In Portugal? That's where your boss is?
Yeah. The access internationally now 011. Country code is 35. The number is 191-9835-253. That's his phone number.
Does he have a home? Do you have that or
I
no?
don't have a phone number for him.
Do you know what his email was or?
It's E. Van Enos. Hell, I don't know.
That's okay. Does he live in Portugal? He lives there?
Yeah, in Portugal.
Speak English?
Yeah, very well. He's a Belgian guy.
Okay, so you assembled this, what was the thing you assembled called?
Called a mortiser. For mortise and tenon joints.
Where'd you get that?
Ordered it online. eBay auction, actually.
Is that for home or for work?
Just for home, like to woodwork.
Yeah. You do a little bit of that? Okay, the fax you got, you hadn't got it yet? Or did
Yeah, I
you?
guess not. I don't know.
You can't-
Honestly, I can't remember when I picked it up. I remember that the boat was arriving in 26, and I wasn't happy about that, but other than that, it may have been when I got back from the office.
Okay, then you hooked your boat up, and you know about what time you left Modesto?
Gosh, I don't know. Extrapolate what time I got that deal at noon, is that right?
Yeah, that was, no one.
Which one is it there? Yeah, it has 2 times?
Oh, okay.
Which one's right?
Tuesday. Time 12:54 on December 21st, $5 expires. Okay, expires 11:59 p.m. Tuesday. Okay, so you got there at 1 o'clock.
I got there at 1.
Yeah, about 1.
And I imagine it took at least an hour and a half.
Yeah, okay, so it would have been 12, it'll be 11:30 about.
Yeah, it's probably longer than that.
Probably a little.
You can go 55 with that trailer.
Okay, did you drive straight there?
I did.
You stop for lunch?
No.
You buy bait?
No, I'm a bait fisherman.
You didn't buy no lunch? You didn't eat nothing? You didn't take a lunch?
No, I didn't. I was damn hungry for that pizza when I got home.
Okay, so if you got to about 5 minutes to 1, you get your boat in, how long do you think you stayed in the water?
Felt like an hour and a half or so, but I didn't watch or anything, but see if I was getting home at 30, 4, 2, I don't know, an hour and a half, I guess, probably accurate.
Did you have a map for that area, or
No.
would you just wing it? So you just, when you got in your boat and you took off, did you go very far, or?
Well, I mean, probably a couple miles, went north, found like a little island kind of deal there. Island had a bunch of trash on it. I remember a big sign that said no landing. It looked like some broken piers around it. I just assumed it'd be a decent, shallow area.
Did you troll?
A little bit. I mean, a lot of the reason I went was just to get that boat in the water to see,
Yeah.
Amy, what's going on, Amy? Yeah.
Bro, that's the bitch that he was cheating on with his wife with, and he's just answering the call fucking nonchalantly. Hopefully this detective says, who's that? Let's see how he describes her.
Oh, I don't know, where are you at now? In front of our house? Okay. Yeah, where, you're gonna stay at your place, obviously, where are Nate and Brent going? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Thanks, I appreciate that, yeah. Can I give you a call back in a little while? Thanks, Amy.
Yep.
Amy, that was Lacey's sister?
Different mothers.
Okay, so you fish 90 minutes about, then what, you go back to the marina, get back in your boat.
Yeah.
You see anybody, you talk to anybody out there?
Talked to a couple guys fishing, asked me, to catch anything, and no, they didn't either. The guys working, fixing, maintenance guys got a good laugh at me trying to back down the trailer.
Okay.
So a couple guys laughing and a couple guys talking about fishing.
Then what? You drive, how did you get there?
Highways, you mean?
Yeah.
What's the highway to Oakland? 580?
Yeah.
And then you take 80?
Yeah, no, just to clarify, I jumped the gun there. Lacey does have a half sister named Amy Rocha. Depending on what way you pronounce it. I'm not 100% on it. But I'm looking through the notes. Pretty sure the other bitch's name was Amy as well. But it was Amy Felch or some of that, was it? Where the fuck is it? Where is it? I'll let it play while I find this.
Is it like going to Sacramento or...
So you took 580 to 80? No, okay.
Yeah, and it's like the second exit in Berkeley.
Come home the
First and
same way?
second, yeah.
Yeah, stop for gas?
Stop for gas in, I guess it's Livermore. Livermore? Which one's near the Alta Mine?
Livermore, okay. Where'd you stop?
Oh, no, it was Amber Frey.
There was a, what's around there?
Was that on the way home or the way in there?
But
How'd you pay?
credit card.
No, it was Lacey's half sister was on the phone. My bad. It was Amber Frey, not Amy Frey. I do apologize. I do apologize, folks.
You have that receipt still?
No, I didn't get a receipt. No.
Debit card or credit card?
Debit. Sorry, yeah, I don't know which way they counted debit or credit when you stick it in there.
But it was your bank, it wasn't a Chevron card.
Right, it's my, eBay, ATM, debit, credit card combo.
You didn't get nothing out of the store? Okay, when you got in the car, when did you call, you said?
I called Lacey just as I was leaving the marina.
Home
Tell her
phone?
where I was, home and the mobile.
What's your home number?
524-2049.
You left a message?
Yes.
And then what's your mobile?
402-8806.
Do you know her password?
8184.
So if you called her number and it would tell you, does it tell you what time the call comes in?
Oh, timestamps. Try it out. Yesterday at 2:16.
I hear.
Yep.
Yeah, repeat it.
I think 9.
Check. How many messages she have? Two. Okay, the other, I'll say it was probably your dad or somebody.
The first one was 2:15.
Yeah. Okay, so then you get gas, you drive straight home.
To the warehouse, drop off the road.
Okay. Did you, when you left, what were you wearing when you left?
Blue t-shirt.
And what were those shoes?
Oh, Timberland.
Which jacket? One in your jacket?
That's crazy, Blue.
Well, when I left the house, I didn't have a jacket on.
Right.
And yeah, like this is literally the day after. Like him being all nonchalant on stuff when his wife is missing is batshit crazy.
I was in the warehouse. I had that green pullover on. It was in my trunk, you saw. When it started raining.
Yeah, that didn't happen till April following year. This is 2002. So the body wasn't discovered until April 2003.
And I had a camo jacket on in the boat. And a tan hat.
Okay, so then you went back to the shop, you unhooked the boat. What happened, what else did you do, anything else?
No, I looked at, I guess I saw that fax. I was late getting home, so I went straight home.
Anybody else in the warehouse area? Anybody?
Not this afternoon, there was a field this morning. I think there's anyone there, so.
Okay, so then, so that fax came in and has 3-hour time difference.
Yeah, I think New Jersey is 3 hours.
Okay, so then you drive, did you try to call her anymore?
Just, well, once when it rang on both phones, and then later on, when was that second call?
No, the second call wasn't from you, it was from her dad or somebody.
I left a second message on mobile.
There was only one from you.
Yeah.
There was 2 there, but one was left at like 5:30 in the afternoon. It was an old gruffy voice, said, "Lacey, everybody looking for you." Didn't say who it
Oh,
was.
that's been wrong. Why don't I left 2 at home? I thought I left 2 on the mobile. Maybe I didn't leave the second one on the mobile.
So the 2 at home though, one was from when you left and one was some other time? Or
One was when I left Berkeley, and the other one was when I was driving in Livermore, and the traffic was pretty bad. Knew I wouldn't be home by 4, so he gave her a call.
Okay, so then what, you drive home? You backed in?
Yeah.
Your car was? You always do that?
Yeah, I've had that box broken into a couple times. Well, not broken into, but I failed to lock it a few times. Got the umbrellas. Now it's back in.
Those umbrellas, were they in your car before too?
Put them in this morning. Intent was to leave them at the warehouse.
And so you took them to Berkeley with you?
Yeah. Gotta take them out.
So you put the umbrellas in there this morning because you were gonna store them at the warehouse?
Yeah, they're getting.
Would you just forget?
I mean, I even saw them in there when I locked the door, you know, but it's lazy.
Okay, then you got home, then what, how'd you go, what door did you go in?
Went in what I would call our back door, which is that French door where my shoes were at.
See a dog out there?
Yeah. Yeah, he's there.
And he still have his leash on?
So I took the hat off, obviously.
What'd you do with it?
Put it on the picnic table.
garage doors were unlocked?
Yes.
Okay, what'd you do when you go in?
Dog and the cat followed me in, so I dumped out that mop water. The cat went over to it.
Where was the mop bucket?
If you remember our front door, there's a little white piece, wood piece built in, just in front of that.
Okay, so your dog and cat come in through the doors, and your cat goes over to this bucket.
Yep.
And was he gonna drink out of it, or?
Looked like it's me.
So you just picked it up and walked it out the front door then?
No, that little side door.
Okay.
It was right outside of it.
And then you just set it out there?
Dumped it, set it there.
Then what'd you do?
Put my clothes in the washer, took out those rags, threw my clothes in there.
Were you calling for Lacey, or?
Oh yeah, of course.
But she wasn't home?
No. Assumed she's at her mom's.
You put your jeans, your blue t-shirt, anything else in there?
I think that green pullover was in there too, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. And did you start the washer?
Yeah.
Did you put soap? Okay, then what?
Grabbed some pizza from the fridge.
Took the box out?
Yeah, put it on the counter like it was. Glass of milk. And jumped in the shower.
You had a glass of milk?
No, small one, yeah.
Okay, then you put it in a glass?
Yeah.
How much pizza did you have?
I think just one full piece, and half a bite of another one.
Then you took a shower?
I took the pizza with me, started the shower.
Did you call for mom?
After I get out of the shower and put clothes on. That's when I checked the messages.
Were there any?
Yeah.
Yours?
Mine, there were 3, 2 from me, 1 from Ron, her stepfather, asking for whipped cream, and we came over, and that's when I said, hey, where? She's calling me for whipped cream.
Did you race them?
No.
The one from Ron, do you know if that was before yours or after yours?
I believe it was after.
Okay, so then you called over at Ron's?
No, I think he's just trying to play it where it's like I don't know what's going on. I thought she was at her mother's and all this kind of stuff, you know? But even the aspect like the red flag of like, come on, your wife's not home and all this kind of shit, and then before you like go to check where she is, again, the dog still has his fucking collar on or the leash on. It's literally like, oh, I'm gonna have a shower, maybe some pizza, and then I'll call. You know what I mean?
Had they heard from her?
No. Not all day.
No, they was that unusual or no?
I think we were supposed to be there at dinner at 6 or 6:30.
What's Lacey's mom's name?
Sharon Rocha. Ron Gransky.
Okay. Are they together?
Not.
You call
Never been married, but common law marriage is what it's called. Been together for 15 years or whatever.
All right. Well, that's her stepdad. Or
But common law marriage. I mean, she called him Ron. And that's what you're asking.
So you guys were supposed to be there. You're supposed to go to dinner there tonight at 6:30 or last night at 6:30.
Right.
Okay. So you told Sharon, or did you talk to Ron?
Talked to Mom, Sharon.
And when
I asked if Lacey was there. Told me no.
Who called us?
Ron did.
Did he tell you who's going to call? Who else? Did you call other people then?
I called Sharon, and then I called a couple of Lacey's closer friends, I think Stacy and Renee. And that was, had the phone book out to call hospitals when I think Sharon called me back at that point and said that they would do that, call the police, and for me to check the neighbors and go to the park.
Sharon's one.
I'm pretty sure on that sequence. I mean, I may have checked the neighbors and then come back and got the phone book.
Right, sure.
Yeah, Sharon and Ron calling the hospitals. And obviously this.
Did you do that? Did you check neighbors?
I did.
Did you go to the park?
After I checked the neighbors, came back, called Sharon one more time. She said, we're going to the park. And we have the police going there also. So that went on again.
Had any of your neighbors saw anything or heard anything?
First neighbor I checked with was directly across the street. Her name's Amy. It's her son who was talking about the white truck. And she mentioned the Christmas light thing to me.
Tell me about that again.
She said that our outside Christmas lights, the icicle ones, went on just before I got home. I didn't notice that they were on when I got home, but then she mentioned it, looked across the street, they were on. They get plugged into an outlet. I didn't plug them in today. And then when we returned from the park, a couple hours later, they were off. So I don't know. It appeared to still be plugged in. They must have overheated or something.
So Amy said just before you came home, the lights got turned on. She saw that.
Checked with her. Went to the left, no one was there. Left a note at Karen's. And checked to the right of Amy's.
These Christmas lights, you got to plug them in yourself, you said?
Yeah, there's an outlet outside in the storage shed area. Maybe you noticed that area.
I saw where you had your lawnmower and stuff.
Yeah, my golf bag lawnmower.
And the door was open when I was in there.
Right.
So in there, there's a plug, and you just plug it in, those lights go on. And then you said they were on when you were talking to Amy.
Right.
A couple hours later, they were off.
Yeah.
But they were still plugged in.
Yeah, well, I didn't go up and try the plug, so, okay. But I don't see why they wouldn't have been. I mean, maybe
Welcome
they
in,
got hit by a
Spartacus.
cat
Pull up a
or
chair, get
something.
comfy.
Let me check.
Who'd you leave a note with?
Karen Service, if you looked at her house, she's immediately to the left. She's the one that was telling you about the dog coming running up to her leash.
You left a note at her place?
Moida. We watching Moida. Dick twisted psychopath right here.
Was there anything out of unusual, out of normal in your house?
The only unusual things were the leash and the door being unlocked.
The front door, or the French doors?
Yeah, what I'm gonna call the back door. Right.
Okay, well, we're in your room and we're talking about your closet. Looked like a couple duffel bags down. That was normal, or?
Yeah.
Did you get something out of the duffel bag that was on the ground, a raincoat or something today?
Out of that blue bag, the Nike bag, I took my tennis shoes out of it.
The ones you wore?
No, the white ones that were out on top of the wet bar.
You did that recently?
This morning. I think that was this morning. But the leather brown one I just toss up there, and the other one I hardly ever use, so it's just.
How about the gun? How long has that been in your car?
Probably a month. To Long Pine to shoot pheasants, took it with me.
Is that your gun?
It's obviously seen better days, but
yeah, it looks like it.
I don't think I tried to shoot it once in Long Pine, I didn't go off. So it's,
I mean, have you had it a long time?
yeah, I think I got it. Well, you know, it may be registered to me or maybe registered to my father actually, because I think I may have gotten that before I was 18. I don't know. Yeah, it's a llama. And he is a, yeah, he was a buyer on it.
So it's been in your glove box about a month?
I think so. I'd have to check the date on when I went to Lone Pine.
Lone Pine?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
South
so,
of Bishop.
right. What, you went up there pheasant hunting, obviously, but you don't use that to shoot pheasant on. Have you fired it recently?
A pistol?
Yeah.
No. Not within the past year, no.
Did you go to Lone Pine with anybody?
Yeah, my father.
Your dad lives down San Luis Obispo or?
San Diego.
You know how many it was loaded with?
I don't. I think the old date.
The towels that were in the washing machine, you don't know where they were, what they were used on?
No, I assume, well, I mean, I assume that Margarita used them Monday, but I don't know what services or anything like that.
How often does she come over?
Seems like once every 2 weeks. This is her third time for us.
You think she was there Monday?
Yeah, I think she was.
Okay, you guys haven't had any problems, marriage problems? Everything's good? You've been married 4 years?
Yeah. Four or five. I guess it's five. I've been married in 97.
So you were married in 97?
I believe so.
The few times you've walked in the park, you said that you have seen campers, bums, or whatever. And has Lacey ever complained to you about somebody bothering her?
No, I mean, like I said, no one I don't think has ever come up to her and accosted her in any way. You know, she has times that she's felt uncomfortable, and thankful she has the dog. We've called, you know, the police a couple times about people down there just to get them to move on. You know, and it's not uncommon for Lacey or myself to, you know, wake one of these guys or ladies up and tell them to get lost.
The dog, is it I mean, she's glad to have the dog, but the dog is, I got two.
If you're protecting for.
Are they?
I mean, if I'm in the yard and a guy comes up to me, the dog is fine. But it's been in the past when someone approaches her in our yard at least, that he's very protective of her.
He looks like he's been around the block, been around a while.
Yeah, he's an old boy.
Is he yours, or
Yeah, she got
before the
it for
marriage?
me. Yeah, like a month after we knew each other. She
Oh,
brought
really?
it home as a gift.
As
So
a
he's-
pup?
Yeah.
Oh, but he looked older than 5 years old.
Oh, yeah, no, he's 8.
Is he?
Yeah. 8 or 9.
What's the dog's name?
Mackenzie.
These numbers. Guy,
Yep. This fella's there.
is he just a friend?
Yeah, good friend of ours. He, that's his right, the 976.
No, his one, it just came up, Guy, so I don't know what his number was.
That's 765. Yeah, so that's guys.
Oh, is it 765-5544? Who's 619?
That is San Diego, so when I tried to call my parents.
Okay, did you get a hold of them?
No, I'm not sure if that was the mobile phone. They don't answer the phone very well. 20, what do we got? Okay, that's when I tried to call my brother, Joe, in San Diego.
Did you get through?
No. I got some weird message as a business of some sort, so the number's wrong in our phone book.
Before you know. I don't know. Gregory, friend of ours. Dad, Michelle, that must be your dad.
Yeah, Greg Reed owns the house. You look at our house to the right, that's his grandmother's house. You know, that he came over and opened it up for the officers. He lives a bit away from us.
605.
Gosh, I don't know. Oh, 605, that's Renee Tomlinson.
That one the French?
Yes.
How about 883?
We don't call just for words. That's got to be in here. I would have, if I had the phone book, I could tell you.
That's okay. How about 510?
That surprised me too. That is what area code is that?
That's Oakland. Or it's even Livermore, it's Livermore too.
Yeah.
Pleasanton, Oakland.
I forget who's. It's one of the friends, and it's weird that he had that number.
Or maybe it's a cell, it could be his old cell phone.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
But I
I've
know
called before.
these are received calls.
Okay.
So you received a 604.
Bill from Brian, usually. Does that have a time on here?
Yeah, it does. I didn't go through all the times, but.
.510, could that be Woodland?
I don't think so. No, it's not Woodland. It's okay.
I mean, I remember seeing it and wondering who it was, and it was someone familiar to me when we talked. I don't know, I'll ask him, but.
I'm curious, what, Maggie was there on, or Maggie and Marguerite, but she was there on Monday, and obviously she did a lot of work, but the towels were filthy. Why was your wife mopping on Tuesday morning?
I don't know. Got me. She was pretty fastidious about it, though.
Was she?
With the dog and the cats, and her, doing the Christmas deal. That was pretty common.
Is that going to be at your house?
Tomorrow, or today, rather.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, she always had the vacuum and mop out.
Okay, so that isn't unusual.
No.
You haven't fired any guns today?
No. So, no, not since June 12th.
Would you be willing to, well, you showered already, you said, right? When you were in Lone Pine, you said you tried to fire the handgun once?
Yeah.
But what happened?
Just clicked.
Just clicked?
Yeah. When I ejected that round, the second one clicked also. I think I ejected it. Yeah, I know I ejected it. The second one clicked.
You said you did fire, you must have, did you get a pheasant?
Oh, yeah.
Would you be willing for me to take a gunshot residue off your hands?
Sure, no problem. Will outboard exhaust show up as gunshot residue or totally different?
What, exhaust?
Yeah, from that outboard?
Well, you showered after you said, so I'm not thinking this is even going to be clean, but no, it wouldn't.
Okay.
P-E-T-E-R-S-O-N?
Yes.
S-C-O-T-T? I have no idea. We're willing to take a polygraph. Would you be willing to take a polygraph?
Sure.
So what you're telling me, Scott, is you have no idea where this is. Okay, I have a couple concerns. One is the cell phone call that you made. That if you listen to it, that call was made at 12:17. The first one you made from Berkeley.
Yeah.
You
I didn't
said,
take it from the vote.
no, you said 2:17, but the timestamp on the call says 12:17. Meaning to me,
You saved it, right?
I say,
Saved today at 12:17 a.m.
without that said, no, let me listen, because
Yeah, if you had
I
heard
didn't
it
say
the
it.
first time,
Oh, really?
I saved it, or then you saved it, I handed it to you, and you saved it. If it had said yesterday at 12:17, you'd be right.
Right.
But
Okay. Let's see. Right. Okay.
Yeah, usually when
I say,
initially listened to it, it said received task.
It did.
12, 16,
Or 216.
Yeah.
All right. The only, just to eliminate you as a suspect, you'd be willing to take that? Shut it off. Would you be willing to take a polygraph?
Yeah. And they're accurate, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not nothing that can be used against you, but yeah, I believe they're accurate.
Yeah, no, I'm certainly willing.
Wouldn't be now, it'd be, in a day or two or a week, you can think about it. But
No,
it's just like the next step in this thing.
Sure.
Really, what's left is the flyers, the canvas tomorrow, the media coverage. What concerns me the most is the fact that your dog came home with a leash on. That bothers me. I mean,
no question.
yeah.
What concerns me most is doing anything I can to further progress.
I appreciate that. And I don't want you to hold it against me. I mean, sometimes I hate asking.
You got to do it.
But I do. I really do have to do it. And I mean, I understand. I'm glad you have a strong support system.
Yeah.
And I'll give you my numbers and my cards, but there's not a lot more we can do right now, other than canvas.
But we can do a lot. I mean, I know that we can.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
No, I mean, I've asked you a couple times what you do, so I have the answers to that. So we're gonna go do it.
That's what, yeah. There's, all we can do now is make people aware of the problem, the situation, and hope that somebody saw something or knows something.
The only other question I have, what about resources available? You saw my mother.
Have a good one, Shante.
You saw some of my wife's friends.
This dude's a goddamn psychopath.
Counseling, that kind of thing.
Can you
give us a
It's like even the accusation of the whole like I wouldn't do a polygraph and all this kind of shit. Like, wait, what? Have a good one, Shante. This dude is a fucking psychopath, man. Like, complete lack of emotion whatsoever, no matter what he's being asked, no matter what that's being probed at him.
numbers or search them?
No, I can give you those numbers. I just don't know. I mean, you're probably not going to get any answers today.
Yeah, no, I mean, but.
Yeah. It's Christmas. I mean,
Yeah, of course. Well, and there's no need to call it by.
Today.
We find Lacey in the next days.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I'll give you those numbers.
God willing.
That's my number, my cell phone number, and I'll get you the number to the victim services.
Let me just close it out as well, just in case there's something weird.
Where do you want to go?
Oh, basically, back to my home.
Give me 1 second. Hopefully they're done here.
That's why, like I said, folks, it's important to go through the interrogation. Because what's described is literally fucking barbarism. But there's evil out there, folks. There's evil out there. But let me walk us through the final facts of the case before we move on to our final case of this evening or morning, depending on what time zone you're at. Wait one sec. One sec. Okay. He's in there like Norman Bates. I wouldn't even heard of fly levels. That's the thing. But we're going to describe exactly what happened. And that's why fishing is an evil hobby. Hey, not all fishermen. Not all fishermen, folks, as they would say. But the murder of Lacey Peterson and her unborn son Connor occurred on around December 24, 2002 in Modesto, California. Scott Peterson was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder in 2004 and initially sentenced to death. The convictions were upheld on appeal, though the death sentence was later overturned and resentencing resulted in life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Peterson remains incarcerated in California State Prison as of the most recent records. Lacey Peterson was 27 years old and 8 months pregnant at the time of her disappearance. She and Scott Peterson had been married since 1997 and lived in a home in the La Loma neighborhood of Modesto. Scott Peterson worked as a fertilizer salesman and had recently purchased a small aluminium boat. Not aluminum, aluminium. Okay? The couple appeared to be preparing for the arrival of their first child, with the nursery set up in the home and baby items purchased. On the morning of December 24th, Lacey was seen walking the family dog, Mackenzie, in the neighborhood. She was wearing a white shirt and black pants or similar clothing consistent with later descriptions. The dog returned home alone later that day with wet paws and a leash still attached, an event that first raised alarm when Scott Peterson arrived home from his claimed fishing trip around 4:30 p.m. Scott Peterson told police and family that he had decided that morning to take his new boat out on the San Francisco Bay to test it and to do some fishing. He said he loaded the boat onto the trailer behind his Ford F-150 truck, drove it to the Berkeley Marina, launched the boat, and spent the day on the water before returning. He claimed he had called Lacey's cell phone during the day but received no answer, and that he assumed she had gone to visit her mother or run errands when he found the house empty. He said he cleaned up some mud from the dog and waited. When she did not return by evening, he began calling friends and family. On Christmas Day, he reported her missing to police. The initial police response treated the case as a missing persons investigation. Officers searched the home and found no signs of forced entry or struggle. The dog was examined and its condition suggested it had been outside in wet or muddy areas. Scott Peterson provided a detailed account of his fishing trip and cooperated with early searches. He appeared in media interviews describing Lacey as a loving wife and expressing hope she would be found safe. As the days passed with no leads, the search grew into one of the largest volunteer efforts in the region, involving thousands of people searching fields, parks, waterways, and roads around Modesto. Police divers searched local rivers and ponds. The media coverage intensified, with national attention focusing on the pregnant woman who vanished on Christmas Eve. Scott Peterson continued to participate in some searches and maintained his fishing story. However, investigators began to examine his activities more closely. They obtained phone records showing he had made multiple calls to Amber Frey, a woman he had met in early November 2002 at a business event through mutual friends. Frey, a single mother and a massage therapist, had started a romantic relationship with him, believing he was single or recently divorced. She had no knowledge of his marriage or Lacey's pregnancy until police contacted her in late December 2002. Frey agreed to cooperate and allowed her phone conversations with Scott Peterson to be recorded. In those calls, he discussed Lacey's disappearance, expressed concern about the investigation, and made statements about his activities that later conflicted with other evidence. Investigators also focused on the boat. Scott Peterson had purchased a 14-foot aluminium boat and trailer in November 2002, shortly after meeting Frey. The timing raised questions about his intentions. Examination of the boat revealed concrete residue at the bottom and uncertain components. Search of his warehouse workspace at the fertilizer company where he worked uncovered bags of cement, 5-gallon buckets, a soldering iron, and other materials consistent with the production of anchors. The anchors recovered with Lacey's body were homemade, consisting of cement poured into buckets with rebar or wire for reinforcement, and one was still attached to the torso with duct tape and plastic. On April 13th, 2003, a couple walking their dog along the shoreline of San Francisco and Richmond, California, discovered a partial human torso. Further searches by police and volunteers recovered additional remains, including the head, limbs, and the remains of the unborn child. The location was near Brooks Island, an area consistent with where Scott had said he had fished on December 24th. The bodies had been in the water for approximately 4 months. One cement anchor was still attached to the torso. Autopsy by the medical examiner determined the manner of death was homicide for both Lacey and the child. The exact cause for Lacey could not have been determined due to the decomposition and marine activity, but the findings were consistent with strangulation or other similar trauma. The child had reached full term and showed signs consistent with having been expelled or delivered after the mother's death. The discovery of the bodies in the precise area Scott claimed to have been fishing provided a critical link. The presence of the homemade cement anchors matching the type he could produce in his workspace, the duct tape, and the condition of the remains pointed to a deliberate effort to weigh the body down and dispose of it in deep water. Cell phone records showed Scott Peterson had been in the Bay Area on December 24th and had made calls from locations that did not align with his stated fishing activities or timeline. He also made calls to Amber Frey that day and in the days following. Scott Peterson was arrested on April 18th, 2003 in La Jolla, California, where he had traveled to stay with his half-brother. He had dyed his hair blonde, grown a beard, and altered his appearance. Police found him in possession of camping gear, maps of Mexico, and approximately $15,000 in cash. He was charged with 2 counts of murder with special circumstances. The case was moved to San Mateo County for trial due to extensive pretrial publicity in Stanislaus County. The trial began in June 2004 and lasted several months. Prosecution, led by Rick Distasso, presented a theory that Scott Peterson had planned and carried out the murder to free himself from the marriage and pursue his relationship with Amber Frey. They argued he had strangled or otherwise killed Lacey at the home on December 24th, placed her body in the truck or boat trailer driven to the bay, and dumped the weighted body from the boat. The cement anchors were presented as evidence of premeditation as they required time and materials to produce in advance. The cleaning of the home, including the removal and replacement of a section of carpet and padding in the master bedroom, was argued to be an attempt to remove blood or other evidence. Phone records, the affair, the boat purchase, the concrete residue, and inconsistencies in Scott Peterson's statements formed the core of the circumstantial evidence. Amber Frey testified for several days about her relationship with Scott Peterson, their meetings, and the recorded phone calls in which he discussed Lacey's disappearance without revealing his marriage. He described how he had told her he was recently divorced or single and how she learned the truth from police. The recorded calls were played for the jury, capturing Scott Peterson making statements about the investigation and its activities that prosecutors argued showed consciousness of guilt and an attempt to manage the narrative. The defense, led by Mark Garagos, argued there was no direct evidence linking Scott Peterson to the killing. They suggested the bodies could have drifted to the discovery location from elsewhere in the bay and that the anchors could have been made by someone else or attached after the fact. They challenged the reliability of the concrete analysis and pointed to the lack of blood or other physical evidence in the home or truck. They also highlighted that Scott Peterson had cooperated with the police initially and participated in searches. Expert witnesses for the defense testified about the possibilities of bodies moving with tides and currents. The jury deliberated for several days before finding Scott guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Lacey Peterson and first-degree murder in the death of Connor Peterson on November 12, 2004. In the death penalty phase, the jury recommended the death penalty after hearing additional testimony about the impact on the family and the circumstances of the crime. Judge Alfred DeLucci sentenced Scott Peterson to death on March 16, 2005. The case generated enormous media attention throughout the investigation and trial. Daily coverage included courtroom sketches, analysis of evidence, and public debate about the strength of the circumstantial evidence. The story of the pregnant woman vanishing on Christmas Eve, massive searches, the affair revealed through recorded calls, and the bodies found with cement anchors captured national interest. Books such as Presumed Guilty and A Deadly Game examined the case from different angles. Documentaries and television specials revisited the evidence and trial. Appeals began immediately after sentencing. In 2020, the California Court of Appeal, bunch of bastards, overturned the death sentence, finding that the trial court had erred in denying a change of venue and that jury selection issues may have introduced bias from the pre-trial publicity. Murder convictions were upheld, however. The case was returned to trial court for resentencing. In 2021 and subsequent proceedings, the death sentence was not reimposed. Scott Peterson was resentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He continues to maintain his innocence and has pursued further legal challenges, including claims related to new evidence or procedural issues, though the convictions have remained in place. The motive presented by prosecution centered on Scott Peterson's desire to escape the responsibilities of marriage and impending fatherhood, pursue his relationship with Amber Frey. He had met Frey in November 2002, shortly before purchasing the boat, and had begun an intense affair while Lacey was visibly pregnant. Phone records showed he was in frequent contact with Frey in the days before and after December 24th. Conversation with her, he portrayed himself as available and discussed future plans. Prosecutors argued this double life created a powerful incentive to eliminate the obstacle of his marriage and the upcoming child. Financial pressures, including the cost of a new boat, the home, the preparations for the baby, were also suggested as contributing factors, though the primary driver was framed as the affair and the desire for freedom. The method of the murder and disposal was reconstructed through circumstantial evidence. Prosecutors theorized that Scott Peterson killed Lacey at the home on December 24th, possibly by strangulation or blunt force, given the lack of defensive wounds or other indicators on the remains. He then loaded the body into the truck or the boat trailer, drove to the Berkeley Marina or another launch point, and took the boat out into the bay. There he attached the homemade cement anchors and dumped the body, intending for it to sink and remain hidden in the deep water. The anchors, made from cement poured into buckets with reinforcing materials, were consistent with items he could produce in his warehouse using company materials. Duct tape used to secure one anchor was a common item. The location chosen aligned with his claimed fishing spot, perhaps to provide an alibi if the body was ever found. The cover story of the fishing trip was central to the prosecution's case. Scott Peterson had told multiple people, including the family and police, that he had gone fishing alone that day. However, cell phone records placed him making calls from locations that did not match a full day on the water at the described spot. Both showed concrete residue, but little evidence of actual fishing activity, such as bait, tackle, or fish. The thorough cleaning of the home in the days after the disappearance, including the replacement of carpet and padding in areas where blood might have been present, was presented as consciousness of guilt. The dog returning with wet paws and mud suggested it had been outside near water or wet ground, possibly at the bay or during the disposal. The changing statements and behavior of Scott Peterson were heavily scrutinized. He initially told police and family one version of events, then adjusted details when confronted with inconsistencies. His media interview showed a composed demeanor that some found odd given the circumstances, though the defense argued it was shock or a coping mechanism. The affair with Amber Frey, hidden from Lacey and others, demonstrated his capacity for deception. The recorded calls capture him attempting to control the narrative around the investigation while avoiding direct admissions. His arrest in Southern California with altered appearance, cash, and maps suggested flight or preparation to leave the area. The defense maintained throughout that there was reasonable doubt. They argued the evidence was entirely circumstantial and that no witness saw Scott Peterson harm Lacey or dispose of the body. They presented experts who testified that the bodies could have drifted from other parts of the bay and that anchors could have been attached by currents or other means. I hate lawyers. They challenged the forensic conclusions about the concrete and the timeline. They also emphasized that Scott Peterson had no prior criminal record and had cooperated with the initial investigation. The jury ultimately found the cumulative weight of the evidence sufficient to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. Boat purchase timing, the concrete anchors matching the recovered ones, the phone records contradicting the alibi, the affair providing motive, the cleaning of the home, and the bodies found in the claimed fishing location formed a coherent picture of premeditated murder and concealment. The special circumstances of multiple murders, Lacey and the unborn child, was also found true. The impact of the case extended beyond the courtroom. Peterson and Rocha families endured years of public scrutiny and legal proceedings. Lacey's mother, Sharon, became a vocal advocate for victims' rights and spoke about the pain of losing her daughter and grandson. The case influenced decisions about how circumstantial evidence is weighted in murder trials and how media coverage can affect the presumption of innocence. It has also highlighted the role of cooperating witnesses like Amber Frey in building cases through recorded conversations. In the years since the trial, the case has remained a reference point in true crime analysis for the power of digital evidence such as phone records and cell site data, the importance of forensic examination of seemingly minor items like concrete residue, and the challenges of providing intent and method without a confession or direct eyewitness. The massive volunteer search effort demonstrated community response to missing persons cases, while the eventual discovery of the bodies underscored the value of persistence in investigations. Scott Peterson has continued to assert his innocence in post-conviction filings and interviews, arguing that the evidence was misinterpreted and that someone else could have been responsible. Legal teams have pursued claims related to jury issues, new forensic interpretations, and other grounds, though courts have upheld the convictions. As of 2026, he remains serving the life sentence without parole. The case of Lacey and Connor Peterson stands as a detailed example of how investigators can construct a timeline and motive from multiple independent sources. The cold days in December in Modesto, the fog over the San Francisco Bay, the frantic searches by volunteers, the recorded conversations, the concrete anchors, and the body surfacing months later all combined to create a narrative that convinced a jury of guilt. The story continues to be examined from every angle, with the evidence cross-referenced against trial transcripts, police records, forensic records, and public records to provide a complete picture of what occurred and why. The nuances of the relationship dynamics, the planning elements, cover-up attempts, and the legal battles that followed offer ongoing insights into the complexities of high-profile murder investigations and the pursuit of justice through methodical deduction and facts. Is the panel open or what? It is indeed, but he's got to remain on topic. You know what I'm saying? Grade A creep. Goddamn psychopath. You know what I'm saying? Good night. Grade A creep. Also bedtime. Have a good one, Jiraiya. Well, now that beach is gone, tell me, hey, how you really feel about Shantae. Hey, Shantae's cool. You know what I'm saying? Oh, he's talking to Jack. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, let us know, Jack. Let us know. Show us on the doll where she hurt you. Don't be pointing to your heart, man. You gotta get a strong spirit. You know what I'm saying? But, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we vote in the polls, and Vox Populi, Vox Dei. So we get an extra special case this evening because we did smash the donor goal. Shout out to all the donations from Jungle, from Abby, from Jack, from Ghost Rider. You know what I'm saying? And Dart too. Dart on a gifted membership. You know what I'm saying? So this is the case of the poisoned lunch. In the rolling hills and quiet rural landscapes of Victoria Gippsland region, In the small town of Lecathonia sits nestled among farmland, eucalyptus stands, and winding country roads. We're in Australia, mates. G'day, mate. July 2023 brought the sharp chill of Australian winter with crisp mornings, low grey skies, and the kind of cold that seeped into bones and made indoor gatherings feel like a necessary warmth against the season. The town itself, home to a few thousand residents, carried the steady rhythm of rural life. Farmers tending livestock, locals at the supermarket or hardware stores, children at school, and the occasional family lunch or community event that broke the routine. Homes here often featured practical gardens, and foraging for wild mushrooms was not unheard of among those who knew the local woods and paddocks, though warnings about toxic varieties circulated quietly in rural communities. On the afternoon of July 29th, a modest home in Leongatha, I'm going to go Leongatha. Leongatha became the setting for what was presented as a simple family lunch. The host had prepared individual beef Wellington portions, a dish requiring careful assembly with pastry, meat, and fillings. Guests arrived, the meal was served, and conversation unfolded around the table in the ordinary way of such gatherings. Plates were cleared, goodbyes exchanged, and everyone returned to their own homes and routines as winter afternoon faded into evening. By that night, the first signs of severe illness began to appear among the guests. Stomach cramps, vomiting, and diarrhea escalated rapidly into something far more alarming. Hospitals in the region saw multiple patients from the same gathering arriving in critical condition, their symptoms pointing to a powerful toxin rather than common food poisoning. Doctors and toxicologists worked urgently to identify the cause as the liver and kidney function deteriorated. Over the following days and weeks, the situation turned tragic. 3 of the 4 guests succumbed despite intensive medical intervention. The sole survivor endured weeks in a coma and eventual recovery after aggressive treatment. The cluster of identical life-threatening poisonings in a small town triggered immediate concern among health authorities and police. Leongatha and the surrounding Gippsland communities reeled from the news. What had begun as a private lunch became a public health emergency and a criminal investigation. Initial reports mentioned possible mushroom poisoning with early suspicion about accidental foraging or contamination from a supplier. Investigators descended on the host's home, collecting remnants of the meal, kitchen equipment, and digital records. The winter cold outside mirrored the growing chill of suspicion as inconsistencies emerged in accounts of where the mushroom had come from and how the meal had been prepared. Forensic teams analyzed toxicology results confirming the presence of amatoxins from the death cap mushrooms, among the most lethal fungi known to man, capable of causing irreversible organ failure within days. Phone records, purchase histories, and statements were scrutinized. A recorded interview with the person who had hosted and prepared the meal took place, lasting roughly 20 minutes and covering the events of that day and the sourcing of the ingredients. A person of interest described foraging or purchasing the mushrooms innocently and expressed shock at the outcome, while investigators pressed on details that did not align with physical evidence. The investigation expanded methodically. Digital forensics revealed search histories and equipment purchases that raised questions about prior knowledge of the toxic mushrooms. The manner in which the meal was portioned individually stood out as an unusual for the dish. Items from the kitchen were examined for traces of the deadly fungi, and the community watched as the case moved from local hospitals to the courts, the lengthy trial presenting weeks of evidence before a jury. The winter of 2023 gave way to spring, then years of legal proceedings that kept the small town and the wider public focused on the unfolding mystery of how and why 4 people had been poisoned at that single lunch. It is in this atmosphere of ordinary rural life interrupted by sudden devastating illness, of a quiet invitation turning into a forensic puzzle, and of investigators piecing together digital trails, physical remnants, and human accounts, that the careful work of deduction takes center stage. Every detail of the meal preparation, every search on a device, every shift in explanation, and every medical outcome invites rigorous examination without premature conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, the game is once again afoot. And again, like beef Wellington, because again, I understand y'all are Americans. Let me get a picture. It's like, imagine like a pie. You know what I mean? It's kind of like this, where it's like, wait, why is there 4 different beef Wellingtons? Margaret. You know what I mean? So to give you an idea, like this is how you'd cook beef Wellington. You know what I mean? You'd have like one big beef, big part of beef. You know what I mean? If you have like 4 separate beef Wellingtons, something's up. You know what I mean? I can hear the crime music playing. Doom 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 doom. Doom 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 doom. You know, one of these. Or what about this? You know? Well, we got the intro, you know? Gotta amp it up, you know? True crime, baby. But yeah, like, just to give you an idea of like what beef Wellington is. Because I know the old Americans are like, beef Wellington, mate. Oh, mate. You know what I mean? But ladies and gentlemen, let us outline the case. Investigation began following a lunch held on July 29, 2023 at a private residence in Leongatha, Victoria, Australia. 4 guests consumed individual portions of a beef Wellington dish prepared and served by the host. Within hours, all 4 developed severe gastrointestinal symptoms that rapidly progressed to acute liver and kidney failure. 3 guests died over the subsequent days and weeks despite hospital treatment. The 4th survived after extended intensive care, including a period in coma. Toxicology testing confirmed the presence of amatoxins consistent with death cap mushrooms in the victims. Death cap mushrooms contain potent toxins that inhibit cellular protein synthesis, leading to progressive organ failure. No other common foodborne pathogens explained the uniform and severe presentation across multiple individuals from the same meal. The host stated during initial inquiries and a recorded police interview that the mushrooms had been foraged or obtained from a supplier in good faith, and that any contamination was accidental. The interview covered the sourcing of ingredients, the preparation process, and the events immediately following the lunch. Investigators noted discrepancies between the account provided and the physical evidence recovered from the residence, including kitchen items and digital records. Digital forensics later examined devices associated with the host. Records showed prior searches related to death cap mushrooms and the purchase of a food dehydrator in the period leading up to the lunch. Remnants of the meal and kitchen waste were analysed for traces of the toxic fungi. The individual portioning of the beef Wellington was documented as atypical for the dish, which is more commonly prepared as a single large item. No missing person reports or prior threats were linked to the gathering. The cluster of identical poisonings prompted a joint public health and criminal investigation. Charges of murder and attempted murder were eventually laid against the host based on the accumulation of circumstantial evidence, including the toxicology, digital history, physical items from the kitchen, inconsistencies in the statements, and the opportunity and means to introduce the toxins into specific portions. Here is the timeline. On July 29th, 2023, in the afternoon, lunch was served with individual beef Wellington portions at the Leongatha residence. Later that evening into the night, all 4 guests developed severe vomiting, diarrhea, and abdominal pain. Given the following days, guests are hospitalized. 3 experienced rapid deterioration leading to death from organ failure. 1 guest survives after prolonged critical care. With the investigation, police and health authorities secure the scene, collect meal remnants and kitchen equipment, conduct interviews, and analyze digital devices. Recorded police interview with the host covers sourcing of mushrooms, preparation, and post-lunch events. And given the subsequent months, digital forensics reveals search history and equipment purchases. Toxicology confirms death cap amatoxins. And in 2025, the trial in Victorian Supreme Court presents 9 weeks of evidence. The jury deliberates over 6 days before returning verdicts. Prosecution case relied on circumstantial evidence again from the previous case, demonstrating that the host had sole control over the ingredients and preparation, that death cap mushrooms were introduced into the portion served to the guests, and that the statements about the accidental sourcing were contradicted by records and behavior. The defense maintained that any inclusion of toxic mushrooms was unintentional and consistent with a forging mistake or supplier error. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get into the final case of this evening. And get ready, mate, for a bit of Australian accents.
This is a DVD recorded interview between Detective Leading Senior Constable Stephen Eppingstall and Erin Patterson of 84 Gibson Street, Leongatha, conducted at the Wonthaggi Police Station on Saturday the 5th of August 2023. Other person present is my corroborator.
Detective Senior Constable David Martin, LK, 40053.
Right. Erin, do you agree the time is now 4:41 p.m. by my watch?
Yep.
Right. Could you please state...
I would have waited to answer and said, no, it's 4:42 p.m. Copper. Never catch me alive, copper.
Your full name and address for me.
Erin Trudy Patterson, 84 Gibson Street, Leongatha.
Alright. Erin, I intend to interview you today in relation to the death of 2 people, being Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson. Before continuing, I must inform you that you do not have to say or do anything, but anything you say or do is being recorded and may be used in evidence in court. Do you understand that information?
Yeah.
Alright, I must also inform you of the following rights. You may communicate with or attempt to communicate with a friend or relative to tell that person of your whereabouts.
Okay.
You may communicate with or attempt to communicate with a legal practitioner. If you're not an Australian citizen or permanent resident here in Australia, you may communicate with or attempt to communicate with the consular office of the country of which you are a citizen.
Okay.
Do you understand all of these rights?
Yep.
Okay. Do you wish to exercise any of these rights before the interview proceeds?
No, sorry. No, I don't.
That's all right. Now, I'll just confirm with you that you had an opportunity to speak to a solicitor
Yep.
before this interview commenced. Okay, and you're happy with that?
Yep.
All right. Now, I'll also remind you that your rights are with you for the entire time you're with us. Okay, so if you decide later on you want to exercise any of those rights,
Yep.
you just let me know and we'll
Sure.
do that. All right. Now, what is your age and date of birth?
48, 30th of the 9th, 74.
And are you an Australian citizen?
Yeah.
Are you a permanent resident here in Australia?
I was born here and I live here and I'm a resident of Australia. Is that what that is?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And are you of Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander descent?
No.
Okay. Right. Now, as we discussed earlier, and we've been together for a few hours now. It was after 11:30 that we came to your house today. We want to discuss the deaths of Heather Wilkinson and Gail Patterson today with you. When we were at the house earlier, we discussed that you hadn't really been kept in the loop, and it had come as news to you that Heather and Gail had both passed away. Following eating at your house, Donald, Ian, Gail and Heather all become so ill that they ultimately ended up in the intensive care unit at both the Daniel Hospital and then moved to the Austin Hospital. All right. Following that, they had a deterioration in their condition, and that they become so ill that their livers have failed. Donald underwent transplant last night. Okay, and his condition is still extremely critical as of last report. Heather and Gail passed away. In relation to Ian, I don't have a current prognosis in relation to where he's at. As of late yesterday, the diagnosis isn't great for him either. We're trying to understand what has made them so ill. You understand?
Yeah.
Why we're asking these questions.
Yeah.
Conversely, we're trying to understand why you're not that ill. Right? So you understand why we're interviewing you today?
Yeah, I do. But I'm sure you understand too that, like, I've never been in a situation like this before, and I've been very, very helpful with the health department through the week because I wanted to help that side of things as much as possible because I do want to know what happened. So I've given them as much information as they've asked for and offered up all the food and all the information about where the food came from.
No, I fully understand that.
Yeah.
All right. At the house, and I must say, for the record again, you're very helpful at the house, and you did point out a couple of things for us that will help us with our investigation. Mainly the fruit platter that you said Heather bought for you, and the gravy in the fridge in the pantry that you said was from the night, and you kept on advice from the health department. So thank you for that. You also pointed out a recipe book on the counter, and you referred me to page 250 odd, a recipe for beef Wellington that you indicated was the recipe that you cooked. Okay? All right.
Oh my god, this bitch is so stupid, man. So fucking stupid. You're the only one that's not sick, you dopey bitch. So you're pointing out gravy, you're pointing out like all the things that you would have both eaten. Clearly they ate mushrooms and you didn't eat mushrooms. Motherfucker.
On what we saw at your address in Leongatha, we didn't see a lot of food from Asian grocers or Indian grocers or those kind of stores.
To look in my fridge, I've got a lot of Asian cooking stuff in my fridge.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Are we likely to find more of that kind of stuff in your Mount Waverley address, do you think, or?
No, because I did a big clean out of the pantry and fridge the last time that I was there because I want to sell that place.
Okay. All right.
So the pantry and fridge there will be empty.
Okay. So you want to sell that place? All right, no problem. Obviously, we've got concerns in relation to these mushrooms and where they've come from. Okay. Is that something you've done in the past, foraging for mushrooms or anything like that? Never.
Never.
Right. Do you preserve
Well, let's
food?
take it.
Never.
Never.
Right. Do you do anything like that? Never. You've done. In
Look at the
past
head movement
foraging for
again,
mushrooms
folks.
or anything like that?
When she says the word never, her head goes down.
Never. Right. Do you preserve foods or anything like that?
No.
Have you ever dehydrated food or anything like that? Okay. You've described to me a relationship with your ex-partner Simon. I'd like to understand why you had his parents and his uncle and auntie over for lunch on the 29th of July.
Because I've got no other family, so they're the only support I've got left, and they've always been really good to me.
Yeah.
And I want to maintain those relationships with him in spite of what's happened with Simon. I love them a lot. They've always been really good to me, and they always said to me that they would support me with love and emotional support, even though Simon and I were separated, and I really appreciated that.
Yeah.
Because my parents are both gone.
Note the monotone voice.
My grandparents are all gone. They're the only family that I've got.
Yeah.
And they're the only grandparents that my children have. And I want them to stay in my kids' life.
Yeah.
And that's really important to me. And I think Simon hated that I still had a relationship with his parents. But I love them. Nothing that's ever happened between us, nothing he's ever done to me will change the fact that they're good, decent people that have never done anything wrong by me ever.
So we've been told that on the 31st of July, so 2 days after the lunch, you went to the Leongatha Hospital, okay? And that you were only there for about 5 minutes and then you left. Can you explain why you went there for 5 minutes?
Yeah, because I just went there thinking I needed a couple of bags of saline because I was really dehydrated. And they said, we want to admit you and send you to Melbourne.
Yeah.
And when you've got animals at home and children who have multiple after-school activities, you can't just be told to drop everything and you're off to Melbourne for overnight. So I had to go home and feed the animals and pack my daughter's ballet bag.
Yep.
And I did that. And I went back.
Okay. Who did you speak to?
So I walked in and there was like, I don't think they were a nurse. It was like, I don't know, it could have been an enrolled nurse or it was like a helper person in the triage room, right? And she's just like, are you okay? And I said, well, no, I have to run to the toilet. I've got diarrhea. And she wasn't quite sure where it was. And so she went and found out and showed me where it was. And then she said, I'll go and find someone. I'll get a nurse or a doctor for you. And so I went to the toilet. I came back out and I was waiting in the triage area. And then a doctor came out, Dr. Webster, and he said to me, sorry, that we're going to be a little while because we've got a couple of critical patients in the hospital. And I said, that's fine, don't worry about me, I'm just a gastro case. I'm not urgent, obviously. And he said, oh, what's your name? And I said, Erin. And he said, oh, we've been expecting you because other people that you ate with on Saturday were sick.
Yeah.
And he said, can you come through? And I said, sure. And I came in. And then he said to me, I can't say the exact words, but he said something along the lines of, we've got a concern they've eaten death cap mushrooms. And I said, what? And he said, yeah, that's what we think they've eaten.
Yep.
And then he started asking me about what food I served them, and I told him.
All right. I understand you went down to the hospital and got treatment and that. What kind of treatment did you get?
Oh, they hooked me up to a drip.
A drip?
Yeah. They said that because we're concerned. So Dr. Webster had to leave. I think he was at the end of his shift, and he passed on to another doctor, Dr. Foote. And she said to me, because the concern is that everybody's eaten something that hurts your liver, we need to give you this protective medicine. And so there was saline and acetyl something, or I don't know what it was. But she said, we need to give you this and then put you in an ambulance up to Melbourne where they can give you more, I don't know what the word is, more, where they can care for you better. Yeah. So I got saline and this other stuff, and went in an ambulance up.
Okay. How long were you in the hospital for in Melbourne?
Till Tuesday afternoon.
Okay, so Monday, Tuesday. All right. And again, for full disclosure, so you understand, we've obtained warrants in relation to medical records for everyone involved in this. So we will get medical records in relation to your treatment there as well.
Sure.
Okay. You were at home and present when we did a search warrant today, right? I know you weren't watching everyone at all the time, but I just want to go through on tape some of the stuff we've, and like I said, we'll give you a copy of this, everything we've seized. Kitchen, far left bottom drawer, instruction manual for a Sunbeam, food lab, electronic dehydrator. What's that in relation to? Do you know anything about a dehydrator in your house? Or? Okay. Do you own a dehydrator?
No. I've got manuals of lots of stuff like that I don't use. I've had all sorts of appliances and I just keep them all in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
When did you own a dehydrator?
I don't know, I might have had one years ago.
Okay. What did you use that for?
Like when I first got the Thermomix, I got really excited about like making everything from scratch, you know, and I did a lot of, you know, like everything from scratch ingredients, and I did a lot of that, so I could have had something like that.
Okay. Kitchen bench located against the wall, recipe tin eats book. Okay, I'm not sure.
That's that recipe book.
That's that same book that we, the Wellington recipe come out of? Yeah. Right. From the fridge, we got the fruit salad platter, which you pointed out. Then in the fridge in the butler's pantry, we got the white jug containing the brown liquid, which you pointed out as well. So thank you for that. From the study, we took the computer, we took another computer, and we took another computer. Right. In the lounge, we grabbed an iPad in a black and red case. From room, we've grabbed a computer.
That would be an old one I had up in the top of this cabinet.
Yeah.
That's a very old one.
All right. So that, if I had to prioritise, that would be the bottom of the list.
I don't think anyone's power down from 30.
Okay. All right. No dramas. All right. So we'll pop that one at the back of the list. All right. A black mobile phone, which again I'll prioritise tomorrow for you.
Thank you.
Upstairs bedroom 2, far left towards backyard. Says Erin's bedroom, so I assume that's yours. Apple iPad.
I don't own any iPads, but they would be tablets, Android tablets.
Oh, okay. There's a Samsung tablet listed below that, located on top of the bed.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe they've got it wrong, that it's not an iPad, it's some other tablet. Samsung tablet. An Oppo mobile phone, and your mobile phone. Alright, so,
And so you said a black mobile phone earlier.
Yep.
So that would be a Nokia. It's a really old Nokia that I've got for, like, you know, if you break your phone. And you got to send it away from repair, and you need. So I've got this like really old thing. So.
That's fine. Your mobile phone would be the top.
Yeah.
And then we're talking about his school computer, followed by
the GeoForce one.
The GeoForce one.
Yeah.
David,
I just, one thing I wanted to clarify, to make sure I've got it right, you obviously was certainly taking notes. When you went to the Lancaster Hospital and you said you were in there, and you got shown to the toilet, but you said you had to go home to pack stuff, and your daughter's bag and that sort of thing to feed the animals. When you had the conversation with Dr. Webster, was that when you first went there or afterwards?
I don't remember.
Sure. The other thing that I should mention that, again, to your credit, police went around your house on that morning.
Oh.
Yeah. on the 31st.
Right.
Yep. And they were obviously responding to the hospital call to check up on you.
Yep.
And they spoke to you on the phone. And you gave them the PIN code for your gate.
Correct.
And directed them to the bin where there was some leftovers.
Correct.
What are those leftovers that you directed them to?
They were the uneaten food from the lunch.
Okay. All right. So you helped them in getting that so it could be sampled.
Because my kids ate the meal too.
Yeah.
But there was stuff that was left over and it went straight in the bin. And so when I went to the hospital and they said they were concerned that everyone ate some contaminated food, I said, well, there's the leftovers in the bin, you can have it. Feel free to look through it.
Yep.
And I said, I'll go and get it if you want. And they said, well, that's fine, you need to go on a drip. We'll call the police. And I said, well, that's fine, just let them know I need to give them a PIN code.
Yep.
So they did that, and a bag of food appeared a bit later.
Yep. So yeah.
Yep.
So thank you for helping us locate that.
It's fine.
All right. Anything else, Dave? No. All right. Any questions at the moment? No. All right. Erin, do you agree the time is now 5:30 p.m. by my watch?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to suspend the interview now.
And that's all we get from that, folks. But like I said, story not adding up. You got a dehydrator, but you don't know what you have a dehydrator for. But anybody who's partook in mushrooms or has foraged for mushrooms will tell you mushrooms are quite wet. They need to be dehydrated. You know what I'm saying? We got Farmer Cat coming with you. I was about to sign off. Por favore. Appreciate the raid, Emmett. Let me play the clip before we go. Down, I was about to raid into Emmett. Fucking hell. It is what it is. Thank yous all for coming, folks.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
C'est la vie. C'est la vie. Such is life, as they say. But appreciate you raiding, Emmett. Thank you very kindly for the raid. It is what it is. It is what it is. But ladies, yeah, they're gonna come anyway. They're gonna come anyway. It is what it is. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wrap up. There's no one live. It is what it is. It is what it is, folks. But let me cap off with the outro. Now that the evidence and timeline have been presented in natural terms, the complete picture can be assembled and examined from every relevant angle. The person of interest who hosted and prepared the lunch is Erin Patterson. The three guests who died were Don Patterson, Gail Patterson, and Heather Wilkinson. The survivor was Ian Wilkinson. On July 7th, 2025, after a 9-week trial in the Victorian Supreme Court sitting in Morwell, a jury found Erin Patterson guilty of 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. On September 8, 2025, Justice Christopher Beale sentenced her to life imprisonment with non-parole period of 33 years. The sentences are served concurrently. This was the first sentencing hearing in Victoria to be broadcast live, reflecting the case's public significance. The murders were committed through the deliberate introduction of death cap mushrooms into the individual beef Wellington portions served to the guests on July 29th, 2023. Death cap mushrooms contain amatoxins that rapidly cause irreversible damage to the liver and kidneys by inhibiting RNA polymerase II, halting protein synthesis at a cellular level. Symptoms typically begin between 6 to 12 hours after ingestion, with severe gastrointestinal distress, followed by a deceptive improvement phase and then catastrophic organ failure. In this instance, the toxin load was sufficient to kill 3 otherwise healthy adults within days to weeks and to place the 4th in a coma requiring life-saving intervention. Reconstruction of the events supported by evidence presented at trial indicates that Erin prepared the meal with knowledge of the mushroom's toxicity. She had purchased a food dehydrator in the months prior, a device useful for preserving foraged fungi. Digital records showed searches for information on death cap mushrooms. On the day of the lunch, she served 4 individually portioned beef Wellington rather than the more traditional style large pastry wrapped roast. This portioning allowed precise control over which servings contained the toxin. The guests ate their portions while the host consumed a different meal or significantly less of the same dish, claiming later to have an allergy or different dietary preference. After the lunch, she disposed of or failed to preserve items that could have corroborated her account of innocent sourcing. The recorded police interview, available at the link provided, shows Erin describing the mushrooms as foraged or obtained from an Asian grocery supplier in good faith. She expressed bewilderment at the outcome and maintained that any contamination was accidental. Investigators cross-referenced these statements against the physical evidence of the dehydrator purchase, the specific search history of her devices, the absence of credible supplier records, and the selective nature of the poisoning. The interview lasted approximately 20 minutes, provided a baseline account that subsequent forensic findings contradicted on multiple points. Motive was not required to be proven under Australian law for a murder conviction, and prosecutors explicitly noted the absence of a single clear motive. However, context from the trial included a bitter and protracted separation from her husband, Simon Patterson, disputes over property and finances, and tensions surrounding the children. The lunch had been framed as an opportunity to discuss family matters, the selective targeting of her estranged husband's parents and aunt, while sparing others or herself, aligned with a pattern of animosity directed at that side of the family. The jury was satisfied with the cumulative evidence demonstrated intent to cause death or serious injury through the knowing introduction of the toxin. From a forensic toxicology perspective, the case exemplifies both the power and limitations of modern analysis. Amatoxin detection in post-mortem samples and surviving patients provide definitive proof of the agent involved. The narrow window between ingestion and symptom onset, combined with the uniform presentation across 4 adults who shared only that meal, ruled out coincidence or common bacterial contamination. The deceptive honeymoon phase of amatoxin poisoning, where patients briefly improved before crashing, complicated initial medical response, but ultimately aided investigators by creating a clear timeline linking the lunch to the illness. Digital forensics played a decisive role. Phone and device records established prior interest in death cap mushrooms and the acquisition of equipment suited to processing them. These records were cross-referenced with purchase receipts and the physical presence of the dehydrator in the home. Behavioral evidence included the disposal or non-preservation of meal remnants and the shifting explanations offered in the police interview. In poisoning cases where direct eyewitnesses to the act of contamination are rare, such circumstantial layers become critical. The jury's 6.5-day deliberation reflects the careful weighing of these elements rather than any single smoking gun. Australian law on murder requires proof that the accused caused the death with intent to kill or cause grievous bodily harm, or with reckless indifference to human life. In this instance, the prosecution successfully argued that the deliberate inclusion of a known lethal toxin in food served to specific individuals met that threshold. The defense position, that any inclusion was accidental, required the jury to accept that a person with demonstrated research into the exact toxin and specialized equipment coincidentally introduced a fatal dose into 3 or 4 portions while consuming little herself. The jury rejected that explanation. The case carries broader implications for public health and criminal investigation. Death cap mushrooms are an invasive species in parts of Australia and have caused previous accidental fatalities among foragers. This incident prompted renewed warnings about foraging and the dangers of misidentification. It also highlighted the investigative value of digital footprints in poisoning state cases where traditional physical evidence may be consumed or discarded. The lengthy trial and extended jury deliberation underscore the high standard of proof required and the challenges of presenting complex scientific evidence to lay jurors. From the perspective of family violence and relational dynamics, the case illustrates how long simmering disputes can escalate to lethal action when opportunity and means align. While prosecutors did not hinge the case on motive, the pattern of strained relationships provided context for why this particular gathering became the vehicle for harm. The surviving victim, Ian Wilkinson, and the wider family have spoken publicly about the profound and lasting impact, including the loss of 3 loved ones and the physical and emotional toll on the survivor. Edge considerations include the possibility of copycat or inspired acts, though none have been publicly linked. The case also raises questions about the regulation of foraging information online and the accessibility of toxic species identification resources. In legal terms, it reinforces that circumstantial evidence, when coherent and mutually reinforcing across multiple domains, forensic, digital, behavioral, and medical, can be sufficient for conviction even without a confession or direct observation of the contaminating act. Community impact in Leongatha and Gippsland was significant. A small rural town accustomed to seasonal rhythms and neighborly trust confronted the reality that a private lunch could conceal lethal intent. The extended media coverage and the live sentencing broadcast brought national attention, prompting discussions about family conflict resolution and hidden dangers in seemingly benign social invitations. For those engaged in deductive analysis, the case offers a study in layered evidence. The individual portioning off the dish, the dehydrator purchase, the targeted searches, selective survival of the host, the post-incident disposal patterns, and the contradictions between interview statements and objective records each function as independent data points. When aligned, they form a narrow explanatory corridor that excludes accident or coincidence. Alternative explanations such as supplier contamination or innocent foraging error fail when measured against the specificity of the toxin, the equipment history, and the digital trail. Erin Patterson has maintained her account of accidental inclusion throughout. The jury's verdict and the judge's sentence reflect the opposite conclusion, as she knowingly and intentionally introduced death cap mushrooms into the meal with the purpose of causing death. The life sentence with 33-year non-parole period acknowledges both the gravity and the 3 murders and the additional criminality of the attempted murder of the survivor. In closing this file, the evidence stands examined from toxicology, digital records, behavioral patterns, legal standards, community impact, and relational context. The ordinary act of preparing and sharing a meal was transformed into a vehicle for calculated harm. The rapid medical response saved 1 life, but could not prevent 3 others from being lost to a toxin whose effects are as irreversible as they are devastating. The conviction provides accountability. The sentence ensures that the perpetrator will not be free to repeat such an act for decades. Surviving family members continue to navigate a world permanently altered by that winter afternoon in Leongatha. Thank you for traveling through these cases and the previous 2 with the care and attention every detail deserves. The smallest inconsistencies in a recorded interview, the presence of a dehydrator in a suburban kitchen, and the decision to serve individual portions rather than a shared dish each carried weight when placed alongside the medical reality of amaxitoxin poisoning. If this exploration has sharpened your own observational skills or prompted reflection on the hidden layers beneath everyday interactions, consider subscribing, sharing the episode, and adding your thoughts in the comments. What aspect of the evidence chain stood out most strongly to you? How did the medical timeline influence your understanding of intent? Your engagement sustains these files and donations, of course, and ensures that complex cases receive the thorough treatment they require. This has been the Deductionist Files. I am your host, Detective Teriak. Stay observant, stay curious, and remember that truth often reveals itself in the quiet accumulation of facts rather than in any single dramatic revelation. You cannot make bricks without clay. Details. Oftentimes, it's the smallest of details that gives the biggest revelation. But until then, take care till next time. Because, folks, we are going to be doing the Deductionist File tomorrow as well. So make sure you stay tuned. As they say, you know. Iron Out Men says, get pinged. I'm not hip to the youth lingo. It is what it is. It is what it is. And Homestead Out says, thank you very kindly. You have Jack of Blades to thank for that membership. So if if he shows up in chat, make sure you can. You can do it, Yak. You can do it, Yak. You can do it all night long. It is what it is. It is what it is. What you mean get pinged? Alright, 1 sec. Yeah, we welcomed in Emmett. Or Elderline just went live. Uno momento, por favore. Por favore. Elder Leon. So, Zach, hit the L subscribe button. Thank you for letting me know, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, I do hate leaving this with no place to go. So, we have that there. Right, let me just double check. Yep, indeedly do. So we're going to be going into Elderline. Make sure you give him a like, a sub, all that good stuff. Help a homie out, as they would say. You know what I'm saying? Why are they all trying to ping one another? It is what it is. It is. Farticus lost the ping war. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Are you guys just banning each other in chats? Have you got nothing better else to do? Moderator, the wrench is supposed to be a sacred role, okay? If you're just going to keep banning each other when you go into other chats, violence begets more violence, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. The shrimp cultists, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. But anyways, thank you very kindly for staying tuned, for listening to the Deductionist Files, ladies and gentlemen. We end the show the exact same way every single time. To all the Americans out there, hey, there we go. Our boy Jack, I knew he was here. I knew he was listening. You know what I'm saying? But as I say to the Americans, I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm just a wee little leprechaun. Okay? All I'm simply asking you to do is to trust your president. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you motherfuckers tomorrow for more Deductionist Files. Stay sharp out there, folks.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we